Time change one.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Kramer. Present. Commissioner O'Rourke.
Present.
Commissioner Rexroth.
Present.
Chairman Wessel.
Here.
Commissioner Ross.
Present.
Commissioner Alguier.
Here.
Commissioner Lautner.
Present.
All present.
Thank you. Well, we have a proposed agenda. Are there any late additions or deletions? Commissioner Retro.
I would like to propose that we add the information shared last night from Chairman Wessel about MLI and their possibility to conduct a search for our new administrator / CFO to the agenda. I think the timing is critical. And I would respectfully that you can take these as separate. I respectfully what you said, the special reports by staff, the MLI climate survey, that we remove that from the agenda. I think we heard enough of that. That's it. We know what we're doing, we're moving forward. So I rather than rehash old things, that's my suggestions.
Support.
We're not got any other additions or deletions? Commissioner Ross and then Commissioner Lautner.
I'm not going to support the MLI Employment Climate Survey Supplement report taken off the agenda. I think we need to, if it's new information that was brought forward, people asked for it. I think we should conclude the process and just say, okay, we've all read it and then put it behind us, but I would appreciate it being on the agenda still. I do have one more comment too, and I would be remiss not to share this with the public. I have received only comments from county residents that are unhappy with the way the extended public comment was chosen to happen at the end of this meeting today. And I only received information from people who did not want to see that happen.
This is agenda approval, not commissioner comment.
But it's on there as a specific.
Are you asking for it to be taken off?
I am asking for it.
No, there's a difference in that.
I understand that. I checked and I don't believe we can take public comment off of the agenda. And I'd ask for a ruling, but I think, Michelle, you and I talked about that. This is not really an agenda item, as chairman gave the resident extended public comment, and we cannot take public comment off the agenda. I think that's my understanding.
You can't do public comment. Not ask this specific question, you can now ask anybody. Public comment, you need to go. Please fix that.
I would just then, I'll withdraw it, but my.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Lauder.
I support Commissioner Rexroth's removal and addition. Removal, it wasn't the information we're asking for yet again, so let's just forget it. And I would like to add the north facade somewhere. Get a little bit of information on that.
Could we put the MLI number 14 and north facade number 15?
All right.
Any other additions or deletions?
I have one question.
Yes, Commissioner Lauder.
13A, is that new information, something different than what we did last week?
Yes,
Yeah,
it is new information.
all right.
Any other deletions or additions? We have a proposed agenda. We would delete by the motion the climate survey. We would add MLI contract and add north facade. All those in support of that motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
I
Agenda approved 6-1. Thank you. We have an agenda. We now have 3 reports. Administrator Allen, please.
Thank you. I usually start off my comments with kudos, and I just want to take this opportunity to say kudos to the board for going through the governance training last week. I was very encouraged with the board's outcome and some of the things that you had said were priorities to you. And as we go through today's meeting, I asked you to be mindful of what those things were that you agreed to. Project updates. I just want to give you a couple project updates. The lower level Health Department Environmental Division construction is moving forward as proposed. There will be an update on the status project tomorrow at their construction report. We are still on track for the March 31st, 2024 completion date. In regards to Beta, I'll have a report later in my meeting in regards to that, but things are moving forward in that direction as well. The 911 FOPLC dispatch will conduct a hearing next Wednesday regarding the current dispatch issue, and the county will be represented by Cole Stoker on this matter. The Traverse City Airport Authority has requested a meeting with the board following an initial meeting that Commissioner Wessel and myself had in regards to the AAP, the Airport Approach Plan. And they have proposed a date for all the governing bodies to get together, and that date is recommended for Wednesday, March 13th. So if the board can please mark your calendars for Wednesday, March 13th. I believe it is going to be later in the afternoon, perhaps around that 3 o'clock time frame. That's the date and time that they have availability for a facility. So more information on that, but please just kind of mark that as a pending time. In regards to building and grounds, and somewhat related to, I suppose, Commissioner Lautner's request, is I would like to request the board to set a building and grounds committee meeting to specifically discuss the facade. I forwarded out specific information this morning that was provided to all members of the building and grounds committee as in relation to where we are with the engineering component of that. So I've tried multiple times to get a building and grounds committee meeting set, and we've not been able to do that. So perhaps the board takes action as we have proposed to recommend that those committee meetings are held, then we can move forward with that issue that has been brought up. Lastly, I do want to mention that I received communication this morning from the treasurer, and this is in regards to the PACE program, which is an energy efficiency program. And this literally just came in this morning. I just want to read this paragraph and then we can move on, because we'll have to come up with a recommendation apparently for residents to be available or eligible for this PACE program. The board has to approve it. And I think there's a resolution that has to happen, and perhaps even a public hearing. So to this point, dear Treasurer Gallagher, we are reaching out to you as PACE authorized officials for Leelanau County to alert you to the amendment to the PACE statute that goes into effect this month. We have updated your PACE program report to reflect these changes. While doing so, we noticed that PACE will need to be reaffirmed by the Board of Commissioners due to language in the original report. To that end, I'm including a draft resolution of intent to establish or reestablish that states the date for the public hearing and make public the amended PACE program report for the review. Following the public hearing, the board can approve the resolution to establish so that the commercial property owners can continue to access PACE finance in the county. So I've not even had a chance to review this. It just came in. I received it this morning. It was received by the treasurer last night. So I will certainly send more information to the board in regards to this.
So there, I'm guessing that the expiration date allows us to perhaps take that up in March, first question?
It says that there were revisions that take place this month. I don't know how that will impact anyone, or if there's anyone in the process of making an application.
Also possible, due as a late item Tuesday night, it is a renewal. I'm guessing, was it 5 years ago? to do that?
I am not familiar with this. I'm familiar with the program, but I'm not familiar with the county's agreement.
And is there a report on how many people took advantage of that? Yeah, I think that'd be really, if it's possible, to get some information on that too.
Okay.
So we'll leave that open for the possibility of adding that to tonight with an update.
Thank you. Thank you for the report.
Thank you, Deb. We now have Jennifer Grant here. Jennifer, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. I brought my Chief Deputy Rachel with me. For those of you that don't know her, this is my Chief Deputy Rachel. She's been in the office for 11 years. She's part of our Register of Deeds team, and we work very well together as a team, and so I brought her with me. And Leanna has my PowerPoint. I decided we'll just incorporate the board update for the year with fraud stuff. So I'll do a quick review of our revenues and our projects. Page 2. Next page, Leanna.
I think we have a technical problem.
Okay, so I'll just start going over it. I know there's a lot on the agenda, so we'll be quick. The Register of Deeds office is, we record all documents pertaining to the real property, including anything from mortgages, surveys, deeds, power of attorney, sheriff's deeds, master deeds, plats. There's numerous documents that pertain to real estate. So our deputies in the office need to be familiar with more than 100 different types of documents and the statutes that go with them and different requirements for recording. Our office works closely with the real estate agents, the attorneys, lending institutions, title agencies, utility companies, surveyors, and the general public for any land records. These records, the records that are recorded in our office are a vital tool for the township assessors, the treasurers, equalization department. It does for their tax bases, the mapping and updating the tax rolls. And our top priority, it continues to be customer service, polite, professional, accurate, and timely. Next, Deanna. The documents that we have available in our office begin in 1863 to present. We have had an ongoing project working on getting older documents into our system. So currently we have from January 1st, 1972 to present, we have them all the documents in, they're indexed, they're computerized, and they're searchable out to the public online. And we have from January 1st, 1965, we have just the deeds. We don't have mortgages or discharges or anything, just the deed indexes, and their documents are computerized and searchable. They're all in. We just got 1965 on this last quarter. And then we are from 1863 to December 31st, 1964. These documents aren't yet available for public access, but we have them in our computer so we can print them, but the public still needs to search our books for those. Next. A real quick overview of the revenue that the Register of Deeds brings in. You can see that for each $30 predictable recording fee, where the money goes to. $4 of it goes to the state remonumentation program, which was extended last year to 2043. The county automation fund, which is the fund for the Register of Deeds office for updating their technology, doing this kind of stuff. And then the other $21 goes into the general fund. Next. Our office also collects the transfer tax for that is on all the deeds. The dollar amount from the deed determines how much money is brought in for state and county. 55 cents per 500 on the county, $3.75 for the state transfer tax, and then that gets sent to the state. We also collect the money for the tax certification that when we do receive a warranty deed or a land contract, a master deed, or any other document that requires a tax certification, we take it down to equalization. They double check the legal description, make sure it's correct. Then they put their number on it, what tax number that needs to be checked. It then goes to the treasurer's office. They check to make sure taxes are paid, and then we can record the document. The other revenue our office brings in are copies and website fees. So it's $1 a page per copy. The statute is there that the state allows us to collect that. Then our website searching fees. If you want to just view the index online, it's for free. You can come into the office and search anytime on the index for free. But if you're online and you want to view the images, you can buy passes. And those prices are up there to pay for our online. Next. Our office, this is not a mandated service, but we do passports in our office. So every application fee is $35. We have to verify that the applications have been done completely. We have to collect all the paperwork that goes with it, your driver's license, your, birth certificates, any adoptions, marriages, anything that would, to keep your track of who you are. And then we send it into the U.S. Department of State. The clerk's office does the photos for us. We collect the $10 for the new applications, and that goes into the general fund. Every year, everyone in our staff has to do training and stay updated on what's changing. So we usually October, November do that training for the next year. We have oversight visits every 2 years. Last one was in April of 23. And the current prices for passports are $130 for adults, $100 for minors. Current processing time, 6 to 8 weeks for routine and 2 to 3 for expedite, which is good. That's come way down. It was way up there, so.
Jennifer, how many years have you had passports now?
I think it was 2011 we started them, 2010, 2011, maybe,
That's
somewhere in that.
Statute change.
Yeah, yeah. Next. Some of the projects that we've completed in 23, Leanna finally finished our new server. That was a debacle, but we got it done. We've rebuilt several books, and I wanted to bring show and tell. Rachel, can you show them the old books? This one's on the list to do this year, where the pages are falling out.
Yes, loose pages, bindings broken, so.
So that is actually one that's going to be done right away this year. And then this is what the finished product looks like. They rebind them. Pages that are starting to rip, they'll put in these Mylars. They're beautiful. This one I think I brought last year and showed you that the pages were falling out. So those are some projects that we got some of those books completed, and we're continuing that project this year. We got the 1965 deeds uploaded and indexed. This is all done on top of our daily work. So we're always busy. There's always stuff to do. The ongoing projects, Rachel's been working hard on getting our plats scanned in so that they're searchable online. Miscellaneous records and grantor grantee records, they were done into digital images in July of 22. We're working on going through all those to make sure they're all there. We have found some issues and they're going to need to come back and fix, but we're still working on getting through looking at those. And then once those are done, we're hoping to get that index module in so that the grantor grantee index can all be searched online. Continuing the back indexing, we can keep getting further online and then rebuild books. We're working on those, 6 of them this year we want to do. And then next, I really wanted to hone, this is kind of the stuff that Tide really wanted me to come back in this month and kind of hone in on what are our responsibilities as the register of deeds. Our office responsibility, we're responsible for receiving, recording, storage of all legal documents, affecting any real estate in Leelanau County. All the legal documents are thoroughly checked against the Michigan state statute for all the recording requirements. Our staff must have the knowledge to spot the errors in documents against any of these requirements. If they don't meet the requirement, they get rejected. We have to stay up to date on the ever-changing legislation that is happening in Lansing that pertains to our office. We have to maintain and provide access to all of the recorded documents out to the public so that they're out there for everybody to see. We must record and digitize the document information. We have to be completely accurate. There is now room for error because these documents need to be found. And we need to know exactly what document requirements are for each document. So it's pretty in-depth. And then next, Leanna. Things that the Register of Deeds is not responsible for and that we don't not have authority over. The content and intent of is the responsibility of the person preparing the document. We cannot reject a document for content. We cannot provide forms. We can't prepare any of the documents or help prepare any forms. We cannot answer any legal questions or legal issues. We can't have authority over who signs a document. We cannot alter, remove, or change any public document in any way once it's been put on public record. Sometimes there are errors on documents in a legal description, for example, and you can file an affidavit stating, there was we had a couple of them yesterday. There was an error in this legal description on this deed. They state the deed, they state, grantor, grantee, the error, they state what needs to be corrected, and then they record a new one. But you can never go back and change or remove or take out a document once it's on public record. Next, Leanna. What are some of the things that we're doing to prevent fraud in our county? There's been a huge push to move towards all electronic. We do not do all our documents electronic. I do not want to do deeds. I feel like having that wet ink signature is still another layer of protection for our property owners. So that I have not done, and I just feel it keeps us a little bit more protected by seeing that wet ink signature. Keeping the public up to date when we have reports of such things as false property listings. Our public and our realtors, they're really the first line of defense in combating this fraud. So it goes back to the old adage, if you see something, say something. If your neighbor gets a sign put in their yard, you can say, hey, I see your property's for sale. And they can say, oh yeah, or in the cases this last year, they were like, what do you mean? My property's for sale. So they were able to stop it before it got any further. Our latest software version has a fraud alert, which is one of the reasons why we picked this software. Any property owner in Leelanau County can sign up for it. This will alert the property owner when something has been recorded in the public record. One can then determine quickly if this is something they are aware of, or if it's something they did not know about. And then I did do a step-by-step instruction screen so you can see what they look like. Next screen, Leanna. So you're going to go to leelanau.gov. And then under quick links on the right, it's highlighted property fraud sign up, and you're going to click on that. Next screen, Leanna. Once you click on that, it's going to come up to the screen, subscribe to Fraud Guard alerts. And this is what it looks like. Down on the bottom, it says email. You're going to put in your email address, and you're going to confirm that email address. And once you click I agree, next screen, Leanna. It takes you to the screen where you're going to add your names. So first name Jennifer, last name Grant, add alert. Then you can go in and put another name. First name Rachel, last name Richardson, add alert. Once you add all the names that you want to be alerted on, you can click on the right-hand side to save my alerts. Yes.
Now, if you do Jennifer, would you also do Jen, where if it's like a James and a Jim, or a, Patrick and Rick? So you would add any
variation. If I put like just Jen Grant, it would probably catch all the Jennifers.
Mhm.
And it'll probably say, hey, you already have this in here. So,
But if you.
but if you have a Jim and a James, you'd want to do Jim and James.
Yeah, okay.
And then click Save My Alerts, next screen, Leanna. You're then going to receive an email confirming that you signed up. And this is what it looks like. You have signed up for alerts under these names. And it does say to add in, I think it says in here somewhere, to add, make sure you have Leelanau in your email so that you can catch it. Melinda, double check your spam and see if it's in there. If it's not, call us. We'll redo it or look into it and make sure we have the right email. And then when something gets recorded in our office, next screen, Leanna, you're gonna get another email, and it's gonna show you the recording information. It's gonna show you what it was. This one was a mortgage, and it's gonna show you the names it was done in. It's gonna be under the names that you sign up for. Who the grantor is, who the grantee is. And then you can say, oh yeah, I know I did a mortgage, or yep, oh good, my mortgage is paid off, my discharge, we're good. So that's what that looks like. And if it's something you don't know, you can call us up and say, hey, what is this? And we'll say, here's a copy of it. You can look at it. There's something more you need to do. Move forward with it quickly because you've been alerted. Next, the next screen. These are some of the things that we've seen come through that are kind of scams. The latest one we saw in November of 23, the Register of Deeds in Branch County sent out a document to all of the registers saying, hey, I just got this. This is, something's not right here. It's Cash for Houses, a Minnesota-based home buying company where they are selling, apparently, seller is giving to the purchaser, but they didn't sign it. There was like e-signatures. There weren't, it wasn't legit. It wasn't recordable. And we have not seen any here, but just be aware that this company may contact you. Who knows? MV Realty is a program that a few years back had done these agreements. There were a few of them done in Traverse City or Grand Traverse County. It's a potential of a 40-year agreement or like a claim against your property where they'll give you cash up front, but you have to say when you go to sell your house, you got to use them. This wasn't necessarily fraudulent, but it's just kind of a scam that's, you don't want that against your house for 40 years. So we never had any here in Leelanau, and there is currently, we took it to Lansing and they are working on some legislation to kind of stop this kind of stuff. And then we had the false real estate listings that we were aware of. We had 2 of them in July, 4 of them in August, and then we had one just this last December. And as far as I know, nothing's gone further. We haven't had any recordings here in Leelanau on any of those. Next. And so as registered deeds, I want to assure our residents that my staff and I do everything we can to protect your land records. And thank you for this opportunity. And do you have any other questions? Yeah.
I would just like to say that when you gave me a tour of your office last year, I was very impressed with your double, triple check. You guys worked very hard to keep our records safe.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
And your old information is fascinating.
Yes, it is. Sometimes you can get, oh, I'm related to that person. You get going down that rabbit hole like, oh.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you for protecting all those old documents, all the historical. It is really fun to go back and find grapes and grapes and.
Yes. Yep. Anybody's welcome to come in anytime and dig in them.
Yeah, it's really fun. Yeah.
Good. Any other questions, Jamie?
Same. I just want to echo all of these sentiments, but then also the extra added protection of having an off-site location for all of these documents.
Yes.
So they are absolutely safe.
Yep. We keep the microfilm down in the gypsum mines in Grand Rapids. So we have that as a backup. And then we also have our software system and then our server. So we have 3. You don't want to lose them. Can't lose them.
But you've done a really great job of making sure that they are absolutely safe, and I want the public to know and understand that, because maybe that's something that gets missed, because I wasn't aware of that until we had that conversation.
Thanks, Jamie.
Yeah.
So if we have like an original abstract signed by Ulysses S. Grant, do you have a copy of that?
We have them in our office.
You have copies, if I have the original, yeah, cool.
Mhm. Yep.
Good records.
Any other questions for Jennifer or Rachel? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good work.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Now we have our sheriff and our undersheriff.
Good morning. Sheriff Mike Markovich. So we have our annual review or update for the board. I'm going to try to keep it as simple as possible. Have 3 major points to cover. The first is that our body cams that police are wearing everywhere. We are one of the first agencies in the region to have those. The models we bought are kind of outdated now, and we don't have redaction capabilities. So if we're at a crime scene and there's a victim, a death, a child, someone we need to protect, a confidential complainant, it's very, very difficult. And the sheriff is tasked with a redaction, as well as the prosecutor's office recently got a FOIA coordinator. FOIAs are kind of out of control now. People will FOIA us for things like, who's your vendor for your meals in a jail? And, it creates a lot of process for us. So the need for a FOIA coordinator came in, and we just are faced with a situation where the technology is kind of old and outdated. So that's our number one project. It's on our county, our CIP plan that we need to move forward and stay up with the times. State police have dash cams. They have better body cams, and just comparing to what they've had and what they have now and how their redaction capabilities are, we're in the dark ages. So that's our number one concern. Number 2 concern is retention and recruitment. This is happening all over the country with law enforcement officers. There just young people aren't going into law enforcement because of the negative attitude from the media, and it's primarily from the media. The vast majority of the people in this room, the people in this county, in this region, I work law enforcement. I'm in my 48th year, and everything is God bless you. Thank you for your service. We appreciate what you do. We know we have support from the public, but the media depicts it in a negative light. All the police shows on TV, the cops are selling drugs or they kill people, or, there's something bad and negative to it. So we're getting very, very little interest in law enforcement. Part of that problem is, of the 6 agencies that cover Leelanau County, the FBI, the DNR, the Grand Traverse Band, the Michigan State Police, of course, Sheriff's Office, of the 6 agencies, we are the lowest paid of the 6 as a group. So this is going to be something the board is going to be approached with. I know from the unions or whatever, but from my perspective, we've lost 7 people recently. We've lost 3 to Michigan State Police, $40 an hour. We've lost 1 to Consumers Power, $44 an hour. We've lost 1 to Alaska State Troopers this week, $60 an hour. And we've lost 2 to the US Army, and those are commitments. So basically, we're not keeping up financially. We're at just over $30 an hour, and the FBI is at 62, state police nurse. So that's going to be an issue. It's something concerning us because we don't have people knocking on the door to get in. And like a chain, when you're pulling a car or pulling a stump out, where does it break? It breaks at the weakest link. So we don't want any weak links. We don't want to have to lower standards or get somebody who doesn't treat people correctly or isn't polite to public or isn't capable of learning or knowing the level now we need to have for police work. And again, we lost a deputy last week. We're losing 1 this week. And the first thing that's said when we go to try to pull new people in is, well, I can't afford to live in Leelanau County. Leelanau County is, out of the 83 counties in Michigan, the very top one is for Leelanau County. As far as the average price of homes sold here, the average home value is $403,000. The average home sold is $884,000. When you're paying someone $30 an hour, they can't afford to live here, especially if they're single, which a lot of young police officers are. And the other option we have is pre-sponsoring people through the academy, which M. Coles, Michigan Commission on Law Enforcement Officer Standards, has set up a program where they will pay for people to go through the police academy. The agency has to commit to paying them a wage while they're in there. M. Coles pays their $10,000+ academy, and we have to promise a job when we get out. We could be 3 positions down within a couple months. And in that light, we may have to approach the board with that down the road. I'm just making you aware that one of our priorities is going to be hiring, and it's something we need to do. And our third priority is there's a lack of security in our lot. There's constantly people in our lot, walk around the cars.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Just wanted to, before you move on from, living in Leelanau County as a deputy, you allow your deputies to live outside of Leelanau County, but is there a mileage?
There is 10 miles.
10?
That's a great question. I know Traverse City allows 20. I believe, I met with the sheriffs up in the region yesterday. We hosted a sheriff's meeting, and I think like down in Mason County, it's 25. Traverse City.
From
PD
our border, so 10
From our
miles
border.
From the southern border.
Right, so we created a map, and it's not like you could live in Northport and then have a home in Charlevoix, right? It's not like across the water, but from our actual border of our county by roads, you can go up to 10 miles, and that's so they can find more affordable housing. That's a great question, because the number 2 county in the state for hand sold is Grand Traverse County. The average home there is 364, so 50,000 less than us. But the average home sold is about 150,000 less, 716. So that's getting tight too in the Grand Traverse market up here. And of course, Emmett and Charlevoix up here, just what you know of the Gold Coast, it's expensive over here. So that's one of the problems that exacerbates. First of all, it's the media beating down police officers. Then it's the coverage on things like George Floyd and stuff like that. You get one bad apple and it paints thousands and thousands of police officers. And then obviously the price. So great question. The final thing was a lot of attacks have been on police stations, police vehicles. People cut brake lines. They put bombs on cars. They come in the front lobby and they shoot. We have ballistic glass in our front lobby. Our secretarial staff's concerned about that. So first year I was in office, we put ballistic glass up there. So it's unfortunate. You don't like to see us like a downstate gas station where you have to talk through a little porthole, but we do have that for that reason. And we're looking at putting a security gate up. I was approached by Leelanau Clean Energy about options for having any kind of green, or if you will, money generating solar. And I looked into that about 3 years ago at the sheriff's, if you will, we have annual trainings. We're down in Lansing, and green companies were there, and they talked about we could build lean-tos in parking lots, and on the top of them, as this one, I know it's difficult to see, but on the top of them, you basically could have lean-tos. Our cars run all night at night. That's a lot of fuel being burned. They run because we have to keep the windshields clear, and the next call might be a heart attack or a shooting or what, we don't know what it is. So while they're in doing reports, their cars are running in the parking lot. And if those windshields ice up, we don't have time to clean them off where we go. So a good thing would be to use our heads. And if we're going to put solar on campus or look at it, let's make carports. You could have them out here outside this lot. You could have them on the outside our lot. This one in particular on here shows a model that you basically have a center column with solar on top and 2 end columns. Dwayne would still be able, Jerry would still be able to plow and get snow out, but the solar panels would be charging, or wouldn't necessarily obviously charge cars. We don't have EVs, but that would generate electricity for Leelanau County. So we are working in stride with them on that. If we go ahead with that project, I'd like to put a gate up. The gate would simply be an access gate at this point, because we have people, believe it or not, there's a motor home and like a big RV park just basically east of here a few miles, and they get mixed up in their GPS. They pull giant motor homes in here. They pull trailers. They actually pull into our parking lot. There's 2 stop signs on each side, say do not enter, employees only. They pull in and then they can't back up. And I've had a couple times go out personally and unhook boats from motorhomes or unhook Jeeps from motorhomes. We hand push them out of the way. Then we have to get the motorhome, jock them around, or move our cars to get them out. The other thing I'm more concerned with is people poking around our cars. They have no business around those cars unless they have business around the cars. So we look at it as a security issue in light of the crime that's happening nationwide. especially the radical people who are attacking police stations. We think that's important. It's not an expensive item either. We'd have a, just simply have a gate up. So, yes.
Didn't we talk about that last year and didn't
Yeah.
we agree to move forward with that project?
I thought we did.
We did, and the reason I put it neutral, to be totally honest, is though it's relatively cheap, we think body cams are a bigger priority.
It
And we
was
feel like
there.
a lot of liability for the county, for us, for everybody. We kind of just, we put that third this year, still hoping we'd get it.
I think it verbally was approved, but when it came down to actual budget and this and that, it didn't make it.
Well, it's easier to make verbal commitments.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So is
Sounds
that.
good, that.
There is that, as they say. But that's, I didn't want to choke this up too long. I just want to say, we're very fortunate to have added a detective last year. Thanks to your support. Those two detectives are picking up on a lot of criminal sexual conduct, especially use computers and phones and, you know, things like that. They're working on those. They're working on criminal sexual conduct with children, like force on children. They're working on the drug issue. We obviously have a lot of fentanyl in the United States. We had a fentanyl death 2 weeks ago in this county on a drug, thought he was taking this drug, but it was this drug, died, and a young person. So we're very, very concerned. The detectives are doing a great job doing these investigations, and we feel like that's a big bone you threw us to be able to do our job better. So we appreciate that. One of the sheriffs that was here for the meeting yesterday said, I told him we got a second detective. He says, you only have 2 detectives? And Grand Traverse has what, maybe 10 thereabouts in
Nine,
supervision. We don't need that many, but that second one was really important because they're doing cyber crimes as well. And criminals are weird these days. If they rob a bank, they go home and they put the money on a table and they video it to show their friends. And if they're smoking dope, they show each other. And it's amazing when you get their phones and computers, what's on there. I mean, I guess they're in that category anyway, right? But they're basically in that situation where that evidence is on their phone and it's huge. So these detectives are very busy downloading that. We're getting great support from the prosecutor's office. And again, with the FOIA coordinator, we're in good shape. And the last thing I'll close with is keep Leelanau, Leelanau. There's a reason everybody in the world wants to live here. There's a reason the land values are high. It's a low crime area. There's a lot of people have moved here since the, you know, Michigan ads that have been all over Most Beautiful Place in America and all the other ads. People are coming here in droves, but a lot of those people bring crime or crime type behavior with them. Not that they themselves are criminals, but they're used to it. They accept a certain amount of, well, I understand if, you know, they're gonna take my purse, they take it. We don't want to turn into a Chicago or anywhere else where there's high crime. We like it here. I know you all do. I know you all appreciate it. We hear it from people all the time, but that's one of the reasons I think the body cams are so important. Yes, Commissioner.
So can I ask, what's the plan to replace the 2 employees that you are losing?
We,
Lost?
for the first time ever, been advertising for deputy positions.
No takers?
We've got a couple takers. Both were in interviews before and didn't make it through the process. We have one who came out of the Marine Corps as a military police, Navy military police for 8 years, but it doesn't have an academy, needs money to go to academy. We have another Marine deputy starting this summer, and she's going to be in need of academy sponsorship. If we don't sponsor people through the academies with this MCOLS grant, and it's done right here in NMC, then these other agencies, Grand Traverse County, Traverse City, Benzie, they've been doing this for a year now already. And that's how they're grabbing employees. So we're kind of dire straits now, to be totally honest with you. What we would like to do, and having a 10-mile expansion zone, there's one we have our eye on who wants to come here and lives about 7.5 miles away. So that's in the zone. And another, I offered a job to last month, contacted, well, he was making 32 an hour working at Grand Traverse County. And he had to come back and start our beginning level, which is 24. So that takes him 4 years to get up to 30, and he's taken a cut from 32. And he came to me and he wanted to come here work, but he said, Missoula County, Montana is going to pay him 42 an hour and give him his seniority back. So I can't compete with that. So that's kind of where we're at process wise. So I know this is a union negotiation thing. I'm just saying the reality has hit us now. These other sheriffs and city police, state police have billboards all over downstate saying, do you want to be a trooper? Here's what it is. They go to car shows, they hand out brochures, and they're trying to recruit. They're having the same problem with recruiting. It's a nationwide thing. Melinda, I know you had a question.
Oh, I was just gonna say, we have come a long ways, because in 1970, we had a sheriff and a deputy. in
I know.
Leelanau County.
It was a Bob White, was that, I think he had a deputy.
A deputy.
Yeah, yeah. No,
One
it's,
car between them.
yeah, And we have 24,000 people now. We have great benefits. We really do in this
Started
county.
the housing boom up here, it started in the 70s.
It's the housing boom started and some of that crime stuff happened too. But we have great benefits. One of the problems is benefits don't make your car, your house payment. And so that's why a lot of young people are struggling. And you know, the affordable housing is a crisis for everybody, not just law enforcement, but it's a situation where there's a reality. It's a competitive market out there and you're not going to sell your house for 300,000 to be like Benzie. Actually, Benzie's high too, to be like Kalkaska when you can get 800,000 for it. That's just the reality. A lot of people buy small homes here now, tear them down and build McMansions, if you will. So.
Any
That's
other
what I had.
questions for the sheriff? Get a sheriff.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We
Oh, I
do
have one more
appreciate
quick
your
question.
support.
I'm sorry, one more quick question. Claims, you've got an Armalite in there too? Is this your first Armalites or have you got others?
Armalites for what now?
They're in claims and accounts. You want to purchase 2 Armalites and then safety features for
I don't
I'd have
know.
to see it. I don't know. right off the
Okay.
bat.
What do you mean? What do you
them?
mean?
ARs.
Oh,
AR-15s?
it's actual pieces. It's not full guns.
Okay, but you
It's
already have
parts.
okay.
Yes, we already have, yes,
I was
several.
interested
Oh, yeah.
in how I researched the safety. I want to learn more about that safety thing.
Okay, what parts are we talking about? What's
For stuff.
bird stuff?
Yeah.
Okay, these are like
Left or
lights.
right
yes.
shoulder?
Oh, yeah, these are,
Stock.
yep, these are just butt stocks. These are just parts for guns we already have.
The bill that's in there wouldn't cover the full price
No,
of an AR-15.
Sheriff, we also got another dog, right?
600.
We did get another dog and luckily, you know, a lot of people don't realize a local family purchased our last dog for us. Not this one we have now, but the one before that, a local family in honor of, if you will, Grandpa, who loved dogs, purchased that dog. Now this newest dog came from our golf outing and our golf outing's coming up in May. And we had about up to maybe 50,000 in that account. We bought the dog with 17,000 and there's training. Then we have to modify cars because they have special air conditioners in case you don't have the car on. But anyway, it's going really well. We now have a dog at nighttime. We now have a dog during daytime, which is a real benefit to us. We started out in 13, we didn't have a dog, and these dogs will smell for fentanyl, which is the big killer, methamphetamine, heroin, and so forth. They're not marijuana trained dogs, they're for hard chemicals, and that's what's killing the people, so.
Thank you. Thank you very
Okay,
much.
thank you very much, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, thanks. Appreciate it.
Yeah, that's,
I don't know.
At this time, we have a public comment opportunity. We first want to thank you for attending our meeting. The board appreciates your input and your suggestions and your ideas. For the executive committee, we asked that the initial public comments be limited to 3 minutes and relate to an agenda item. I would ask you if you would to make sure that we can figure out what agenda item you're addressing when you are making your public comment. You could help us with that if you're willing. Well, I saw a hand in the back. John.
Good morning, Commissioners, Administrator Allen. My name is John Fletcher. I live in Lake Leelanau. On behalf of many concerned citizens, I am requesting your approval for up to an hour of time on your future agenda. We want to share our concerns with you, our views regarding county policies, procedures, goals, objectives, and action plans. I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Yes.
Oh, so all kinds of choices, but one of my favorite topics is renewable energy. I thank you in advance for your support of the grant to add solar to this campus. I live in a fully electric home that's powered by solar panels, so I can tell you that it does work. We need to discontinue burning fossil fuels as they contribute CO2 to the atmosphere, causing overheating of our earth. The faster we make this conversion, the better off we all are, and we need to live the example. So thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Stephens. Harry Steffens with Leland Township. I just want to make a comment about the register of deeds or I just want to go on record to say that I really object to them charging for that internet use. I mean, the taxpayers are already paying for that software. We're already paying the people to manage it. It just seems like to me like a slap in the face to turn around and charge them for it. So, thank you. Thank you. Yes, Peter.
Peter Wolcott, I'm on the Energies Task Force and I'm the policy chairman for Leelanau Energy and director. Just wanted to say supporting the grant for the solar on the campus within the context of policy. We have a national policy which came out of Washington a couple of years ago, which has provided a lot of funding for this. And we have a state policy that came out of the state legislature last year, setting parameters for achieving 100% renewable energy in the state within 20 years or so. Anyhow, within this policy context, I think we should be proud of ourselves that we got this task force going just months ago, and already there's something concrete to achieve for the county. Thank you, and I hope you support it.
Thank you. Yes, sir, in the back.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Mark Ames. I'm a resident here. And my background is economics and finance. I'm speaking regarding item 2 on the agenda, the renewable energy system, in favor of it. I've got 3 very quick comments. First, the solar array here would be an investment for the future. Solar panels are generally warranted for about 20 years. It's not uncommon for solar panels to last 30, even 40 years. It doesn't take any stretch of the imagination to wonder where the cost of electricity will go over that time period. 20, 30, 40 years, that's a long time. Those solar panels will be producing money for the county over that long time. Secondly, any kind of system that gets installed now will be scalable and expandable in the future. In particular, the cost of storage, electricity storage, batteries and the like is coming down. And as time goes on, time of use rate programs are going to become more common. And, it's conceivable at some point, they're even going to be the standard and even required. Batteries will allow the county then to manage those time of use programs in a more affordable, even profitable way. Finally, that the grant money is available right now. I mean, this is a golden opportunity, obviously, that the submission of any kind of grant like that or grant application seems to me a win opportunity, no risk and everything to gain, even if it just turns into an option for something in the future. Finally, I'd like to voice support for the sheriff's comment on carports and solar carports. I think that's a marvelous idea. The very best place for solar panels is on otherwise useless roofs and parking lots, and certainly far better than covering over God's green earth. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good morning, commissioners. Thank you for being here and doing your part. My name is Robert Laporte. I live in Elmwood Township. I'm a retired oncologist. And I've been working in the sphere of climate change and the effects on human health. I am addressing the application to the MPSC for Renewable Energy and Electrification Infrastructure Enhancement and Development Grant. This is exactly what our Board of Commissioners need to be doing as much as possible. I have at least a 3-minute talk, so I'm going to go fast and I'm going to go loud because a lot of people back here cannot hear what's going on up here. So without too much anxiety, the terrors of the climate change messaging needs to be heard and what we must achieve, because the alternative without drama is self-destruction. If we screw up this planet with botched attempts, there is no do-over. And as they say, there is no planet B. Remind yourself of that when you're thinking about your grandchildren. The climate crisis is, after all, the greatest long-term health threat that we face. The cost of inaction, as measured in the damage done by the recent devastating wildfires in Canada, heat waves, floods, atmospheric rivers, is far greater cost than the cost of taking action. We are in the process now of seeing that renewable sources of energy are happening and they're working. We know the solution to climate change. We know that it has a lot to do with decarbonizing our grid, protecting our atmosphere from any more significant, huge emissions of carbon. And the premise that climate action demands sacrifice is a deeply flawed. If nothing else, it's exactly the opposite. Climate change has crystallized the dual roles played by both individual action and governmental policy when it comes to societal crisis. The need for an organized and effective response to a crisis is, after all, one of the fundamental reasons we have governments in the first place. Crises, whether in the near term like pandemics or in the long term like climate change, reminds us the government has an obligation to protect the welfare of its citizens by providing aid, organizing an appropriate crisis response, alleviating economic disruption, and maintaining a functional social safety net. Citizens, in turn, have a responsibility to hold politicians accountable whenever government fails to uphold its end of the social contract.
Thank you. And I gave you a few extra seconds because of the interruption, but I need to limit you. Thank you.
Is my limit reached?
Yes, it is.
Thank you for being here, and I hope we get that grant.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Tim McCauley from Elmwood Township. Number 6 on your agenda item, senior citizens. Just a quick story. I know an elderly woman who's 85 years old. A few years back, when her husband was dying of cancer, she got 4 hours, well, 2 hours every 2 weeks for a respite, so she could go out and shop and do some things and just get a break. So every 2 weeks she got 2 hours. He passed. She's now trying to get some type of respite or some help from senior services, and they tell her she makes too much money. How's that helping our senior citizens? That's the story.
Thank you, sir. Yes, Bill.
On the agenda, it says amended agenda, and below it is the election concern. Is that?
I assumed you'd ask me that. Yes, we're going to allow it. Thank you. willing to stand out in that parking lot this cold morning for an hour.
Yeah, appreciate it, yeah.
Joe, you're gonna wear our rug out dragging that sign.
Sorry about that. Bill Wiesner, Elmwood Township. And the handout that I handed out to a lot of people here too. I got it on the internet and I drew the lines to separate the different areas there on the handout. You can see those lines going across. So because it was in color, so you could distinguish before, but black and white, you need the lines. It's 50 election fraud examples to consider. It's by Captain Seth Ketchel. He's an election expert. And it says, you are calling me the election denier? And look at the paper ballots, ballot printers, USPS and ballots, the machines, the audits and testing. While you deny all these vulnerabilities exist. So there's every opportunity for fraud. Now I'm gonna maybe go into more detail in the 5 minutes at the end, but if you turn the paper over, I'm excited about this conference that's gonna be in Sturgis this weekend, Friday and Saturday. And I'm going, and my phone number is at the bottom of the back page. And if anyone wants to go, give me a call. I'm not going Friday night because I don't have a place to stay there, but I'm going Saturday morning, early morning, about 5 to get there. There's 7 experts. Patrick Kolbeck is from Michigan. He's been here various times. Dr. Douglas Frank. This guy knows the machines inside and out, or he's not a computer guy, but he's traveled the country. He's expert on numbers and election fraud numbers. Sheriff Dar Leaf, Professor David Clements, who produced this video, and Let My People Go .movie. You can get it on your computer for $10. It shows all the various ways of election fraud and gives examples of how it occurred. And I appreciate the commissioners and staff that took the videos. It reminds me of what Chet Janik said when he was here. He said, the Navy SEALs, they have to have trust within all the people working together. So they're on the same, so they at least understand the situation. And he said, you all have decided, you need to get all the information. When that information is withheld, that's not a good thing. So I appreciate everybody that took it. 2 of the commissioners didn't take it. We hope they will reconsider. And so many people are concerned about this issue. Again, the conference, it's in St. Joseph, and call me if you can go. And I love your company. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Yes, Renee.
Thank you, Bill. My name is Renee Weiler, and I'm from Lake Leelanau. I gave you all a legal notice of my township records, voting records. I gave you just one little piece here of my falsified records. So I have multiple records showing that I did not cast an absentee ballot. I never cast an absentee ballot. I've always voted in person. And what I've gathered from several records that I don't know how to deal with this. I've got a false record from my voting history with my ID number 400-364-8510 that shows I voted absentee in 2 elections. One, you have those in front of you. 11/6, I think 2012 and 2018. Yet the township record that I'm going to be giving to the clerk, I'm going to fill out an affidavit with my conflicting township records that show that I voted absentee 2 times. I also voted in Leland Township approximately 8 times. And that's not correct. Those votes should have been in Cleveland Township. So my jurisdiction has been altered. This is a violation of MCL 750-248. And this is a criminal matter. I need to file a criminal complaint, and I will. And then I just received another record from my local township clerk, and I don't believe she has any guilt in what's going on here. I think she's just as clueless as we all are. Now my jurisdiction has been flipped or altered to a legacy address. In my jurisdiction, that's a legacy. That's a false record. Kama, Ross, you're my commissioner for District 5. I need you to investigate this for me. I need you to help me to get my voter records corrected. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Yoder.
Good morning, Steve Yoder, Solon Township. I brought a couple of these letters, but this is a letter I wanted to read. I understand it's in your packet as well, but I want to read it for the record. To the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners, during the recent Leelanau County Planning Commission meeting held on Tuesday, January 23rd, 2024, a motion was made and unanimously approved recommending the County Board of Commissioners hire the current senior planner, Gail Meyer, as the permanent planning director. Gail Meyer has gained a substantial amount of planning skills and knowledge working directly alongside the prior and nationally distinguished planning director, Trudy Gala, for the last several years. We believe Gail is an excellent candidate as she has consistently displayed outstanding initiative for any planning project, is always detail driven in her work, keeps copious notes, understands the language of planning, is comprehensive in her analysis of planning documents, and is a true team player. Gail would greatly benefit Leelanau County and the Leelanau County Planning Department in the role of planning director in the years ahead. In addition to the above qualities, we believe Gail is well established in the planning department office and fully understands the scope of work required of the planning director. Her years of experience have afforded her the invaluable opportunity to work directly with all the townships in Leelanau County, where she is highly respected. Gail has been a willing worker for years with numerous county initiatives, including but not limited to the Leelanau County Solid Waste Council and the Leelanau County Housing Action Committee. Of the Planning Commission members present at their January regular meeting, the following members by a roll call vote unanimously recommended the appointment of Gail Meyer as the county planner. Steve Yoder, Casey Noonan, Craig Brown, Brian Fenlon, Melinda Lautner, Tom McDonald, Tom Nixon, Francis Krieg. Thank you for your consideration of this recommendation. Sincerely, Steve Yoder, Chairperson, Leelanau County Planning Commission. And I will note that after I did put this letter together, one of the members that wasn't present at the meeting wished to have his name added, but I didn't have the time to add it on, was Brian. What was his name now? But one of the members did recommend to have his name added on as well. So no, he is on here, but it was Rodney Brush. Rodney Brush wasn't able to be at the meeting, but wanted to show his support as well. So we would highly recommend that. I know you have it on the agenda, but it's been an honor working with Gail, and I know she would do a wonderful job. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Steve. Yes, Mrs. Steinberg.
Good morning. Good to see all of you again. Mary Tonneberger, Omina. First of all, I had submitted a written memo to you on relative to the public accuracy session managed by Michelle, Marion, and John, and it was outstanding. And I wanted to comment this morning on the public guidelines that came out of that session relative this morning to the voting machine fraud issue. The Board of Commissioners' responsibility is primarily to manage the finances of the county and to ensure the delivery of essential services. It is not to comment, as it came out in that public accuracy session, on national issues or on complaints for which it has no responsibility, namely the voting machines we're using. Adding this item to the agenda is a waste of taxpayer money and undermines your credibility. Citizens can comment to you in written memos or to the press on these issues. The Board of Commissioner meetings are held in public as a courtesy to constituents, a courtesy. They are exactly that, a meeting held in the public. They are not meetings for the public to run. Comments can be accepted and managed if relevant. Every minute of these meetings costs the taxpayer. And we've heard a lot of discussion this morning about the costs of running our government. But every minute costs us as taxpayers. And I'm sure that Michelle and the administrator, Deb, can vouch for what it is costing for all of you to sit here, for a number of the staff to sit here. So my final comment is a lot of this discussion on voting machine fraud is part of a national plan by a certain group of people who are trying to undermine citizen faith and trust in sound government. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lambert. Yes. So.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Sue Miller from Lake Leelanau, and I am going to go back to one of the items on the agenda, senior services, that will be referenced in my comments this morning. On behalf of the League of Women Voters of Leelanau County, I wanted to thank all of you commissioners for your support of the early childhood millage election later this year. While the details will not be finalized until you receive additional information from the health department, we're pleased that residents of this county are going to have the opportunity to vote on this important program. The position of the National League of Women Voters is that early intervention and prevention measures are effective in helping children reach their full potential. The League supports policies and programs at all levels of the community and government that promote the well-being, encourage the full development, and ensure the safety of all children. As a result of our current early childhood millage funding, Leelanau County is in the unique position of offering quality health care, developmental services for infants and young children and family support services to our families. We're one of 2 counties in the state who've invested in our children in this manner. And this investment, coupled with the senior millage, is a reflection of our residents' care and commitment to community members across the age spectrum.
Just been patient.
That's right. I knew what was coming because I saw your concerns expressed, but we did get back to the senior millage, didn't we?
You did.
So thank you very much for your support of these millages and really of the elections, allowing the citizens to make these decisions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, clever.
Good morning. My name is Susan Cacciarelli, and I live in Maple City. And I wanted to thank Michelle Crocker and her office for their efforts to ensure and assure safe, efficient, and accurate voting procedures in Leelanau County. Each commissioner present must believe this, or he or she wouldn't have taken his or her oath of office. If you believe the voting system is inaccurate, then accepting the results would be hypocritical. The act of taking your oath means you have accepted how you were voted in. And you have accepted the outcomes. I want to just thank you for your role as county commissioners and enabling the clerk to do her job as she was elected. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Yes, John.
John Hunter, Binghamton District 2. Good morning. I'm here today to advocate on the behalf of renewable energy. We are truly blessed here in Leelanau County. We have no coal mines with the 100 freight train cars blocking up our roads, or the electrical generating coal-fired plants polluting our resources. We have no oil or gas fracking wells injecting their hundreds of chemicals into our water. We have not lost 400 plus acres of our beautiful shoreline to a nuclear plant. However, we seem to be quite content to let other communities suffer the immediate and long-term health problems and lasting pollution effects with energy production. It seems our only complaint is our monthly bill. We don't have other communities, we don't suffer like other communities do daily. The Palisades nuclear plant will be reopening. Federal government will be spending billions of dollars. The state of Michigan is already contributing around 300 million. 2/3 of that energy will go to Wolverine for mid-state Michigan distribution, and the other third is reserved by the parent company, Holtec International, for transmission to Indiana. There is already more than 60,000 metric tons of radioactive nuclear waste along the Great Lakes shoreline, and reopening that plant is only adding to it. A dangerous problem that will put dozens of future generations in peril. Now for the good news. I get it. Michigan gets cloudy days. Rainy days and Mondays always bring somebody down. But I have an electrical plant. I named it Leelanau Blue. Not political, I just like the color. It came online in October 2019, and through September 23, it generated over 19 megawatts of power. A small technical problem took it offline for a couple of weeks, but I got it back online. And since that time, I have produced another megawatt plus of power. It has been so successful, I should become a corporation, hire a lobbyist, and negotiate a better net metering agreement with Cherry Line Electric. I won't use the buzzwords that some people find objectionable, just the facts from my little operation. Now to the handout. According to the handy little app on my phone, with this current megawatt plus that I have produced since last October, and until yesterday at 4 p.m., I have not added 2,235 pounds of carbon dioxide to the atmosphere. I have not added 59 pounds of sulfur dioxide to the atmosphere. And I did not need 735 pounds of coal to be mined. I have faith that Leelanau County has an excellent opportunity to implement an aesthetically beautiful, best-in-class example of how to produce electrical energy. And it could, at the same time, be a shining beacon to other communities to do the same. I hope the board will agree to vote positive and accept the application of the MPSC. There's nothing here for anyone to fear except the absence of action. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Yes, Colin Woods.
Good morning. Thank you. I'm not nearly well as prepared as the others, but I would like to take this opportunity to say that I actually disagree with climate change. Now, if you want to go through, yes, I appreciate all the comments that were made for it. I understand this.
I never mentioned.
Well, here, renewable energy, if you will.
Please address the board.
Sorry, excuse me, renewable energy. When you actually take a look at it, how much energy actually goes into create a solar cell. And then again, we do have on average, Michigan is referred to as the gloom belt. We have about 100 days average of sun. Now, can you put up a solar array enough to generate what you want? Yes, but it will take more. And will you get that cost back? There's the argument of that, whether or not you are actually just paying ahead of time for your energy is what we will actually generate. But if we could, This whole thing, renewable energy, is about climate change. And when you can really consider it, if it is such an issue, and I'm not saying either way, unless China is involved in this just as well as we are, which they are not, all that we are doing is nothing. We will drag our economy down. We will destroy our economy. Wait a minute. We're already doing that because we aren't drilling for oil anymore. And so there goes our economy. And so then goes rising prices. It's a never-ending loop. And I think we just have to consider whether or not we're really doing the right thing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yes, Sam, good.
Good morning, guys. I know you've been sitting here a long time, and I know you're gonna be sitting here a lot longer today, and I'm really sorry about that. I'm going to address two things. The FOIA. I believe it's every person's right to be able to ask for a FOIA. I don't think it's any person's right to ask for somebody else to pay for it. I certainly don't want my tax dollars going for somebody else's FOIA. I think if you ask for one, put the money on the table. The other thing I'd like to comment on Mary Tonnenberg and having you guys focus on just what you can actually do, I think is really important. You sit here a lot of hours, and listening to things that you have no control over, I think is a waste of your time and mine. So I hope that you have a more focused meeting on things that you can actually do, and that you don't get bombarded by a lot of things that you have absolutely no control over. Thank you.
Did everybody notice Sam didn't bring cookies today? Any other public comment? Yes, Jan.
Good morning. I'm Jan Rogwelski from Leelanau Township. And I would just like to address the item number 2. I think the science is clear that fossil fuels have caused major damage to our environment. There's an urgent need to transition to alternative sources of energy that don't cause the same problems. I look at this grant that's being discussed. I think this is an unprecedented opportunity to be able to provide energy that does not hurt the environment and also results in a significant cost savings to our county, which is tremendous if the grant is approved. I just would urge you to be supportive of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Yes, sir.
My name is Joe Welsh. I live in Grand Traverse. It's okay to speak. I completed a canvas in late 2021, early 2022 for a group in Michigan called Election Integrity Fund. And it's published, and it's in their database. It was a sample canvas based on certain criteria of 200 houses, 200 doors in Grand Traverse County in a certain precinct in the city. And what we found was a 40% anomaly rate based on that canvas. And we're going to hear a lot of things today about the election system and the election process. And I just like to throw a few facts on the table. And whether or not this commission has authority there's some room for debate there, but without any awareness of some of the facts in the matter, citizens won't be informed of what remains as the greatest threat to state and nation, which is systemic elections corruption. Fact, in 2017, Secretary of State Ruth Johnson signed new contracts for the state of Michigan with software companies and voting machine companies that have extremely nefarious ownership structures that lead to the Chinese Communist Party, okay? Fact, our voting machines and our systems are all online, poll books are moving data in and out of polls. And then we have absentee ballot drops that are going on. And we as citizens have no right under procedures set up by the Secretary of State's and by Jocelyn Benson's office and the Board of Elections to audit our elections, even though it's written into law that we have that as a constitutional right. Fact, Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson has been found in violation of the law 6 times, but because of systemic elections corruption and the dominant nature that it has had in placing certain people into government positions, we have no accountability under the law. Fact, we have a southern border because of these things that is wide open with all kinds of people pouring into our country and all kinds of narratives going on about it. And if these are facts, okay? So if we're not, if we're as a group of concerned citizens, as elected officials, if we're not willing to take an honest look at these things, what's the result of it? God knows, and God help us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf. Any other, please do not reply. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Scott Ogney, Jackson, Michigan. I'm with Citizens for Electoral Justice. Will I have an opportunity to speak at the 5-minute point two? I just want to be real brief. I have been investigating the election process for 2.5 years of my life. I have spoken 3 times in Leelanau County. And I have gotten myself very well acquainted with election law in the state. There's no provision in Michigan election law, in the Michigan election code, that affords any board of commissioners in any county any election authority. I want that to be clear. There's nothing in the election code. The person with the strongest authority in this county is the Leelanau County Clerk. The Leelanau County Clerk, there are many things that can be done there. But with regards to this board, there is no authority residing in Michigan law. It is not found in Michigan election code. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other public comment? We want to, yes, sir. Keith.
Keith Badoo, Leelanau. I support Sheriff Mike, and I would like to see all future raises for county employees be diverted to the Sheriff's Department so that we can get qualified officers hired. That would be my desire. Another thing is Bill Gates went to this World Economic Forum. He bragged about having the highest, largest carbon footprint of everybody in the country. I don't know why he would brag about that. You have another person, John Kerry, who flies around a private jet, has a whole bunch of gas guzzling Suburbans that take him everywhere. And he's supposed to be against climate change. I think that's kind of hypocritical for people like that to talk about we need to get rid of fossil fuels when they are the highest burning ones of all of them.
Thank you. Anybody else? We want to thank you for speaking today and for being polite and being direct with us. Thank you. It is 11 o'clock and I suggest we take a 5-minute break before we go to our first agenda item.
I don't know if I gave you the link.
I know. They gave you.
I know you've got a PowerPoint.
There you go.
Thank you.
No, I Yeah, so I'm gonna scoot, try to make hay, I'll be back. I should just have. Because I've got them all. Nothing's gonna happen. So I go.
Yeah.
Testing 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Did you get to do yours yet? I gotta do it on Zoom. I can't even go direct. I gotta go around the world to do this.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
What do you think? Yeah, I got one for you. Yeah, there was the Me Too.
I have a couple.
It turns into 10, but thank you for being patient. We are now down to page 21 of our 333-page board book. We're moving along. We're making progress. Oh, yes, we're at commissioner comments. Any commissioner comments this morning? Yes.
I just wanted to address some earlier topics. So everyone can kind of be on the same page. And I don't represent the entire board when I say this, I just represent myself. Regarding the longer public comment that's going to happen today. There is no legal issue with it. So I just want to keep everyone informed that how I see this and view this is it's our job to listen and hold space for our neighbors. And I hope that we can all see that. So when positions come up on either side of the aisle, that we're here and that we're listening and responding, whether or not we agree with said topic. I think it's important for us to do that. And remember, at the heart of everything, this is a community. These are our neighbors, and just holding that space, I think is really important for everyone. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Judy. Any other commissioner comments? Yes.
I just want to thank everybody for being here. It's good to see. I was hoping we need more chairs today, and everybody from, Bill to the sheriff, and it's a lot easier to make a decision when a lot of people are here. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other commissioner comments? Okay, we are now down to action item number 1 with the sheriff's office. You have 2 requests for us.
Mike Barkovich again. Okay, 2 requests. First one, would Leelanau County Sheriff's Office request permission to submit the annual marine safety grant to the DNR. We get $40,000 for this grant. When registrations are sold for boats, DNR is in charge of the program, but Michigan Sheriff Association is involved in enforcing that, obviously. So that's our share. It's kind of a thing we do every year, but we do need your board approval.
I move to recommend that the County Board of Commissioners allow the Sheriff's Office to apply for the 2024 Marine Safety Grant from Michigan Department of Natural Resources to cover a percentage of the costs of the Leelanau County Sheriff's Office Marine Safety Program.
Support.
Any discussion? All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 2 item. Our 2 lieutenants, we have a lieutenant on the roadside, lieutenant correction side, would like to be in their own union. So this is an FOPLC request. Did you all get a copy of it and see it? It's basically just kind of an admin thing. We're dealing with multiple unions. So we think that, that's something they can do. And so we ask for your support.
Mr. Rush.
I move to recommend that the County Board of Commissioners approve the voluntary recognition letter of Police Labor Council, Leelanau County, and the Leelanau County Sheriff's Office. Upon approval, the board chairman and sheriff are authorized to sign and enter into the agreement.
Support. Any discussion? All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
We are now at our number 2 item, Energy Futures Task Force application to the Michigan Public Service Commission. Mr. DeFore, thank you.
Thank you. Perfect. Thank you for making time this morning. My name's Joe DeForest. I'm from Leelanau Township, but I'm here today representing the Leelanau County Energy Futures Task Force. You should all have a copy of these slides in your packets, but I prefer we use the screen for certain of them because there's some color graphics that make everything a little bit more understandable. But the opening slide just reminds us all, you created this task force in September of last year. And we were tasked with identifying opportunities and facilitating implementation of energy efficiency and renewable energy in the county. Before I get into the actual application, I do want to make just a couple of comments. This has been a huge effort. This is a big, complex, multifaceted application. And the preparation for it has involved nearly every department in the county. And we've had wonderful cooperation. I want to call out in particular some of the prominent names that have given their time and their expertise to this work. Deb Allen, our county administrator, has been central to the whole effort. Kathy Hartsfeld, interim finance director. John Gallagher, treasurer. Gail Meyer, interim planning director. Leanna Wilson, IT director, who's somewhere here. I don't know.
She's managing your slides.
Okay. Sheriff Borkovich has given us generously of his time and insights. Both Jerry Coleman and Dwayne Flaska of facilities maintenance. We have met one or more times with each and every one of these people, both individually and through email communications, coordinating with all the different aspects of this project and how we will need their support, and we needed their insight to create the application. 3 commissioners in particular, Commissioner Kama Ross, District 5, Gwen Algeier, District 6, and our board chair, Ty Wessel, have also given really generously of their time in the work thus far. In order for you to understand the scope of this project, I want to also mention that we have needed to spend considerable time with the Benzie Leelanau Health Department, the Michigan Department of Energy, Great Lakes and Environment, Michigan State University Facilities Program. This will come up later, but as the sheriff mentioned, we're looking into parking lot covered solar. Many of you, some of you may be MSU alums. MSU has one of the 3 largest parking areas covered in solar in the world. They have 5,000 parking spaces covered with solar. So they know a great deal about this, and they've made themselves available as consultants on our project so we can learn and not pick up the best of their ideas and avoid the mistakes that they've learned through that process. We also have a number of organizations and individuals that have contributed letters of support. After we've spent time educating them about the project, I'll mention a few more are expected to come in. But a Michigan-based organization, Great Lakes Renewable Energy Association, has given us their formal endorsement. The Northern Michigan Environmental Action Council has given us their formal endorsement. The Groundwork Center for Resilient Communities has given us their formal endorsement. Flow for the Love of Water, a local organization, has given us their endorsement. Mr. Stanley Pruss, former director of the Michigan Department of Energy, Labor, and Economic Growth, has given us his endorsement. Representative Betsy Kofia has given us her endorsement, and Senator John DeMoose have all given us their endorsements for this project. So let's turn to the slides, and I'll tell you a little bit more about what we envision and the scope of this project. I will tell you that even as we speak, the slides are just lack a tad of detail because the final contractor quotes came in, the deadline was yesterday at noon. And because I needed to submit this packet to get it in front of all of you folks, it had to be done a few days earlier. So let's just refer to these numbers as close, but perhaps approximate, because they don't reflect the very, very latest finite numbers we've gotten from contractors. There were 2 project goals. They're quite simple: to reduce county electric bills and to role model the practicality and benefits of solar energy in Michigan. Not everybody does understand that solar energy is viable in the state of Michigan. Somebody mentioned earlier, we have some cloudy days. That's certainly true. We're not Arizona. I wish we were in terms of solar. The payoffs would be faster, that's true. But solar is still a respectable investment for everybody in the state of Michigan. Next slide, please. What we're looking at collectively on the campus is approximately 400 kilowatts of solar. This was designed intentionally to supply about 30% of the government center energy use, and the great majority of your use comes from the two buildings on the campus, as you would expect. Every dollar of these expenditures would come out of the grant, including the staffing and every other aspect of what we will discuss this morning. The estimated project cost, and this looks like it's going to be quite accurate, in total will be between $1 and $1.5 million for a number of reasons. It looks like the closer to the 1.5 million. Next slide, please. And I've covered that. So Leanna, next slide, please. This is just a quick overview of the property on the governmental center campus. Not everybody gets to see it from the bird's eye view. You can see the main road out in front, our access road, and the two main buildings on the left, the administrative and courts building toward the north, and the jail law enforcement center to the south. Next slide, please. I said the project was going to be collectively 400 kilowatts or thereabout of energy on the campus. We're actually splitting it into two different locations. And those two locations are, as we discussed the last time I appeared in front of you, the flat field beneath what is now your terraced septic area at the north side of the property. And then the sheriff's private parking lot for the jail and the other employees at the law enforcement center building. I'll mention right now, there were concerns expressed originally about the property beneath the terraced area being reserved for a future septic system should the first one fail. That is correct. It's required in the state of, well, it's required in Leelanau County. And the reason I mentioned both Benzie Leelanau Health Department and Eagle is because while typically as homeowners, we deal with a county health department for septic, issues. That's not the case for this facility. For this facility, it's Eagle from the state of Michigan that permits and coordinates all these sort of plans. We have spent a bunch of time with Eagle on the phone. We have a requirement to reserve 56,000 square feet of that ground beneath the terraced area. The ground can be measured through Google Earth to be around 100,000 square feet. So there's ample extra ground, even honoring the Eagle requirements. We've spoken to Eagle about this multiple times. They've reviewed our plans and they understand and have no difficulty at all with a sharing of that ground as long as we're respectful of the 56,000 square foot requirement that they have. Next slide, please.
Before you go on, you've got the green as there's no orange in that green. So you've only got listed here a little orange area for the Veterans Memorial, but over Memorial Day, that green area is full of cars for the Veterans Memorial.
Well, I hadn't started on that slide yet, Commissioner, but I'm happy to help you understand it. The just for the entire audience, because the key is a little difficult to read. Again, the green and the yellow together comprise about 100,000 square feet. The yellow is one example. It doesn't have to be the only example, but it's one example of a division of that property respecting the 56,000 square foot amount for the reserve septic The green is an example of the remaining property that could be used for solar energy. The red areas comprise required areas for drainage and runoff areas. They need to be respected and can't be touched. And as the commissioner mentions, the orange area is across from the Veterans Memorial. It's an additional parking lot. And we've also indicated, this is a graphic that was created for the contractors, so they knew what ground was available and what ground was not, and the orange is not. Now, Commissioner, your question was?
At our Veterans Memorial ceremonies every year, for Memorial Day, that green field is full of cars. That's what I'm saying.
So let me understand this correctly. For one day a year, you use that field, even though you have thousands or hundreds of parking places up above. Do you not believe that with the $1 million profit we would deliver with this project, that we might rent a bus that day and offer a free shuttle up and
What
down?
about the bus, Mr. For yourself? So what
With-
I'm saying is that during Memorial Day, we have a beautiful Veterans
Mhm.
Memorial across the street,
Mhm.
and hundreds of people come and pay their respect to our veterans, and that is where they park, because we got very little parking.
And I would completely agree and respect that. We have ample parking above. We could speak to BATA. We might even own our own vehicles someday. You have $1 million of profit in this project. I don't think 364 days of year when it's unused is a viable argument to eliminate it.
Could we let him finish the report, then we'll have discussion.
Well, let's go.
Next slide, please. This is a closer up view of the jail law enforcement center. Again, this graphic was created for the contractors, so they knew what the possibilities were. The analysis of this ground, and especially after speaking to the sheriff, we indicated to the contractors that we ask them to prioritize in their proposals coverage for that parking area for the sheriff. It, as I understand it, it constitutes both parking for personal vehicles when people come to work and also for law enforcement vehicles. The sheriff spoke to it earlier, especially in inclement weather. They have icing and other problems. Coverage of this area would check two important boxes. It would create solar energy for that law enforcement building, and it would also help shield the sheriff's cars from the weather and allow a quicker, more efficient response for his folks. The blue area was noted as a possible area. It is possibly favorable for south-facing sun conditions. But in the end, I'll tell you, in the final proposals, the contractors did not feel the need to use that area. They felt that they could build adequate solar over the parking area, and it provided our target amount of energy generation, which was 200 kilowatts of solar in this location. A reason we have two independent locations is because you can only put so much energy generation against each meter. And the two biggest meters in all the county system are the meters for these buildings. They're the two largest consumers of electricity, and therefore the project was sited in two locations to defray costs for each building in the most efficient and maximal way possible. Slide, please. We are projecting 40,000 annual savings. The contracts that are proposals that came in yesterday from contractors make this look like it's going to be in excess of $41,000 per year, roughly half allocated to each building, but over $41,000 each year. If you multiply that by 25 is now considered the minimum lifespan of solar panels. Now that we've had enough solar panels out around the nation in large enough numbers, as more data comes in, the expectation is that solar can have 30 and 35-year lifespan. So when you take that $41,000 and multiply it by the minimum lifespan, it comes out to $1 million of savings over 25 years. We expect the panels would live longer. If you take it and multiply by 35, it comes out to $1.4 million in savings over 35 years. And I need to emphasize something that many people don't know is a solar panel doesn't turn off. It just doesn't one day turn off and cease to make electricity. What happens is they begin to decline on a very slow curve. The definition in the industry is the panel is no longer functional when it's down to 80% efficiency. And so that's where those 25-year and 35-year predictions come in. But in year 36, the panel might be at 79% efficiency, or 78 or 77. They go on and on and on to make electricity, even beyond those life expectancies of 25 to 35 years. Next slide, please. The contractors all have proprietary software that does all kinds of fancy calculations. I've included just a few here on the environmental benefits of this project. Conservatively, and these are annual savings, this project could save over 10 million pounds of coal not burned. This project will save, I should say, will save over 20,000 barrels of oil. And again, the new proposal we got in yesterday amend this third bullet point. It looks as though this project would equal over 10,000 acres of forests planted in order to save carbon. Next slide, please. It's also important, we sought out partnerships for this project, in part because we needed other skill sets to help us put such a large and complex project together. One of the first groups we went to is Cherryland Electric Cooperative. They're the electric utility that services this campus. Through their new CEO, Rachel Johnson, my nonprofit, Leelanau Energy, has a past relationship working with Cherryland. And Rachel Johnson, we created a project up in Leelanau County that leased solar panels for economically challenged families. And through that project, with Cherryland's great support there over clean energy, they came on board and are willing to both partner with us formally in name. They've given us permission to include them in the application, but also to offer their technical expertise and probably some of their actual mechanical expertise. Some of the big costs of this project are running big copper wires through the ground between where the solar exists, connecting back to the main panels in the building. And Cherryland signed on to do what they can when we have more detail along those lines to provide their skills and machinery to help mitigate those costs. Right in this building is the MSU Extension Office. A part of the project that I haven't mentioned earlier, or at least emphasized earlier, is beneath the ground of the solar array. We have an intention to plant native plants and pollinator habitat, turning what is right now a pretty much sterile gravel field. It's simply the tailings from the earlier landscaping that was required to create the terraced area up on the hillside for septic. It's now pretty much a fallow, rough gravel field. MSU Extension Office, as well as the Leelanau Conservation District, have come on board. We're using their planners and their expertise. We will be turning what's a relatively ugly parking lot into flowers, we hope, native plants and pollinator habitat to improve the aesthetics of the area. And finally, Leelanau Energy, you've heard from this nonprofit before on other things. They're a Leelanau-based nonprofit that educates and advocates for energy efficiency and renewable energy. We have a number of highly skilled people inside of Leelanau Energy. They also have volunteered their expertise in the design of this project.
May I ask a question at this time? Just to point out a couple of things. I did check with Cherryland Electric, who had not been to the board of directors. And Rachel said, yes, she had no problem with you, quote unquote, listing them as partner. No different than they've done any other projects in the county. So in other words, they would help with things like boring. She said they're not helping with the grant. They'll do borings, data sharing, that sort of thing.
I'm not sure what your point there is,
Well,
Commissioner.
my point is that they're not going to be in any way financially involved in this, other than helping with forms and that.
Correct, I never said they were.
So so if I may finish, so it's a partnership, no different than just any other projects where Cherryland Electric helps with them. Leelanau Conservation District did not sign on as a project. They have no idea why they're listed as a project.
I'm not sure who you spoke to there, ma'am, but I spoke with the director.
You spoke with Buzz Long and Buzz for 15 minutes, and Buzz had no idea. He said he listened to your presentation, but he did not sign on as a project. I really don't think he has the authority to do so without his board of directors. So he said he did not sign on as a partner.
Well, that's interesting. I guess we would both have to go to Buzz together because I sat with him for about an hour. And it was my understanding that he signed on as a partner. I'm not going to argue about what he said. They offered their services. I have no idea whether he needs a board commitment for that. He didn't bring it up at the time, nor did I. With respect to Cherryland Electric, I felt like I was speaking to the new chief executive officer. And again, whether or not she needed board approval to create the partnership, I presume that that's knowledge that she would have. And so I didn't press that further. She simply offered the ability for us to use them as a partner.
You have more, Joe?
I do. One more slide, please. This is a factual slide that we use in some of our educational programs. One of the reasons that I hope you will give serious consideration to this project is that renewable energy comes from a free and infinite source. It all ultimately comes from the sun. Today, we have conflicts around the world, in part because we're fighting over the control of energy that resides in the ground. There are 35,000 soldiers stationed in the Persian Gulf, 30 ships, 300 combat aircraft, as we speak today, protecting the Persian Gulf, because 35% of the world's oil moves through there. Some of that oil comes to us and we use it beneficially for our own operations. Other parts of it go to our allies. Others go to our other portions of that same oil go to our adversaries. The point is, somebody owns the ground that oil is beneath. As long as somebody owns that ground, there's potential for conflict and deaths and so forth. 35,000 military personnel there protecting those straits and those energy sources. If we can all move towards a free source of energy which nobody can own. It doesn't reside between or beneath your oil, excuse me. It does not reside beneath your ground or my ground, my friend's ground, or my adversary's ground. It's free and infinite, and nobody can control it. What we do here today in Leelanau County is a drop in the bucket, but it's a big symbolic drop in the bucket. And I just hope that you'll consider all of these different factors in your deliberations today.
Okay.
Thank you, Joe, for an excellent presentation and for the enormous amount of work that you and Leelanau Energy and your multiple partners have put into this. Our job as commissioners is to be a safe guardian and wise, I don't want to say user, but to be a sound fiduciary of your tax dollar. In this case, we have an opportunity to bring home federal tax dollars that we have all paid. We have spoken multiple times on this board about all of the grants that are available to bring our money back home. We've not been good so far. I think that is one of our goals, to avail ourselves of the grants that are available on a federal basis, on a state basis, and bring that money back home so we can benefit from it. This is a prime example and an excellent example. We have an opportunity, the MPSC is offering a grant that will cost us nothing. But we will save all of our tax dollars, up to $41,000 a year. That's real money. It's important even if you don't believe in benefiting our environment. I don't think I know anybody who can poo-poo $40,000. If we can take some steps, some important steps, and be a leader in the transition to renewable energy, I think that's really important. It's also our job to bring money home, back home, to benefit us here when we can, and if we can. This is an application for a grant. I hope we'll get it. Sound that you're doing a fabulous job in your preparation. So this is an important step. We're asking, we're applying to bring our tax dollar back home. We will benefit our citizens. Our sheriff's cars can stay free of snow all night long. That was a wonderful idea. So I will support this grant application, and I thank you for your work.
Thank you, Joe, for your presentation. And I have a few series of questions, and it might be easier to email them to you, and I assume you may be back at the regular session meeting to address this as well. I'm not sure if that's the case.
If I'm required there, I will be there.
So question number one, I'll try and be brief. Is this a reimbursable grant or is it a funded grant?
It's a reimbursement grant, sir.
So this is a huge expenditure. My questions are not in favor or against, but just trying to go into this eyes wide open.
Sure.
That would mean that this county would need to float this project during the time and waiting for reimbursement. And we have just committed to some incredibly large capital improvement projects. So I would need to hear like a payment expected expenditure schedule and input from our treasurer and our finance director as to whether we can actually float that in the meantime based on our current financial commitments.
I could give you a short answer if you wish. I have spoken with the treasurer, and we talked about the time cycle that would be required. For those who don't understand, the way a reimbursement grant works is we have to get a bill in. we take in the bill. And then we submit it to the MPSC for payment. The treasurer tells me that it's not uncommon for us to have money moving back and forth between the state and the county. That it generally takes between 30 and 90 days. And as we spoke about it, my understanding was, he said he didn't think that would be a problem at all. As a contingency, as long as the state continued to behave in the same manner, 30 to 90 days, he didn't expect that to be a problem. As a contingency, we've also looked into a low interest grant program called Michigan Saves, which specifically is designed for projects like this that could create a bridge loan if that timetable didn't prove to be the timetable of the future based on your experience in the past.
And so that goes to the core of the questions, again, not saying against or for the project, but identifying all of our costs. I mean, already we're above zero if we have to provide.
You can actually include the interest. It's a very low interest rate loan, but the interest rate can be included right into the loan itself.
So I'll move quickly to the second question. I guess I'd like to hear from the treasurer directly on that.
And I would invite you to.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So during the lifetime of this, I mean, my experience with electronic devices is they're rated in what's called time between failures, which means half things fail before that and half the things fail after that date. So it seems unrealistic to me to think that we won't have some ongoing maintenance for this over the 25 years, that no part is going to break, no part is going to wear out. That they'll all just last as long. So I think that, you know, for this board to make a decision, we should know an anticipated maintenance fee fund that we're going to be responsible for. I don't see that in this paperwork, and I'd like to have some input on
The manufacturers, the only complexity really in the project are the solar panels themselves. And of course, you're right. Nothing is perfect in this world. They do occasionally fail early. The manufacturer's warranty on them is 25 years. And in this case, the solar contractor would come in during that period and replace the panels. The rest of it is just steel support structure, not much in the way of anything to fail.
Yeah, some large inverters, correct?
Yes, 2 inverters.
Yeah,
correct.
Those would also be possible.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not a perfect world.
So there is going to be something there, I guess. I mean, I'm just trying to go into the thing eyes wide open. So
Absolutely.
And say when zero isn't zero. So
yeah.
And just to make sure that your this price includes everything right up to the last wire nut screwed into our panel. We don't have any contribution to in any way, even if modifications are required to our existing equipment to accommodate this. That's all been anticipated.
Not only the hardware, sir, and the electronics, but also staff time from the county in support of the grant. Of the grant.
And one last question, and I'm trying to be brief on this. Commissioner Lautner mentioned, and I do remember, it's not all of that green area that's used. There's kind of a strip along there, that's some of the yellow and some of the green. You know, so that I guess I would encourage or ask if it would be possible to shift some of that area up to the blue area that's anticipated there, which would cause less of a problem. I mean, when those things happen here, this place is packed everywhere and busing and moving people around. It doesn't seem like a viable solution. So I would ask, would that be a possibility to move some of the green? Because it's not all of the green. It's kind of, if I draw a line like where that road comes up, that south drive there, the cars kind of end up mostly to the north of that and one road south of that. So I guess I'd look for some accommodation there. I think I'd rather move a little bit to the blue than tell our visitors during a very solemn day that they got to drive to another parking lot somewhere and bus them to come and see that. So those are my concerns and questions.
Point noted.
Other commissioner comments? Commissioner Wood?
Thanks, Commissioner. Well, that was a little bit more eloquent than I was about to say. So 70% of the solar panels made in China. Do you know where these are coming from?
These are Canadian solar panels, sir.
And they're
the ones that were spec'd for this project.
The internet says we have to clean them, suggest cleaning them 2 to 4 times a year. That's just what the internet says.
No. You might think of solar panels like your windows at home. You're not required to clean them at all. If they gather dust and debris, their efficiency falls off a little bit. Most of the time, rain does the work for us. And very few solar panel owners take the trouble to go through manually cleaning, although especially the solar panels that are on the ground are easily gotten to if that was your desire.
I'm just saying what the internet said, okay, looking up, because, maintenance, we're tasked with fixing everything that is brought in here. And the second thing, being a veteran, I really don't want to see solar panels. The camera has assured me that maybe there's some trees or bushes or something to put in, but I really don't want to see solar panels from the Veterans Memorial. Not all of you understand that, but I do. Okay. Thank you.
Other comments, Jamie?
I will definitely support this, but we've talked about this, and I think that since I have public office and I can sit here and actually talk about things that I'm passionate about, it's important that we talk about consumption, because really solar panels and solar is just they're kind of all band-aid methods, right? They all come with their own environmental degradation that we see and we hear about, and I think that, a lot of people sitting on the right are concerned about. Our overarching lesson, I think, as human beings, needs to be lessening our carbon footprint and making sure that conserved lands stay that way. Planting trees is not the same as allowing mature trees to stand. And just being conscious and aware of every choice that we make every day, which seems a lot, but really like focusing on those things, because we do have a responsibility to the next generation. And I know a lot of us are really afraid and things are not looking the greatest. And one thing that we can do is this solar installation, but I'm hoping that everyone sees that there are greater opportunities for us to be more mindful of our environment moving forward. And that's really all I have to say. So thank you.
I absolutely agree.
I'll follow up on that, in that our task force has 3 branches: clean transportation, clean energy, and energy efficiency, which I personally serve on that subcommittee with Lois Bailey. We are doing all we can to help exactly that comment, that let's all do our part and lower our usage and the way we use our natural resources. So thank you. We're doing it. Trying to.
Commissioner Lutton?
Yeah, so where to begin exactly? First and foremost, I will start with the fact that this really should go to our Buildings and Grounds Committee. This has not yet been taxed with our Buildings and Grounds Committee. And so it really should start there. And also our Finance Department. Because as Doug brought up, we all need to be reminded of that list we got of our capital projects we've got going on. And we have made a big commitment to broadband, and we've got some things we haven't even fully, the whole spectrum commitment. We got a lot of big commitments. We got our HVAC, we can go on and on. So I really think that we've got to be very careful of how we go forward. We cannot just front a project like this. And it's going to be 30 to 60, more than 30 to 60 days. How long did it take, Kathy, to get the reimbursement for the boat?
6 months.
6 months. So, and we did not expect it to take that long. So it can be a very, very long time. I like the idea of the carport by the Sheriff's Department. more than I like it across from our Veterans Memorial. And if you look at that map, this campus, 35-acre campus is almost entirely unbuildable. The only buildable spot was on top of this hill. The next possible place would be down in the field by the Veterans Memorial. So we've got no more room for expansion. Some days we're already short of parking. So we've got an issue with the health department being in our last buildable space in this building for the next 10 years. After that, we don't know where they are going to be. So a week ago, we talked about actually putting a health department complex in this field. Would not be possible, but we're full of solar panels. I am with Commissioner O'Rourke. I think we, I don't want to be at that Veterans Memorial, and it's not one day a year either. One day a year or two, if we have a Veterans Day there as well. It's full of cars. But there's people there throughout the year that enjoy that complex, and I don't want to, and I think that is also unfair that whether it's the glare of them or the look of them at that Memorial Plaza, it's pretty sacred to us. There's a lot of other things we have to look at. There is the, we would have to be looking at the remediation at the end of life for these. This would have to be bonded to make sure that we're not paying for the remediation of those at the end of life. Our commitments, the next thing would be, is this the very best place? If we were going to get into a solar program, is this the best place? As I said, carports, I think that would have to be studied because I don't think just snow removal is that easy, but we could look into that. But we have more accessible land and a larger bit of land in the unused portion of our park at Miles Kimmerly. That would be on a consumer line, but consumers actually needs more solar projects than Wolverine does. So I think that that would be something that would be much more logical if you, especially if you're going to split the project, you'll perhaps look over there. But as I said, I think this should go to our Buildings and Grounds Committee. As far as, you know, I've heard some talk about federal dollars and getting those federal dollars back. And I also heard about, you know, as far as the energy goes. So this building is powered presently with 65% carbon-free energy today. Already 65% carbon-free. And with the help of Debbie Stabenow in the Palisades plant, Wolverine is going to be 90% carbon-free already. So, and those are federal dollars that will come back, that will benefit this campus here ultimately. So, that would be my suggestion, is I think this needs to be kicked to our Buildings and Grounds. We need to get some answers to a lot of the questions that were raised. And, you know, it can be argued quite a bit forever. Solar panels coming out of Canada are not made in Canada. Those fine minerals are not coming out of Canada. It's Canadian China based. So we're just not going to get away from that. So mining of those materials that go into these solar panels, that's a whole nother issue that I believe would parallel your argument for natural resources. Anyway, that would be my recommendation, is that this go to our Buildings and Grounds and Finance Committee, and perhaps a joint Buildings and Grounds Finance Committee meeting.
Any other commissioner comments?
Yours.
I have not commented yet. I first of all, I'd like to thank the Energy Task Force and the three commissioners that served on that, and Joel and all the people you pulled together. It's been an amazing project, and I thank you. I understand what Melinda has said. I happen to agree that this would be a win-win-win-win for us. We could take all the time we want to consider whether we want to accept the money when the money comes. We're just sending in an application, and I think some questions have been raised that we can get answers to. I think we can talk to the treasurer. I think we can talk to the building and grounds committee. We can do all of the stuff that we've heard we want to do. But I support getting this grant in. There's no risk to us. There's no commitment. Before we accept the money, we will get a legal opinion on a contract. We can move forward with that. Before we accept the money, we can answer all the questions anybody has. But I would urge that we support the grant application going in and then begin to continue to discuss what we might do if we're fortunate enough to get this grant. Yes.
I would move that I would recommend that the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners move this grant application forward to our board meeting for final approval.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion approved 5-2. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you to the entire committee.
Joe, we could see like a blueprint of where those panels are gonna be. I mean, I'm kind of with you, but I'm kind of a tough sale, okay?
Fair enough, sir. I now having received the more detailed quotes we got yesterday, I can provide that for you.
Okay.
Okay, and let me make a comment about that. I'll make the comment in an email when
All
I
right,
send
sounds
it.
good, sir.
Yeah, can you provide us with the budgeting mechanisms of the numbers behind your calculations so that we can see?
Sure.
Could you also then
Profits and expenses and so forth.
attempt to provide us with a realistic maintenance budget? I mean, obviously there's something there. There's not zero. I mean, nothing is ever zero. So.
Well, again, it wouldn't, I'll see what I can find there. It wouldn't come on us because the installers use the manufacturer's warranties, and that's their obligation to you and I. And again, the manufacturer's warranty is 25 years on the panels. So it's their obligation to maintain the system for that 25 years.
And that usually is a product warranty. Is that a labor warranty as well? In other words, they're gonna come through and they have to replace a panel and all that labor is covered. I've not seen that.
My understanding it is, but I'll double check.
Yeah. So those just trying to drill down again, not
Yep.
to take a position, but just to say we should go into this eyes wide open. No, I mean, even as simple as, okay, if it fails, do they come and plow out access to that panel or do we do that?
I'll do my best to get those answers for you.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
We are now down to the information technology item number 3 on the agenda. Ms. Wilson. Thank you for your patience.
Of course.
I'll introduce you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I guess I'll start by saying that a couple months ago, when Deborah and I were directed by the board to reach out to Safety Net about reducing some of our contracts.
Just a second, please. Okay.
We were directed by the board to speak with Safety Net about reducing some of our costs to kind of offset the IT director salary. So we had a conversation with, this is Greg Herond and Tim Cerny. Deborah and I had a conversation with Greg and they made that request and they came back to us, I don't know, a couple weeks later and said, yes, that's not a problem doing that, but then they also wanted to increase our charges. So we thought it best to have them come to the board and explain. So here they are.
Yeah, so my name's Tim Cerny. I'm the CEO of Safety Net. I think what you see proposed in front of you is an amendment to the current agreement. It's standard for us to make adjustments to the agreement as business or IT infrastructure expands or decreases. And that is strictly the purpose of this. The timing of a proposed increase is not correlated with a reduction. They're very separate components to the support that we are providing. And happy to provide insight into the reason or where the proposal is coming from.
I think we'd like that.
I think that'd be great, because that was not the bill of goods we were sold. Let's say that, all right?
Sure.
Sure.
And did everyone get the same increase, all the people that you?
So
just Leelanau County?
No, certainly. Each of our customers, on a quarterly basis, we evaluate how the infrastructure is set up and the support that's required to manage that infrastructure. And based on that, whether you're increasing or decreasing, there are amendments that are made to those agreements. So it's as easy to find organizations that have certain are impacted by a reduction, whether that's a reduction in employees or a reduction in infrastructure. That reduction in infrastructure could look like moving servers, physical servers to the cloud, simplifying infrastructure. And in those cases, that would result in a reduction of the monthly fee associated with supporting that. In your case, as you can see in the table that I think we've provided, there has been a fluctuation of different increases and decreases. From the time of the last contract signature, there was a reduction of 12 employees, a reduction of 1 computer. But we had an increase of 2 servers that were added that we're managing. There's also been a reduction, as Liana indicated, of one of the dedicated days that one of our technicians was here to support the county, providing additional support. One of the increases, and the most significant increase out of the since the last signature, was the 17 network devices that were identified. There was no increase in the backup or replication that was needed. And then from a security compliance perspective and the tools that we have that are required to support the county, there was an increase of 18. Primarily, those are coming from the network devices and the 2 servers. Is that correct, Greg?
Yeah, correct.
So those 2 servers and the network devices are the reasons for those the compliance increases. The county has required us to provide proper support to add compliance tools and services that surround those tools. Those tools come at a cost. Each network device that we're managing requires a license fee. So there's costs associated with us managing, delivering those. And then, of course, there's review, monitoring, and remediation of the findings from those tools. And that's where that cost is coming from. So between the last signed agreement and this I think this was proposed in the potentially December timeframe.
Yeah.
Was on the agenda to discuss at the January board meeting. Did not make the agenda due to other reasons. And so that we're here today to present today on what was really presented back and proposed in December.
But you've got retroactive back to December. This should have been to us in November. At the very least. Correct? I mean, right, you're going, the first bill is a retroactive, okay, the monthly fee beginning December 1st. March.
That's correct. This is when we proposed this in December, that would be when this increase would take place. It'd be retroactive to December.
It's retroactive to December.
Correct.
But why, you said you explained why is this coming to us in February if it's retroactive to December?
From my understanding, to get approval on the increase, it requires the commissioners to come to vote on
I think
that.
it's not fair me to ask you that question. Why is this February and not December?
I'm gonna allow the IT director to address that.
Because I was asking for some more detailed information about what these charges actually entailed, and they were not forthcoming as quickly as I had hoped, which is what,
You
the
just
delay
got
in
the
getting it.
You just received the information, or you wanted more information?
I wanted more details to explain the justification for all these costs.
Yes, go.
What's the length of commitment we're making? What,
Our contract term ends on March 31st of 2027.
there's no way out of that prior to that. I don't advocate changing vendors like this often because of the sensitive nature, but this is a pretty good increase, and I see the table. I don't see numbers next to the table. That actually, I got some minuses and pluses of things, but there's more like, hey, you know, we take out so many support people, there's no minus next to that. There's just a gross number at the end of it. And gross in every term, every meaning of the word, but I'd be less comfortable I mean, again, that puts a whole lot of mess on Leanna, but I think, when's the last time we reviewed this contract? When's the last time we had a competitive bid for this service?
Before I came on board here.
Which will now be some $150,000 or $60,000 a year on up. It would be my interest to do this much shorter term. I mean, I don't think we can do anything right now that is what it is, I guess you get it. But I'm not interested in a contract that lasts that long without a competitive look at this. Absent this increase, we probably wouldn't be having this discussion, but this increase, I think, requires us to take a look at this, and see if someone's doing that. That doesn't change what we gotta do for the next year, whatever time it take, but I have a hard time just endorsing this and say, okay, cool.
Are you suggesting a motion to approve a one-year contract at these rates?
I don't even like that, but I guess I don't know what other choice we have, but I guess that's probably the motion I would entertain. And I know, Leanna, I'm sorry that, I know I'm saying, okay, there's something else for you to do.
I've been expecting that.
But I think it'd be fiscally responsible to not take a look at this due to the amount of money. So yes, that way I so moved, I guess.
Is there a second to it?
I'll support that. I'd like to follow it up with, I'm new, this is my, 14th month, but I think I've heard lots of information coming from the staff that things have gotten so much better under our new IT director. And that it was our total understanding that we support her, we have to rely less on you. This is just hitting me really hard and it doesn't feel right. We're hearing from our staff that we want to support our IT director, and they find a great deal of support, technical support from her, and they're not feeling that from safety net. To be honest, that's just what I'm hearing as an individual commissioner. So supporting an increase like this is I'm not gonna be in favor.
Just a follow, when I wasn't here, but it's my understanding, the reason that question came up is when this last contract was approved, we did not have an IT director, so the expectations of the safety net were much higher. They were providing some of the day-to-day services that a full IT director would have, and it's so. And when I look at the table, I don't see a minus column for that. I just see not this much money more. So I'd love to see where that added in the column too. I mean, I don't in your table of pluses and minuses, that isn't even in there. So.
Well, I can just speak to the fact that we were told that would be approximately a $10,000 savings annually, 13,000.
One of those documents in the packet, I think it was $11.70 per month, was the staffing reduction. That's what the difference was.
Yeah, it just doesn't.
If
that table, it has that number incorporated.
But that was part of the discussion that was had when we were negotiating.
Yeah, so if I could address a couple things. And I don't have the previous agreement in front of me for details, but the structure of the support contract that we have today mirrors in many cases what was the previous agreement in place prior to Liana under a different IT leadership team. And I believe his name was Ron. I forget Ron's last name. Forgive me, Plomondon. And acting in a similar or but somewhat different capacity than Liana is today. And I'm not in a position to articulate those differences, but the structure today is very similar with only some exceptions. And that is that in some areas, the infrastructure that we're supporting today is increased. One of the things that when it comes to your employees of the county, I'm thrilled to hear that they're finding great support from Liana. They wouldn't necessarily see or work directly with our staff, as this agreement is what we would define as a co-managed agreement, in that we are a point of escalation for issues that are not available to be handled or able to be handled internally. So from an employee perspective, the feedback that you're getting is certainly a direct reflection of the work that Liana is doing, but isn't a real reflection of the work that SafetyNet is doing, because it's essentially, we're a point of escalation for Liana and her team, and not the employees of the county. And I'm happy to kind of provide additional explanation of that, but we're providing support to the network infrastructure. We're managing the servers, the security, the backup, the disaster recovery. These are the things that we're providing. We're managing the compliance tools, ensuring that we're available to remediate any challenges that come up. We're also in a position to provide project support when needed on issues or challenges, IT related, that where they're looking to bring in outside skill sets. That's the role of this agreement.
So can you guys speak to the fact that in the contract, it speaks specifically about a percentage increase that's built in each year? And this obviously exceeds that percentage. I think it's 3% or 3.5% in the contract. So again, can you help us to justify why such a significant, you have spoke to the increase in the number of equipment and technology needs, but that was addressed in the initial contract per se, from the standpoint that there was a built-in increase. So help the board to understand that thought process.
Sure. Thank you, Administrator. In all of our agreements across all of our client base, we have an inflationary increase each year. I can't speak specifically to what that percentage is for the county, if it's 3 or 3.5%, but our standard is 5%. And that has zero to do with recognizing that companies grow or retract in size, or that infrastructure grows or retracts. That is strictly an inflationary increase. So as it's written in the general terms and conditions of our agreement, there's an acknowledgement that we will meet quarterly with our clients, have conversations related to the changes that occur in business from an infrastructure standpoint and a company size perspective. And that's what we're addressing. We're just addressing the changes in the infrastructure. Our costs increase as your business needs, as your infrastructure increased. So it's understandable that we would have a conversation related to those changes, and that's what this is.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Are we ready to vote on the motion of renewing a contract for 1 year only at the proposed rate? Yes, Melinda.
I guess recommending.
Yes.
Yeah.
Melinda.
Actually, I'd like to talk to our attorneys this week, perhaps, on this. I want to look at, is what we signed the chart on our page 25, is that the contract?
No, it's not the contract.
Okay. All right, so, but that's what we signed on, we were expecting to pay, correct? So we have, December 31 through March, it would be 11,575 per. Was that what we had expected to pay? Or does that include the $2,200 increase?
Includes the other one is below that.
Well, that's why
Commissioner, the 11,575 includes the increase. So you're currently paying $9,375 a month.
Page 28.
1175, so it does include it, okay.
That's correct.
So what we need to see is what it was, we just need to look.
Page 28.
Well, it's,
At least, I don't know, I guess I'm not sure if it's so bad, but it's page.
Well, I think we know that we're not happy with what was proposed. We could just move it forward to next week and
That's
check with
what I
the
was doing,
attorney
yeah.
and,
we might have a different motion by Tuesday night. Well, I guess we change the motion either way.
Right. I can, if that's okay, I'll retract that motion and just move that we
Okay.
just move this forward to Tuesday night. And so that you can gather more information to satisfy your needs. And any support?
all those in support of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved 7-0. Thank you very much. Thank you.
You're welcome. There is another item on the, would you like us to stay for that?
No, that's,
Okay.
that's gonna require something else, but.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for
Thank you.
coming.
Thank you. Welcome.
So the next item, my understanding is there's been some complaints about audio and all of you not being able to be heard, so I got updated some quotes.
What?
Exactly. Do you not hear me from this microphone? Andy, are you still with me? This is Andy from BIS. He's the one who supplied me the quotes and he's going to. give
Audio
me the-
check, yes. Can you hear
Gotcha.
me okay? All right.
Yes.
Good morning. I mean, this afternoon.
So there was 3 quotes for various microphones and they all include new and improved speakers and equipment in the rack to connect the microphones to, but I wanted Andy just to kind of give a quick run through over which each of those options are.
And can you tell us where they were, which ones are you talking about?
The microphones up around here,
Here, not out there?
not out here.
Okay.
They would include the ones that are on the public comment in 2 of the proposals. So we're reusing the existing microphones and wired options. So we gave you 3 different options. One for wired boundary mics that aren't as obtrusive as your gooseneck microphones currently. We can adjust the sensitivity of those microphones using some software. There is wiring involved. Wiring would come back to the rack where the clerk sits. But essentially, you've got the labor for pulling microphone wire, et cetera. But essentially, boils down to what type of microphones you want to consider. So the wired option, option A, least expensive, but most effective microphones. Option B, same style of microphones, but they're wireless. They basically sit on, they have a 3.7 volt lithium ion battery. They go to, when you're not in use, they plug in to a USB port and they recharge themselves. Extended battery life, set them out when you charge them, or excuse me, when they're not being charged, put them back on a USB charging device when they're not being used. Again, the advantage, wireless. You don't have to pull any wires, just basically set them out, set them and forget them. Positioning, there's no wires or cables to worry about. And the third option, option C, is essentially the similar style, gooseneck style microphone, 16-inch microphone, but it's designed for a conference type atmosphere where the chairman has control of the meeting. So you've got some meeting management with regards to the microphones. You can press to talk, who wants to talk next. So it can be ad hoc where all the microphones can be hot and you can continue to deliberate, have dialogue without having to request to speak next. But it's basically a little different design, and it's designed for Board of Commissioners rooms from a manufacturer called Televic. Did I see a question raised there from one of the commissioners?
Oh, I'm sorry if you weren't done. I was waiting. Usually.
Oh,
Are
okay.
you done?
No, but that was option C, most expensive, but it is designed for a Board of Commissioners room where there's decorum, there's meeting management, and the chairman has control of the audio, who speaks, if they want the control. If not, it can be set up so it's ad hoc. It's always on being recorded. But our philosophy, first and foremost, is you've got some issues in the room with regards to the audio pickup and then also the audio distribution. So all three of the proposals do include a new amplifier as well as some additional speakers, because you've only got the two that are directed out to public comment. And I understand there's been some concerns with regards to the distribution of the testimony from the microphones to the public comment. So we would address that by utilizing 2 pair or 4 ceiling microphones strategically installed above the tile drop ceiling for better distributed audio for the general public who's seated in the back. So we can open up to questions if you had any. Kind of a good, better, best, and really the only decision you need to make is what style of microphones do you want? Wired boundary, wireless, or conference style.
I mean, look at this and look at our use. Like, we don't move these around. They sit where they sit. I don't see any benefit spending an extra $6,000 or $7,000 to get a wireless mic at these locations. There's not a connection more dependable than a solid piece of wire between A and B. And so I guess I would move to recommend option A. And as you said, any one of these three improve the audio problem to the listeners in the back room in the same manner, right?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Yeah, it's just a battery to go dead in the middle of a meeting, and so I think option A is what I would move to recommend.
Option A.
I'll support it, but then I have a question.
Yes.
These low ones, if we put paper on top of them, like I tend to do, is that a concern versus the gooseneck or the one that's on a? Is that a concern?
No, because what we've proposed is stands for those. We have a little U-shaped stand, a D-shaped stand that makes it sit up about 3 inches so you don't get paper rustling, and we can get those up on stands for better audio without the paper rustling and pen tapping.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Other question? Jamie.
I'm unaware of these brands, having some limited background in production and things. I'm just wondering if because I think this is an omnidirectional link.
Those are cardioid, heart-shaped pickup pattern, and we can adjust the sensitivity with a software that you have in the audio processor that you currently own.
Okay, just I really enjoy the tried and true goosenecks because I know that they're here. The Sures seem, I mean, I don't know how old these are, but
I believe they were original building, 2008.
Yeah, they're old.
They came with it.
Yes.
So they've been here for a while. I mean, like, I just know difference between microphones and brands and things like that. Like, they can vary the whole world of different. So I really don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
I think at one point in time, Leanne, we did a proposal for new gooseneck microphones, and we can certainly look at that. It'd be wired boundary microphone or is what was proposed, but we can certainly swap out a gooseneck microphone. I mean, the closer the audio engineer will tell you, the closer you can get the microphone to the audio source, which is in your mouth in this case, the better off the audio will be. But there's been some issues with regards to commissioners that lean back and you're not going to be recorded as well. So with the boundary microphone, it's not as instead it's fixed, and it can be, we can adjust the sensitivity from the software within the audio processor. It's the advantage of the boundary. It doesn't have to be directly right at the within 3 or 4 inches of the person speaking. With a boundary microphone, we can kind of compensate for that.
The clerk's office often gets concerns. Jen, do you have any input for us?
Well, I think that a couple of things that Leanna and I have talked about is there is a difference between our system and what goes on with the Zoom YouTube. Meaning that the microphone there at the center of the table does pick up the presenter, but then doesn't correspond with what we're speaking into now. And it's the opposite with our program that he's discussing. I can pick you all up with your microphones, but I can't pick up the presenter. So we're looking, when we had spoken with Leanna, we're looking for a balance, and a balance where a loudspeaker like me, the audience can hear me, and someone speaking softly, they're not able to. So I do think the idea of more speakers in the area is definitely major, and maybe that would pick up on both Zoom and in our system here.
That'd be a question for Andy.
Yeah. Still here. I'm frozen, but can you hear my audio?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, and to address that fact with regards to the microphones, those can be used at the output, the room output within the audio processors, so you can send the audio that you're recording to Zoom or YouTube for your live audio feed as well. So that's an advantage with our system. Once it's upgraded.
That would be part of any one of these proposals then, A, B, or C, you would address that need?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Amy, and then one other.
So with my assumption, and which could be totally inaccurate, that it's really just the guests mics that need replacing. No.
No. My understanding is some of you all are hard to hear during some of the meetings, so we were proposing to replace all of your microphones.
That's correct.
Is that
Utilizing the 3.
or a commissioner issue?
Could be both.
Okay. I'd be happy to. I've worked in broadcasting for a long time. I mean, if it's just a matter of someone speaking into the mic and being mindful of that, I don't know if.
Well, I can tell you a couple of months ago when I had quotes here, you all agreed to do that, but you don't, so that's why I'm back.
Right.
The clerk's been holding up signs for about a year now saying, speak into the mic.
Yeah. No, yes, you should.
So, number 1 is also corded.
So like these.
Okay.
Yes, that's correct. Option A is all wired. Yes.
I like wired because nobody's perfect. We're not always going to get these things charged, or somebody will say, darn, I forgot to charge, whatever. I also, so being one of the main people who doesn't speak loud enough, I hear, it's a reminder to me to have a boundary, to have this mic, not the boundary, to sit forward and speak into it. And if I just had a little thing on my desk, I would get worse. But I like number 1 with a standing mic.
I just, do you have those available? I mean, like you could try one or another to see, because I think some of the fears about because if I understand the boundary mic, it's more of an aiming issue than a close issue. I mean, if it's looking at you, if it's within its cone, you don't need to think about being
correct
up here. It's gonna take you up
right
back here, as long as it's looking at you, because it actually has a aim to it, and it's also
right
omnidirectional, so it won't pick up 3 conversations next to you while you're having it.
Oh, so I can still sit back? Okay, you can.
within reason. Yeah.
You can't go to the wall, but
yeah.
Jamie?
So it'll pick up everything we say. I have a little.
There's a potential.
You are being recorded now, aren't you?
You know you're on and you know you're off. and like you say something that you don't necessarily want the audience to hear. No offense, I love you guys. If you ask me in person, I'll tell you, but I do have some decorum, so not much. But like,
Agreed.
that would be my, thank you. That would be my concern is that, you know, it's just like when you're at a radio station, you have that on air button versus off. You will have no difference between on and off. Whereas here I can do this.
Well, I think you can do the same thing to that, like the same way.
But they're supposed to pick up everything, and that's my other concern, is that when we move things, like all of this little stuff,
You'll hear it.
it's gonna pick that up, and that's what we're gonna hear. Whereas right here, you're intentional, it's in that space and confined in that space, and I think that is something that we need to think about.
We have a motion on the floor, I think.
We did make one.
You did make
Yep,
one.
no, yep, option A, seconded by Ross.
A question for, can we, if we approved the first option or the second option or third option, could we try it out before we're committed?
Try.
Try before you buy.
I'm not sure that Andy is still with us.
I think we lost him. I can certainly follow up with him with any questions you have.
That would guess would be my point. I mean, some of the concerns might be not, validated once the equipment's there. So if he's got one or two, we could try.
There's all of them? I mean, you could have all of them.
There wasn't necessarily a sense of urgency to do this right now. However, I will say to respond to the request from the community, I think that definitely they want to see that we're moving forward with something. So I do think putting the 2 speakers in the back should be done right away.
Can we do that?
I would assume so, yeah.
So-
And then we can find out if
Sharon,
things are sufficient.
I'm sorry. You said you'd be calling me after Gwen, I believe, a little while ago, so I've been waiting patiently.
I
And
turned
I'm-
your volume off.
I thought, that's exactly what I thought you did. So that I also speak very loudly. So I'm going to take my turn, since others have had several opportunities to speak, I guess. So I think, I like the idea of one. I really like the idea of everybody just using the microphones we got and not spending extra money on these. But if they are aging out and not working properly, I understand the need to replace them. So I support the motion. My other concern is, and I was just going to say, the combination wasn't C, the speakers out here too, or can those be used in conjunction with A? Speakers out here?
The speakers will project whatever the microphones are picking up.
If we go with A, we can still,
Yes.
separate issue, we can still, okay. And my bigger concern is that the recorder picks up the whole Zoom and public comment conversations. So can we be ensured that that will do that for us?
I believe so. I mean, that's
Cross
definitely the
that
main
bridge.
goal. Make sure the recordings are all.
Okay. Okay, so that's where I am on the issue.
Yeah.
Or we could just do
So-
comments.
Just to address the.
You could not handle a whole milk.
I think you vetoed that already.
I have, I went to the bathroom with one on.
This is when I need that off button for all of you.
So I'd like to amend the motion and say, I recommend to move with this with the option that we have an ability to try the mics one way or another. Because we can't talk to them, but that'll move it forward then
Okay.
next week, and all you have to do is verify that, and then we can,
have another discussion.
yeah, so.
And move, is there a second to that?
Yeah, you know, I'll be back in a couple months
Can
with more
we
quotes.
vote on that motion? Are we ready?
Yep.
All those in support of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved 7-0. Thank you, thank you.
You're welcome.
I know we should. We should, so we know.
I suggest that we take a 5-minute
Try
break.
Yeah.
5-minute break.
5-minute break.
Please unmute.
Feel free to jump in at any time with any questions as we kind of move through. So I'm in front of you today to provide a recap of the 2023 equalization study, which you should have all received both a fun hard copy and a copy in your packet. This study sets the stage for the March quarter review, which will begin in about a month, as well as county equalization, which I'll be back seeking approval for in April. So my office is preparing to enter our busiest time of the year, and this study represents the culmination of our efforts from 2023 to prepare for the 2024 assessment year. As always with these presentations that I give to the board, rather than go page by page through statistics, which you can read for yourselves in the report, I'd rather sort of tell you the story of how we arrived at the conclusions of the report. So as you're aware, real property in the state of Michigan is required to be assessed at 50% true cash value. And the purpose of equalization itself is to ensure that that assessment ratio is met within each class of property within each unit, so each township. Equalization ensures uniformity and equity in assessing by preventing units of local government from assessing at different rates. So for example, we want to avoid one unit assessing at 45% and another unit assessing at, say, 51%. So the way that we achieve equalization at 50% of true cash is by looking at sales, conducting appraisals in the field, and then by collecting and studying data. So the report that I'm presenting to you today shows not only what we studied and where, but where each township stands as we head into March quarter review and equalization season in the spring. So in the report, pages 4 through 15 of the report, those are the maps that indicate the parcels that we studied in each township. And then page 36 provides a summary of the total parcels studied by class and the assessment ratios that our studies identified. Most of my comments today are going to draw from page 36, which shows that summary for the county. So to gather data for our studies, we visited 128 agricultural parcels, 119 commercial parcels, 70 industrial parcels, which is the entirety of the class. There's only 70 industrial parcels in the county, and we get a big gold star from the State Tax Commission for doing 100% study in a class. So, we're very proud of that. So overall, 317 properties were visited in person by equalization staff. We're typically accompanied by the assessor when we do these site visits. Those 317 properties were used in our appraisal study to determine levels of assessment. 68 additional properties were visited for our land value study, and these are predominantly vacant properties. So a total of 385 site visits were carried out, roughly between late April when the snow goes away and mid-September of 2023. So our field visits, typically they include speaking with the property owner, taking some photographs and taking measurements, creating a sketch of any structures or improvements that are on the property. And depending on how complete our records are, a site visit can take anywhere from 5 minutes to over an hour. In 2016, Lori Spencer and I, so former director Lori Spencer and I, did Sugarloaf because that property had sold in that year, and that took an entire day because there's so much there. So depending on what's on the site can take either a very short period of time or a long period of time. So equalization staff technician or our staff appraiser, Jim Stocknick, spent 28 days in the field in 23. And for each of those days in the field, that's typically usually 1 to 2 days of preparation beforehand, and then 1 to 2 days of sort of analysis and processing the data into our database so that we can actually play with that data. So the classes that I just discussed, ag, commercial, and industrial, those are where we're obligated to conduct what we call an appraisal study in the field. Because there's not usually enough sales to support a sales study within those classes. So for example, there were only 16 recorded agricultural sales in Leelanau County during our 2-year sales study timeframe. So, yes.
If I may, because I did, this is my favorite part every year. The ag sales, and this is by no means a reflection on you, it's agricultural land that sells, but it sells for something else. So, the Solon, I think Solon, like I said, there's very few, Solon had 3. But they sold for, 19,000 an acre, 14,000 an acre, 26,000 an acre. So they're no longer agricultural pieces. They're just zoned ag. So that's the kicker, it's actually been sold for housing or for a business. So it drives up, I think one of my parcels was a study piece, I picked that up. And it drives up the value of the ag land around it. And I don't know how to get away from that, other than talking to legislators in the past about trying to get those pieces as they're sold, if they're not going to be actively farmed, zone something else before they sell, and then it won't hit the ag class.
Right, correct. So if it goes in at March border review as being in a particular class, it stays in that class for the year, regardless of whether it sells during that year. And then the assessor will change the class, obviously, to whatever, if it sells for goes into residential or commercial or what have you.
It's damaging. Yeah, okay.
So that's just talking about the classes where we have to conduct an appraisal. In the case of a sales study, we're able to compare the sale price of a property to its assessed value at time of sale and determine whether that property is over or under that 50% assessment ratio. That does require having a statistically significant number of sales rather than just a handful. So in the case of ag, we have to go out and actually visit properties because there just aren't enough. 2 or 3 sales in a single township is not enough to determine what the true assessment ratio is in that class, in that township. So in the residential class, which I love because of this, we're able to conduct a sales study. And what that means is that we're able to identify that, in this case, for this year, we were able to identify that and evaluate 1,460 arm's length transactions in the county and make a comparison between the sale price of those properties and their assessments at the time of sale. So we don't have to visit them. We look at what they are assessed at, and then we're able to compare that directly to the market because someone paid a certain amount for that property and it was assessed at a certain amount. So in total, we studied 1,777 properties. That's 7.5% of the real properties within the county. So the purpose of the study overall is to determine the assessment ratios in each class of property in each township. And rather than, again, like going class by class, township by township, we can just look at the aggregate ratios, and those are shown on page 36 of the report. So in the agricultural class, the ratio that we determined was 42.91%. Again, remember, ideally we want to be as close to 50 as we can get. And through equalization, that's how we arrive at 50. So these numbers are where the assessors are going to be starting, and then they need to adjust to get to 50. So agricultural class, 42.91%, commercial class, 44.52%, industrial, 46.33%, and residential, 40.37%. So our findings in each unit are forwarded to each assessor, and it's the assessor's responsibility to adjust assessments in their unit to account for increases or decreases in the market to arrive at that 50% of true cash. So if any unit fails to meet that 50% assessment ratio, you all, the Board of Commissioners, can impose an equalization factor at county equalization in April. And that would bring them into compliance. So what these numbers tell me is that we should expect, like last year, we should be expecting assessments to increase. And I know that these numbers, when you look at them, you see them in a report, they're abstract. It's an abstraction. It's hard to understand, see a concrete example from these, but the Leelanau Enterprise does a great job of providing, like, almost every week for the last couple of years, concrete examples. So I just went back and looked at some of the articles that I had saved. So February 24th of 2022, short supply drives home prices. That was the headline. July 28th of 2022, home sale prices soar in county. October 6th, 2022, homes in short supply, prices surge. December 1st, 22, home prices and costs continue to soar. May 18th of 23, there's a headline, county sale makes the free press. That was about a residential parcel in Leelanau that sold for $2.1 million. That was being on the market for 8 days. And it was originally listed at $1.3 million. And then December 21st is the most recent one I could find, home sales on record pace.
Help me with something, Andrew.
Sure.
So for instance, for Cleveland, you said the average set home price is 312. Is that 50% of the value?
So
Because you show all lakefront properties and I sure haven't seen a lakefront go for 300.
So are you talking about page 3, is this map?
Yeah.
So these are sale prices. So that's not an assessment. This is a sale price.
All the sales prices you show are on lakes and boy, I haven't seen.
So I guess I'm, what page is
Residential and
that?
waterfront
Okay.
sales.
Yep, so that's just showing the only waterfront sales. That's just like a reference map. The map on page 3 is showing the average sale price. Is that?
Yeah, I don't get it. I've never seen a house on a lake.
Yeah, because the one map is showing all the sales that occurred on the water. And then page 3 is showing the average of all sales, whether they're on the water or
Not
in.
just.
Right. Yeah.
Could that just be the parcel as well, or just the homes? Like, that's what I'm wondering, like, for each one.
It's both.
It's both, okay, that's.
So the map on page 3 is showing the average sale price per unit, per township. Those are actually, I think those are sort of undervaluing because that includes your vacants as well as your improved. So.
Okay, that helps because I was stuck there.
Yeah, so Leland Township was the highest average sale price, over 900,000. And Centerville Township was the lowest, and that was 282,000. So, but again, that includes improved as well as vacants.
Vacant lots.
Correct. Waterfront, non-waterfront.
Yeah.
So what should taxpayers in the county expect, moving forward? Assessment notices should be arriving in mailboxes soon. I think this week we'll all be lucky enough to get those. These provide taxpayers with the first glimpse of the tentative assessed and taxable value of their property for 2024. And I always try to remind taxpayers, and I know that I'm going to get phone calls again, that your assessed value is different from your taxable value. The assessed value reflects the market value of the property, while the taxable value is the metric that is used to calculate the taxes. So both the Headley Amendment and Proposal A include limitations on how much that taxable can increase per year. So your assessed could go way up, and your taxable can't increase more than the rate of inflation or 5%. This year, I think the multiplier is 5%.
Because of inflation.
Correct.
It's the same as last year.
So,
Right, correct.
so once you do your study, if I remember from my old assessor days, the assessor has what, 2 years to bring it up before they put a factor in, or 3?
So if the assessor, for example, we give them the L4018 is, I'd sort of joke that the L4018 that shows them their ratio in each class, that's like their homework assignment.
Right.
And so we give that to them. And then if they don't come up to 50%, or if they're above 50% and they don't come down, then it's the County Board of Commissioners set an equalization factor to bring them into compliance. Yeah.
But
so they have to be at 50% in all of their classes every year.
And they run on assessed value, not taxable value, correct?
Correct. So that's what this is talking about, is that 50% is based on the assessed value.
Okay.
Yep. So taxpayers, once they get those assessment notices, they have a chance to they can appeal that to their board of review, which occurs in each township. That's beginning on March 11th. And then after March board review occurs, we'll all be back here on April 9th for county equalization. That's where you'll all be asked to certify the annual equalization report, which will set the county's equalized values for each class of property in each unit. So while the task of equalization is carried out by my department or our department, the Board of Commissioners is ultimately the elected body that authorizes county equalization each year. So that's that's what happens at equalization. So the report that you have in front of you is just presented in demonstration of the work that we did in preparation for county equalization. So I just want to thank you for your time, because I know that, you know, this is just informational, and I know that you're very busy today.
Any other questions? Yes. Commissioner Lautner.
Well, I have a comment. Today, I believe it was in the Record Eagle, there was an article about, I think Traverse City Schools was going to go for a millage increase, and it's just inevitable that they made the pitch that, you know, boy, our millage rate up here is so small. And so comparatively it is to places in the state that have no value. But the problem is our little millage rate, I think they were asking for, I think 3 mills is what it was. That rate, that can raise as much as how many mills downstate where they don't have these values we have. And that's what's often forgotten. So we have, and I don't think we've ever had a year where the same millage rate didn't bring in more money every year. And so that's what's lost. So well, it may look like, you know, we can do it on a 0.35 mils. We can fund a program, or we can fund a program on or 0.025 or whatever it is, as opposed to other places that they need those higher mill rates because they don't have those state equalized values that we have up here. So that's our homework assignment, not to raise taxes because we can't afford it anymore. Right?
Anything else? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you for this great report. I look forward to it for you.
And we don't need to officially accept that, right?
No, it's just informational. Yep. And these, you all have reports. These reports are also available. I will put it online, and then they're available for the public in my office if someone wants a hard copy.
Our Senior Services Director is here for a resolution for us.
Good afternoon. On page 82 and 83, you will find the 24 senior service millage resolution drafted by legal. I'm seeking approval for the resolution and certifying ballot language to be on the August 6th, 2024 ballot.
Commissioner Ross?
I move to recommend that the County Board of Commissioners to accept the resolution authorizing millage election for Leelanau County Senior Services millage renewal and restoration proposal, and certifying ballot language from Cole, Stover, and Toski. This is to appear on the August 6th, 2024 ballot.
Support.
Any discussion? Commissioner Lautner?
So case in point, you're just asking for a renewal. So this renewal will bring in how much more in revenue for you?
We don't know yet because those, they're not assessed. We don't have the taxable value yet.
Did John give you he gave us a projection?
I could not get a projection.
It will be more.
It will be more. Yeah, same millage rate will bring in more. Yep. Okay.
We can work with those numbers next budget.
All those in support of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved 7-0. Thank you.
I would like to make a comment because one of our citizens asked why services were financially limited. And that is because senior services has always kept their budget low, and we have mandated that the focus be on financial need for many of your services, most of your services.
Most of our in-home services and our financial assistance are all income asset tested. There are other programs like our social activities, the wellness programming, lunch bunch, foot care vouchers, MAP counseling, taxes that aren't all based on income asset testing.
So if we went beyond that, our millage would have to go up.
Correct.
Just to explain to our audience. Thank you for your work.
Yeah, can I give one quick update to the board? We have a contract for our in-home services expiring May 31st, and that's with Comfort Keepers. I am working with Deb and will be asking legal counsel to draft an RFP. Because I've had 2 other agencies reach out to me to provide in-home services in our county. So stay tuned for that, and I will bring to the table what is brought before our department.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just say, on the post audit report, it just seemed like I saw so many more senior services invoices. Was there an uptick? Or is this just because it's winter?
I think because Kathy might have been off for a week,
Oh.
so invoices piled up maybe.
And it is the new year and everyone has re-upped and re-gone through the income and asset testing process, and it's winter. So these are a lot of utility bills, and you do see an uptick, especially in January, February, March, just like you said. And then they'll have utilized all of their utility awards and they dwindle off.
Gotcha.
And then 25 will start and we'll start again.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And now we have Mr. Ansorgi here, and he provided us 200 pages of reading material.
Yes, my apologies for that, but at least I'm not before you asking for any money. How about that? So
Really interesting.
you're the only one that thinks that.
My intent was to skim, but it was.
Yeah, it's a very involved document. It's been many years in the making. We started this back in 2019. Unfortunately, with COVID, everything got put on hold. So we had some extra times just to look at it. We couldn't actually work on it, but when the grant was opened back up, we were able to get participation from every municipality in Leelanau County. So every township and village has put fingers on this document, which is an excellent thing. And now we're just, achieved acceptance by the Michigan State Police Emergency Management and Homeland Security Division and FEMA. So now we just have to bring it to all the local municipalities in order for adoption. I will be up in Leelanau Township this evening for them to adopt at their board meeting. And yeah, so that's the status of this wonderful plan.
It was fun reading as well. I just happened to find the newspaper article of that April 3rd, 1956 tornado that swept through and devastated Leelanau County. And yeah, so they're very interesting reading.
Yeah, the historical data is, as long as we don't live it, it seems pretty interesting. You're right.
You need anything from us?
We need to pass a resolution. I need to provide a resolution to the state, and then the state will provide it to FEMA for our adoption so that we are officially covered under this plan. In the event we did have another disaster to deal with, this plan allows us to be eligible for reimbursement. So that is the most important aspect.
Resolution is on 291, I believe.
Is that the same one we Elmwood had last night?
Yes.
That's okay, because I was at that meeting, so, okay.
I would move for approval of that resolution.
Is that is that a motion?
Right.
I'll support that.
Do we need the actual language or?
I think you probably should read the language.
Yeah, as I'm
Trying to get there.
Yes.
I know, 289.
Sorry.
It's
If I could have not
presented.
included it, I would.
It's so, yeah, she's got it.
I move to recommend that the.
Jen has it. Yep, I said as presented, so yeah. Yep, Bill number.
All those in support of that motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved, 7-0.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
See you in Northport tonight.
Out of this, I'm looking forward to it.
I have to say, when we had our straight line wins, our emergency manager could not get down our road to get here.
It's true. Yeah,
They
just
were
for damage
real
assessment.
and it was not good.
It's bad.
So
But I got
thank
to
you
spend
for
some
your
time with you in the living room of that house for a while, so that was my first time meeting you. It was nice.
Okay, we are now
Thank
on
you for
page
your
two
service.
91 of our board book, and we are Parks and Recreation, and Gail, yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Gail.
Yeah, I just want to start off by saying that the EDS was not prepared by me. I was out of town, and so somebody else prepared it and put my name on it. So this is actually coming from the Parks and Rec Commission. And they are requesting, they're asking the board to waive its policy of requiring the solicitation of competitive written sealed bids on all capital items and professional services over $5,000. The Parks and Rec Commission is working on updating their plan. And it's my understanding that they used Gosling Zubek to prepare the plan. And they hold a Word version of that. So the parks would like to go back to them to provide the update.
Okay, Commissioner Lautner, you're on the Parks and Recreation Commission.
I am, and I'm still scrolling for them. So what I wanted to say is that this isn't the correct motion. So I hope that this motion isn't approved, because there shouldn't have been a dollar amount in here. Yeah, but I'm not prepared to support this motion, so I won't be making this motion. I would like to just move this forward to next week. I would just like to move this forward to next week. And have a different motion next week. I want to do a little bit more research with Gail on this. I did talk to Trudy last night. Trudy, Gail and I had a good conversation. And it raised a lot of concerns.
So your motion is to move forward. Is there a second to that motion? Yes, Ken.
I just have a comment. I am also on the Parks and Recreation Committee, and I was at Leelanau Township last night where they also discussed their update to their plan, which they do in-house. So they do have an editable version without, having to work with Gosling or another firm. So, the intent of the Parks and Recreation Committee is to not have this exceedingly high cost just to maintain a plan. But we're in this cycle where we don't understand where we can jump out. If we don't have the edible version for non-proprietary material, we can't edit it on our own. So I think it's the intent of this is just to get us to a place where we can make the edits on every 4 or 5 years when it's needed in-house. We just would appreciate some direction. Perhaps Trudy Gala would be able to provide it, more historical information on how we get there. But I'm in support of what they want to do. It's just, it was done incorrectly.
So it's been moved and seconded that we move this forward next week. All those in support of that motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Gail, can you come back on Tuesday? Or work with the administrator on that?
Sure.
Thank you. Now we have you up here for Bay Area recycling and electronics.
Well,
292.
this was actually approved last month, I believe. I don't have anything on that one.
That's true. Where are we?
Yeah.
Page 292. And
Yeah,
yes, this is one that we already approved. Yeah.
So.
That's easiest agenda.
I love that.
I'm not sure how it got in submission, but.
We did not approve the next item though, right?
Okay.
Right, that's the out-of-state travel one.
Hold on, I just missed that. So this should have been, this was already approved?
Yes.
Okay.
So we're now on the item about out-of-state travel for the interim planning director on page 293 of the board book. Would you like to speak to that, Gail?
I would. This is a request for myself to attend the American Planning Association in Minneapolis in April. Trudy budgeted for herself and me to attend. Obviously, it's just me now going. So this is in our budget. and according to your policy, I need to come and ask permission to attend.
Commissioner Holger.
I would move to recommend that the County Board of Commissioners approve travel for interim planning director Gail Meyer to attend the April 2024 American Planning Association Conference in Minneapolis, with funds to come from the Planning Department budget 101-64500 and not to exceed $2,500.
Support.
And learn a lot.
Any discussion? All those in support of that motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved 7-0. Thank you, Gail.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're now at item 10 on our agenda. And there's nothing in the board packet, but Melinda Lautner, would you like to speak to the FOIA appeal request?
Yeah, I guess what I had to do is ask just for a reduction or wait, it's not coming up, or waiving of the fees for my FOIA request, which was modified. And I couldn't find the original Tristan sent me. There it is. So the modified is modified amount. It's like $1,100, I believe, maximum. Now, the attorney said it shouldn't have to cost that. She said it shouldn't have to cost anything at all. She said it would be basically a search engine for what I'm searching for. So the request would be then just to allow the FOIA request to go forward. That's my request.
Commissioner Auger?
Would you clarify exactly what your request is for?
It was for communications done on county computer between cameras and department heads, no employees.
Commissioner Lautner has made a request. Is there, we don't have a motion yet. Does anybody want to make a motion?
I think you have to deny it so it can go forward.
We don't have anything in writing to deny. We could move this forward to
Till
next
Monday,
week.
Tuesday night, okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Move this forward and
Yeah,
we'll
then
have
I'll have
something
that.
ready.
Then I can find the actual document.
Thank you.
All right.
Do I need a motion for that, or just, you're just gonna move it?
Just move it.
You probably do. I would move to item number 10 forward to next Tuesday's meeting.
Or all those in support of that motion say aye.
Aye.
Motion approved 7-0. Motion approved 6-1. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Sometimes it's hard with the mask on because if your lips are moving.
Hard to read lips.
We now are at our finance on 2 items. Kathy?
Sure. MGT contract extension for fiscal year 23 and 24, our cost allocation plan. This document is drafted each year by MGT. And what it does is it helps identify the costs of indirect services provided by central service departments in Leelanau County based on actual expenditures for the fiscal year. And this one is for 22. It's always an audited year, so they'll be doing 23's cost allocation this fall. And these cost allocation plans are used by the county to claim indirect cost as charges against grants and contract awards. And it's submitted for use by the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services and other state and federal grantors as well. If you're unfamiliar with the document, it's interesting reading. It lays out the organizational chart of the county. It also takes into account, I'd say, thousands of transactions. We download a general ledger to them. We download payroll information. They get as detailed as how many transactions, how many receipts, say the treasurer's office issues, how many receipts building safety issues. And our departments, some of them provide services across the board to everyone, like accounting, payroll, everybody benefits from the costs of running that office. So it's just a way to allocate the costs across the board for intersecting departments. And this company has been doing this for a number of years. They're not asking for an increase. It's the same amount of $7,500 a year for 2 more years. So I didn't have an EDS, but I found the original motion when you approved them back in 2021. It was a motion that the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners waive its bid policy and approve renewing the agreement with MGT Consulting for 2 additional years in an amount not to exceed $7,500 annually to come from the Board of Commissioners contractual services line item.
So moved.
Thank you.
Support.
Move in support of that motion, say aye. Opposed? Approved 7-0.
And you can sign this out and read it if you'd like. Okay.
Kathy, and then we got some.
Sure, you've got an EDS in front of you, identifying 10 heat pumps that at our committee of the whole, you indicated we're going to heat pump replacement. And the treasurer and I have presented how we would pay for that over time. We're not going to buy all the heat pumps at one time. We're going to replace them on critical need as required. Gary O'Connor sat with me, gave me a list of the 10 that most likely need emergent replacement, and that's doable. We'll just ask you to approve those 10, knowing that if something else fails, we might reorder a little bit. But the average cost, I looked at their proposal, the average cost is about $10,600 per heat pump. Going through the proposal we talked about at commission or committee of the whole. So $112,500 from DTR will move to pay, which the treasurer is aware of and agreed to. So if you'd like to make the motion, we'll get started.
I would move to recommend that the County Board of Commissioners waive bid policy and approve the purchase and installation of 10 Versatech heat pumps through D&W Mechanical. Funds to be transferred from Fund 516 DTR to Fund 470 Capital Building Fund in the amount of $112,500. Expense to come from 470-000-000-970-019 heat pump replacements.
Support. Any discussion? Yes, Doug.
So I will vote for this because we did, but I'm not sure, and that my recollection, we agreed in general to do heat pump replacement as a direction. I don't know that it was my recollection that we said it's going to be D&W doing it forever, we paid the amount. So I'll support this motion, but I think that this needs to be reviewed either by building site or committee holds, whether we need an option for this further going forward. So I'll support this motion, but I don't believe that that was exactly what we said we were going to do back then. I think we just agreed concept that we are going the direction of heat pump replacement.
Okay. I recall that, I do. And I think that we have a history with D&W, as we all know. I think that they were here in 2008 when the building was built, I think, if I recall. So I hear what you're saying. I agree.
I'll support this motion because it's here and there, but I think that we have a building and site committee coming up anyway. Maybe this needs to go to building and site for a recommendation and then back to the executive as far as how we move forward going forward.
Anything else? All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved 7-0.
Thank you.
Kathy. The next item is number 12. Kama, you're
Yeah. Thank you. I just wanted to just bring to this board the desire of a personnel committee to still function with the intention of how it was created. We know, the 3 members know that we need to just wait and sit back and get direction from the executive, but I just wanted to make sure that everybody understood that this committee is willing and able and interested in helping whatever needs to happen at the county to make things better for the employees, the board, all of the officials, and obviously for our residents that want a well-functioning county system. I am in communication with the leadership team, with Administrator Allen and Judge Kromkowski to offer our leadership or our collaboration in whatever way that might look like. But again, our understanding is clear. We will wait for direction from the executive board. Just wanted to update everybody on how we were feeling. Thank you.
Thank you. Any?
We'll need any action on that, right?
No action.
Okay, we're down to item number 13, and then it's to our administrator.
So what you have,
I think we've already acted on page 296.
okay, let me just double check. So yeah, in terms of the first item that's on there, I just want to let you know that based on the discussion last week, there was the recommendation that we reach out to MMRMA. I did that before I contacted the legal firm of Micah and Myers, put them kind of a little bit on hold so we can confirm. MMRMA confirmed yesterday they will not handle this because it doesn't meet their criteria in terms of, so I just wanted to let everyone know that I did follow that process, and Micah and Myers has the information confirmed that they are reviewing it, and they also confirmed that they will represent Leelanau County at the hearing next Tuesday on the 20th. No action, I think, is needed, but it's just an update. We don't need to do that because we already did it.
Yeah, we did it at
The special session.
And on the next item is item 13B, and our clerk has been in touch with the attorney on that, and has a document to hand out with a couple of proposed rule changes. We've approved the packet with always the opportunity to amend. And I, if it's okay, I'll give you this, and I'd like to introduce this item.
And Ty, if I may, I also put this item on the agenda because there is one other item in the board rules just to make the board aware of, and you can make the decision if you want to change it or if you think that there's enough leeway. But on page, it would be 303 of your packet, but it specifically relates to Article 4, Executive Board of Commissioners meeting under that section number 8, and it speaks to, it's the goal of the commissioners to complete the executive board meeting within a 5-hour period or less. That would be previously from 9 to 2. So in light of the change of the meetings to 9:30, we would in essence be going to 2:30. And the board has the option to change that. I don't know if it requires a formal change, but if they're going to be making other changes, perhaps we can incorporate that all, as long as we all know 5 hours is the stated time frame before action needs to happen.
Thank you. Thank you. I, as chair, one of my charges is to make sure we keep the meeting moving, but it's also make sure we follow the rules, and it's also to make sure that we respect the audience and give the audience opportunity to make public comment. I proposed, and I looked at the Antrim County, the Ottawa County, the Kent County, and Traverse County board rules, and I just suggested a couple of board rule changes. And the clerk was kind enough to contact Bonnie. So please sit down here when we have this discussion.
I'll grab my papers.
Okay. If you see an item labeled document 2 in front of you, you will see 5 rule changes suggested for public comment. The first 2 must be deleted on advice of the attorney.
So what page are you on? Are you on
Document 2, page 3.
Okay.
So item 1 and 2 is item 1, public comment was the section I was addressing, and I started out by saying public comment is welcome and valued. The board operates under a set of board rules that provides 2 opportunities during the scheduled meetings for the public to voice opinions, concerns, and sharing of any other items of common interest. I then suggested 2 rule changes that are, Nicole Stokers says is not within our authority. So I am suggesting that we consider the statement is labeled 4 there. Speakers shall address all comments to the board or committee and not to individual board or committee members, county employees, elected officials, or audience. That's one statement I'd suggest to be in the rule changes. And the second would be no speaker may assign his or her time to another person. And with those 2, I also would conclude that statement by saying each commission represents a district within the county, and he or she may be individually contacted should greater depth or understanding of an issue be sought. Personal contact is encouraged and helpful to both presidents and board. So because I've given my gavel away, I'd like to move that we adopt that language for our rules of order minus number 1 and number 2.
I would amend that to add.
You can't amend it until we get a second.
Okay.
Could I ask what happened to number 3? I'm just kind of curious.
It was a fault of the typist.
Okay, there's nothing missing there. Okay.
So I'll support it for the debate.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. Now discussion or amendment?
I would like to amend and act and add a couple of more things. That public comment at every meeting prior to the meeting be agenda specific. And public comment following a meeting be 2 minutes.
Objection, First Amendment, right, violation.
Is there any support for that before we can discuss it? Does anyone?
Support.
So now we have an amendment to discuss, which we would have to resolve the amendment before we go back to the original motion. So any discussion on the amendment?
I would like to discuss my. We have been very liberal with public comment for years and years and years. And we have appreciated hearing from our public. In addition, though, we do have county business to get done. And that is what we are elected for, what our people expect. Someone mentioned earlier in the meeting, the longer this does cost the county money to have extended public comment as we're getting recently. It does cost the county money. And while we appreciate and want to hear from people, there are other ways of doing it as well, as our chairman mentioned. So in the light of our duty to serve our county, that would help us get to and keep to our county business.
Commissioner Walker.
I have, I think we already have it, that our first public comment is agenda specific, at least for most of our meetings, etc. I can't
Actually,
support.
just this one meeting.
Just this one. Okay. I won't support any change from that, so we would have to have a division of question. I won't support the 2 minutes at the end of the meeting. Well, it does, I understand it does take staff time. Our time is pretty much the same. It's pennies for what we're expected to do up here, and as I say, listen. And if somebody, bless her heart, that they're here at the end of our meeting, I think that we should listen to them for the 5 minutes or, you know, something different. I think what you're looking for is maybe perhaps to disallow extended public comment presentations. Is that perhaps what more you're looking for? We did open the door and allow it a couple years ago. And we probably should have put a clause in before now, if that's kind of what I'm hearing. We received several public comments, we've heard public comments today, etc. If that's maybe more of what you're really driving to do, I'm not quite sure.
Any more discussion? Commissioner Ross?
Yeah, I'd like to say that I think the idea of having agenda specific public comment in the beginning is absolutely critical for us to get our work done. And I really hope the public would understand that. At the end of the meeting, I think we're welcome to sit here and listen as long as we need to. And I would be in favor of a compromise perhaps, allowing that to stay at 5 minutes. But I really feel so strongly that we need to get this meeting done with when our minds are clear and the attention of the audience is with us. And keeping those public comments to agenda specific items, I think would really help all of us.
Chairman Russell?
Speaking as a commissioner, I think it would be important that what we agree on is pretty much consensus of all of us. And I heard Wynn's comment and I understand it, but my wish would be that we'd all agree that we got to make some tweaks. So I'm going to vote no on the amendment as well. And I'm going to support adding the statement, if we can, just dividing the question and just not assigning time. Because I think that is the big issue that we need to address. And my hope is that it's not a 4-3 decision, because I think all of us are together on wanting to hear from the public.
Yeah, we do.
And so let's see if we can.
So we still have to resolve the amendment first. So is there any more discussion on the amendment?
So the amendment is to limit 2 minutes at the end of our
There's
meeting.
2 items in the amendment. The first is to have all public discussion prior to any meeting agenda specific in 3 minutes, and also to then limit.
How about 3 minutes at the end? Did I amend my amendment?
You're going down, forget
I'm
it.
getting so confused during this.
So we just, it's kind of stating it then is to limit discussion at the end of the meeting of 2 minutes. That's what I understand the proposed amendment was. So is there any further discussion on the amendment? Commissioner Kramer?
I just want to remind the board that, and actually, this was something that I suggested a year ago, is we had a 5-minute opening comment and then also 5 minutes of closing. I recommended that we move to 3. I think there were some people who were involved in that, but that's how we lessened that amount of time, and then we made it agenda specific. Correct?
Just for this meeting.
Oh, just for this meeting. Okay.
So we're talking about making it that all meetings and committees, agenda specific for all.
So
At the end?
So-
No,
Oh.
the first.
I thought we already did that.
no, we didn't.
This meeting.
Just exactly. So I'm hearing a little bit of
Oh,
a little bit of possible support for splitting this question. I'm not sure if I'm listening to the people that are commenting. And so I don't know if we can just by simple comment divide this into 2 parts, the amendment.
You're dividing it by the request. I'd have to go back in your rules to see if there's a second, but the request to divide on both was on the amendment.
Right.
I'm
Request to
willing
divide
to
the amendment.
I'm willing to divide the amendment.
Well, it is just a request of the other commissioners prior to the vote, just 1 second.
Yeah, just to make sure we
Yeah,
do it
we're gonna
right.
do this.
That's
Let's look at, so Ty, did you run the number 4 and 5 past our attorney, you said? Is he okay with that?
I'll let Michelle speak to that.
Okay.
Can
Is
we-
that okay?
Yeah, can we just, and I don't want to get confused, but can we stick to the amendment, because that has to get resolved before we can go to 4 or
Let's
5.
get rid of that first.
Well,
Yeah, so,
we have to vote on it.
so I think the clerk is making sure that we use the right language to split the amendment. It's just,
Division of a question. Upon request by any member, any question may be divided and separated into more than one question, provided, however, that such may be done only when the original motion is of such nature that upon division, each of the resulting questions is a complete question permitting independent consideration and action. Such request for any member does not need a second or a vote of the board in order to question to be considered. So provided the other provisions of this section are met, which they will be because they are really all independent.
So can I divide, I think I can divide my own
You don't
amendment.
need to divide it. You've made your amendment, are you okay with me speaking?
Sure.
You have made your amendment. Commissioner Lautner has requested a division of the question, which the vice chair will call for a vote of the first half, whichever half that is. There will be a vote on that, and there will be a vote on the second half. Either of those pass or fail will determine if they're included or not included in Chairman Wessel's original motion.
so now that the question has been asked to be divided, we'll take a vote on the first part, which is to limit the 3-minute comment period at the beginning of all meetings to agenda specific items. That's question number 1 of the amendment. So I don't know if there's any discussion on that now that we have a separated question. If there are none, then let's take a vote. I see no discussion. So all those in favor of that amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carried 6-1. The second part of the question, as divided, was to limit public comment at the end of all meetings to 2 minutes. And I don't think it was agenda specific, just 2 minutes in general. And so any discussion on that item before we vote on that part of the amendment? There being none, all those in favor of that motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same? Aye.
Aye.
I didn't, Campbell, you,
I was aye.
I oppose, okay, so, motion defeated, 1-6. So the amendment now to the original motion is just a 3-minute agenda specific on all meetings. Commissioner
Now,
Kramer.
So adding that to
my question was.
Chairman.
So now
Wessel's-
we're back to the discussing the original motion, which has been amended. So original motion would be items 4 and 5 on the suggested language with the addition of the 3-minute agenda specific. So that's the motion we're voting on or discussing right now. We're back to discussion on that because it's been amended. So is there any discussion on the amended motion? Commissioner Longer?
Yes, did our attorney approve this language?
Okay, so I have been copying you on everything. There was one more email that came through this morning, and depending on what you do today, I will again resend it. It was the attorney that said, under the documents that Chairman Wessel had prepared, that it needs to be revised to delete the first and second item on the list. Because they could result in First Amendment challenges for the county. Also, you need to remember, and I heard it mentioned briefly, but no one has said this or is encouraging it. You offer 2 public sessions. You can limit one of those, as you have done, to agenda only, but you cannot limit both of those. So the second one has to be on any topic, okay? Just so you're very clear on that, because you do not want to impede anyone's right to their First Amendment, okay?
So if we have 2 meetings in one day, is that what you just said?
No, you have 2 public comments on your agenda.
Okay.
You are limiting your first, but you cannot limit your second
Okay.
as to topic.
Okay, thank you.
So now that answers your question, Commissioner Longer?
Yes, yes.
Is there any other discussion on the motion, which is now items 4 and 5 with the addition of the 3-minute agenda specific? Does anyone not understand what what the motion in front of us is right now? Is there any discussion on the
It's going to
motion?
be a change of our board rules. Did you want to address the extended public comment presentations? Now I'm for it all.
That's
Rules.
that's actually there, number 5, right? Well, that's number 5.
No, that's.
Five, so but I have the motion saying 4 is included,
Yeah, but
5 is
five is
included.
just assigning their time.
That's
Okay,
what
so
it is.
no other,
Five.
then there's no other amendments then.
I would amend my motion then to include the 2 sentences under number 5 as a part of that. And I think that's what you're speaking to. Each commissioner represents a district within the county, and he or she may be individually contacted should greater depth or understanding of an issue be sought. Personal contact is encouraged and helpful.
I have that as your original motion.
Okay.
I had number 4, number 5, and each commissioner represents.
Okay, that's.
Yeah, I
Has that
have it.
included in the motion?
I have it in the motion. It's items
Alright.
4, 5, and verbiage regarding commissioners.
Okay.
Is that correct? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Thank you.
And as amended by the accepted amendment.
It will be amended, yeah, to include the 3-minute agenda specific for all meetings.
Now we have a clear idea of the motion. Is there any further discussion on this motion? There being none, let's take a vote. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carried 5-2.
And one more proposed change to the rules.
Okay, I'll stay where I'm at.
Please do. You know, we talked some with Chet, and we talked in previous meetings, and I mentioned a month or 2 ago that I was hopeful that we might get a agreement on a code of commissioner conduct for our meetings. And I know that our leadership team and our department heads are working on this internally. And I would propose, and I know we try to do it anyway, that we take the language at the bottom of that memo that's also been communicated to the attorney. And so my motion would be to adopt the Board of Commission commitment to respect as presented.
Is there any discussion?
1 second. I just didn't come through, so this is the first I've gotten a chance to read this.
Is this something you were supposed to know, or what we have been doing?
It's reaffirmation.
I mean, help me out here.
I speak?
Please.
It is my sense that it's always helpful to have spelled out in writing what your commitment is to how you work with colleagues. And I looked at board rules. This came from Antrim County. And I think it would be helpful to have 7 of us say, this is how we want to do business together. These are the rules we're going to follow. That's the purpose.
I don't remember, do we get support for that?
Yes. Yeah, we do.
Okay, so any further discussion? Commissioner Lawler.
Other than just this feel-good commitment, it really doesn't have any teeth in it. What I do like, I mean, a lot of this, I think this would have been great last year. I really do. So now to bring it out here, I really don't see that it's going to be, other than, will it be followed? Who knows? We didn't see a lot of it last year, I can tell you that much right now. But what I do like is, you know, the very fact that you can say something along the line that everyone is up here with their best interest of Leelanau County in mind. And obviously, you know, you got the common good and highest purpose of our constituents' benefit. The rest of it, I just don't. I just don't think it's necessary.
Any other discussion? Commissioner Frost.
I personally feel it's very necessary, and I would very much appreciate that all of us agree to this. And make 2024 a more positive year than you claimed that 2023 was.
So no reason to be hollering, call the question, you know, every 5 minutes, is that what we're saying?
Commissioner Kramer.
That's disrespectful.
Commissioner Kramer.
It was very
All right.
disrespectful, that's kind of the problem.
Despite what I'm sitting in the middle of right now.
Feel like, you know, as a board, I think we do accomplish a lot of these. And I have no problem putting this down in writing or putting it somewhere, so I think we respect each other, I think we can have civil discourse, and I think that we are all mature enough to maintain these boundaries and kind of have a guiding light, I think. We can all do that, I believe in us.
Commissioner Albert.
Yes, this may read like something without teeth, just feel good, whatever. I do believe if our employees are making this commitment, that we should too. And that we remember this intent, because even though I just think it makes a difference when you express an intention and commit to it. So I would support this.
Commissioner Lautner, do you mind if I recognize
Go ahead.
Commissioner O'Rourke who hasn't spoken
No, go
yet? So
ahead.
I was gonna ask, because of the nature of this question, it'd be nice if everyone had a chance to speak on this.
In reading this, this is just what we should be doing and along the same as all county employees. Should be more than the board. If you give this to Mike Borkovich in the back, he'll say this is what my deputies do. Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Lautner.
I think you just kind of touched on where I'm coming from and what this, it's a feel good sort of thing, I get that. I don't disagree with any of this, but it's nothing that you can hold any commissioner to. You have someone who come before you with inaccurate information, and if you question it, then is someone going to perceive that as disrespectful? We got situations where the board takes action last Thursday, and before we know it, we've got an employee running around the courthouse saying things that absolutely didn't happen and weren't true. So, you know, that's a problem I have, and that's creating the bigger amount of the problem. So this is nothing that we can hold anybody to, period.
Is there any further discussion? I don't know if we need to hand the gavel back for a second. I'll just give my quick comment. I think these are ideals to aspire to, and I don't see a problem with them being a part of our code of conduct as a goal to have moving forward. So is there any other discussion? Time to vote. So all those in favor of adopting the Board of Commissioners commitment to respect the code of conduct as presented, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Hi.
Motion carries 6.
Here you go. Well, Doug, you do a pretty good job. Just go ahead and take the gavel.
That's disrespectful, careful.
No.
We are on page 315 of our board packet. And Commissioner or Administrator Allen, would you speak to that, please?
So on multiple occasions, the Board of Commissioners have been brought forward with the proposal from Cole Stover for continued service in terms of legal counsel. Their contract expires in April, I believe, so I just want to put this in front of the board. I see no reason to postpone the discussion. It is before you. You saw that Matt spoke to it previously, a representative from Cole Stover, in terms of I believe it was a 3.5% or 3%, excuse me, increase from the current contract. And you have before you the red line version and a recommendation to move forward.
I move to recommend that the County Board of Commissioners approve the 2024-2026 legal services agreement with Cole Stover Toski, BC, and authorize the Leelanau County Chairman of the Board of Commissioners to sign the agreement on behalf of the county.
Support.
Been moved and supported. Any discussion?
Because I made the motion, I think they're doing a great job, and I appreciate their advice on the issues we have.
Any other discussion? All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved, 7-0. Thank you.
No $2,200 addition.
Now we're moving to page 323 of our board packet. Ellen?
So again, this has to do with staffing levels. We've heard before at the Board of Commissioners meeting that there was a resolution that was passed back in 2011, 2012 timeframe. And the resolution stated that the Board of Commissioners reserves the right to hire or fire a planning director. They can designate, which they have done in the past, I believe, the administrator to be their representative on this issue. I think everyone is aware that we currently have an interim planning director with Gail Meyer. And we have had recommendations from the Planning Commission, which was unanimous from their board. We have had multiple members of various committees who the planning director reports to that have participated in the interview process. And we narrowed that down to 2 individuals before we knew that there was a resolution. And so we moved forward with the interim until the resolution issue, the new resolution issue could be resolved. So at this point, I would recommend that the Board of Commissioners move forward with formally naming Gail Meyer as the planning director for Leelanau County.
Commissioner O'Gara.
I would move to recommend that the County Board of Commissioners designate the county administrator to finalize the employment offer of planning director for Leelanau County to interim planning director Gail Meyer.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion?
It's nice that they're still coordinating with Trudy and everything, and we're not really, yeah, it's a continuing work in progress.
You made the motion. You want to speak to it before we go to Commissioner Lutner?
I appreciate that Gail Meyer has worked in that department. She has history. She knows what we do. And that history right now is very, very important. She's also working hard. The recommendations of the people that she works with is also really important. So I would support her appointment.
Commissioner Lutner?
Yes, I'd like to make an amendment to that motion, please. And my amendment would come in right after interim planning director. And that the Board of Commissioners also appoints Kathy Harrisfeld as finance director for Leelanau County.
Second to that amendment. Any further discussion?
I would just like to explain that I'm not seconding that because I don't support that motion, but I think we should make one move at a time. So I can't support it.
So for the purpose of discussion, would somebody support that motion, please? The amendment?
For the purpose of discussion.
Okay, thank you. So what we have here is Kathy has been acting as financial director interim longer than Gail has been acting as interim director to planning. So she has worked very hard. She's brought all of us right back up to audit standards again. She has the history. It's very, very important. She's working very hard and she comes highly recommended. And I see absolutely no reason whatsoever that we wouldn't appoint her today. We need a financial director and allow that whole department to move forward. With our decision to go administrator CFO, that CFO is not going to be an active person in that finance department. So we still need a finance director, and Kathy's doing just a phenomenal job. There's absolutely no question about it. We're coming up on, we're going to be hitting we're going to be bumping up against a timetable pretty soon here. And if that department doesn't have its legs under it, then it's not going anywhere. So I think we really need to consider this very seriously.
You know, I think this is not the way we've normally done business, in that we approved an agenda. And the agenda was to act on the planning director office. And I'm a little uncomfortable with coming to a meeting unprepared to talk about something that ends up in an amendment to a motion that's unrelated to the amendment, but I'm going to allow it because.
Well, we've
because
been discussing it though.
it's on the
It's
table.
been discussed. We have these two interims right now. We have two interims and
Any other discussion? Yes.
So not to, I mean, Kathy has done a phenomenal job and we're deeply grateful for what she has done. The only concern I have is we did create a plan, and that plan said we would proceed forward and we would designate Kathy as the interim financial director until we got to the end of the plan, until whatever that position opened up, whatever it's going to be. And so I guess from a procedural standpoint, I guess I would have to have this board decide that they need to amend that plan before they would take the next action, which is in contrast to the plan.
how so? Could you explain that, please? What is the difference?
The-
What does not fall? Is your plan to have a finance director under a CFO?
The plan right now is to hire a finance director, to open that position. Once we have found the person and completed that goal, we don't have anyone on as an administrator / CFO right now. That search has got to start. And so it was my understanding of the plan, and if I'm mistaken, that position would stay interim until such time as we had the whatever structure we decided was implemented, which it isn't yet. All we've done is decide to implement it, but it's not implemented yet because we don't have that person on staff. So
Couldn't it possibly be better to work to our advantage to have a finance director on staff before when we go search for that person?
I guess then that's a discussion we're having, but then I would just ask that we modify the plan that because that's not what I understood the plan to be. And one of the amendments we tried to do.
I didn't
was-
see that in your plan is with when you made that motion the other day, I did not see that in the plan. I did not see that in writing. Did
Well,
you
the
have
motion
it?
wasn't made the other day. The motion was made back in November.
Okay, but I
sometime.
don't think that was in there, was it?
But that was just my understanding of the process, and if I'm
Okay.
wrong, that's fine. And again, in no way does this diminish what Kathy has done or all of her hard work, and it's just, I'm just looking for a kind of a procedural thing, because we did this before, we didn't stick to our plan, we didn't stick to our procedures, and that's where we fell off the rails, so.
I am really uncomfortable with this. Kathy has done a phenomenal job. She's come through for us for a while, a long time.
Yeah.
And she does an excellent job, and making an interim position a permanent as an amendment, I mean, we're just not doing you the service. This is a disservice to treat this like an adjunct, oh, well, and boy, we should do this too. So you have done a phenomenal job, Kathy. I would like to treat this as a separate issue in the way that you deserve.
Commissioner Kramer and then Commissioner Retro.
Sorry, whenever I have to give Melinda kudos, I always laugh at myself a little. I think that that I didn't think about this, and I really think that Melinda, you bringing this to light or to the surface definitely should point the board in either a direction of voting on it today, because Kathy has been serving us and she's been doing a wonderful job, and there's literally no reason that we haven't yet promoted her, I think, to that position, or even in the first place, dare I say it. And so taking a long, hard look at that, and also being a function of being the board, which is weird, essentially, you know, we're the kind of the boss people here. That is a little overlooking such a position like that is detrimental to our staff and employees and letting that go for too long. So number one, thank you, Melinda, for bringing it to light. It would be nice if we did a little more background and brought it to the board formally, I think. And I think we need to, if we don't do it today, put it on the top of our agenda for next month and not overlook it anymore because Kathy has been busting her for all of us. And I appreciate all of the hard work that she's done. And I think we need to show her that so we can retain her.
So I guess I was just trying to craft something along that line to give it proper consideration, because it does seem awkward as an amendment to do that. So we would you be satisfied, Commissioner Lautner, if we had it as an agenda item at our next executive committee meeting? Time for everyone to reflect on this, and merits of it aren't the problem. It's just, I don't know that everyone's all ready to discuss this at this moment because it wasn't presented as an agenda.
I will withdraw my amendment based on the fact that on the promise that I either do this Tuesday night as a late agenda item, at the very latest March. The fact that I saw this on here and not both just was just unbelievable to me. And as I said, I obviously signed the resolution in support of Gail, but I don't know why there's only just one when ditto everything that was said about Kathy. This is, it's, dare I say, discrimination, and it's alarming.
But I haven't spoken yet, so I will speak. This reminds me a little bit of when we made a decision in May of 21 and hadn't thought through all the steps and all of the consequences. And we didn't come to the meeting prepared and everybody having the same information. I really respect the job that Kathy has done, but I hope later today we support a contract with Michigan Leadership Academy to go out and seek a new chief financial officer. And I'm quite sure that a new chief financial officer administrator would like to be a part of a decision-making process when there's an office to reorganize. And you can raise your hand and say you disagree with me, but I listen to all of you, so I'm saying that's my position on it. I don't think we come last minute. I don't think we come without a plan, and I don't think you do this before you appoint the other, and that is my opinion. Commissioner Russ?
I totally agree. We have been faulted before for acting out too quickly, and this just has to sit for a little bit. The process as spelled out, starting with the finance committee, take it to us all, and we all approve of it. Just follow through.
Commissioner Kramer?
I would really like the staff and the public to see us promote internally. I think that it is a great motivator for people who are already working in the building to see that we are appreciating and putting people in the positions that they have been working hard for. I don't think we have to do this today, but I think we need to actively move forward on this before we have a CFO, before everything is dicey, because everything is gonna fluctuate at that position. Why not have all of the spots in place, you know, that need to be, the infrastructure that needs to be there, and then pull someone in? That to me makes more sense. Don't muddy the waters anymore. It's muddy enough. Let's solidify what we have and then move forward.
I think the Commissioner Lautner withdrew her amendment, so we have a motion on the table to appoint Gail as director. Do we need more discussion on that?
Well, as I said, I can support Gail, but I have to say I'm supporting Kathy as well, because these arguments opposed just are very concerning to me. And I'm digging for your document we just received on how we be respectful and those sort of things. So on one hand, we're saying, well, we've got to wait to hire a CFO or wait to hire a financial director because the CFO may want to be a part of that. But this motion says, let us pick, you know, the planning director before we have an administrative CFO. So this is just too much looking like maybe people, and I want everybody to dig deep and be honest with every conversation they've had in the last week about who's making the decisions at this table for the best thing for Leelanau County. This is our decision, not anybody else's, not any other departments. This is our decision, and finances have been flawless under Kathy.
Can we get
And
back
over
then to the
that.
motion on the table?
You can try.
Thank you.
Mr. O'Rourke had his hand up.
Mr. Rourke?
I agree that we have a plan, okay, and the CFO, I believe when he or she comes in, will work very well with Kathy. Kathy's done a remarkable job, and I would wait till that happens, but I do not want to take anything away from Gail today, who's worked a long time for this county, and this is permanent.
Thank you. I think we're ready to vote. All those in support of the motion on the table to appoint Gail and promote from within and appoint Gail, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved 7-0. Congratulations, Gail. And then I think I heard that we would put the finance position, if Commissioner Luckner is requesting, I think she did, on the February agenda, or this is February, March agenda.
February's fine with me if you like.
Pardon?
February's fine with me if you like. That's next Tuesday. You're thinking March, I believe.
March executive committee meeting?
We
Everybody
will
okay with
prepare.
that? Okay.
We will prepare.
Should be noted, nobody said Kathy was not doing a great job.
Absolutely not.
All right.
Absolutely not. We now are fortunate enough to accept some money.
So the proposal in front of you on page 324 has to do with the Grand Traverse Band of Ottawa and Chippewa Indians. There are 2% grant awards. Leelanau County was fortunate enough to move forward 3 grants to outside communities. You have stated there the award for Safe Haven for $5,000 to continue to provide safety and security to children and at-risk parents. $3,400 award to support the Leelanau Christian Neighbors Food Pantry, and $12,900 award to support Peninsula Housing in the collaborative design and process to create development scenarios for affordable housing. And then there were 2 county awards that were one for $5,000 for the solid waste and $10,000 to support solid waste for tire recycling. So all of those, we have received the checks from the band, and on the 3 that for outside sources have already gone to legal counsel for contracts. So this just needs to be a formal approval.
I move to recommend that the County Board of Commissioners approve entering into contractual agreements with Safe Haven, Leelanau Christian Neighbors, and Peninsula Housing regarding the grants awarded by the Grand Traverse Band of Ottawa and Chippewa Indians during their recent 2% grant allocation cycle. Support.
Any discussion?
I was at the Leelanau Christian Neighbors last week on the Leelanau County Water. Fantastic operation, really nice, clean, so I'm glad to see them.
All those in support of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved 7-0. We are now down to item 14. And I will just say that I distributed something to all of you yesterday, and I think here is the copy and
Yep, I don't have one. Right, the clerk wasn't having it on the email.
Really?
No, she was not.
Call me.
Yeah, I'll call you.
We have no secrets
I'm
here.
calling in.
Okay, we have no secrets here.
You have a copy?
I do, thanks. Is there?
Feels good.
Feels good.
Thanks, Doug.
Thank you.
I would introduce this by saying that I met with Mr. Janik. I let him know I had no official charge from the Board of Commissioners. I had no authority. But asked him if, as one commissioner, would you be interested, or would MLI be interested in conducting a search for our CFO administrator position? He provided the profile that we did before. He's done the search for the administrator in Calcasieu County, in Acosta County, in North Fork Village, and Traverse City manager position. He certainly is well connected, and I am providing you today with just a proposal that he gave me in response to my request. I'm doing that just for information, unless somebody wants to do something with it.
This is important, and I appreciate your getting on this. I had a dream about it, I think, the day before you did it, like we need to get moving, so thank you. I think Chet is well qualified to do this. He has done this for us before. I love the fact that he can charge us less, so we can save our taxpayers money there. And I would surely support accepting this and start moving on this search. Do we need a motion? Then, so I would move to recommend that the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners accept this agreement with Chet Janik to begin the search for a CFO.
Support.
Kevin.
Yeah, I just, I'm curious, are there other companies out? I mean, I'm not saying anything against Chet and his ability to do this, but is this the only outfit out there, or it does say it's worth $4,500, which is underneath our 5,000 limit, but then he has direct expenses not to exceed 1,000, right? So it actually kind of is over our limit if you put those two together. I just want to make sure that we're making sure that this is the only right step forward for us. Yeah, but here it says.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, we've made the decision to move forward. Time is of the essence. I can't come up with a reason I had not to go with Chet. I mean, there might be a better person out there that we spent 2 or 3 months looking and went out to the RFP, and then for 3 months before we even start looking for, and very soon we're going to be without an administrator. So I think this is one of those circumstances where I would support moving forward. We know who he is. Like I said, if you read the thing, he's extensively connected. He's done this exact search in 4 or 5 of our neighboring counties. So based on the situation that we're in, I will support this.
Anybody else? If we approve this, Chet would like to meet with us at our March meeting and get official approval of a job description and salary range and all the details. And he'll come to that meeting prepared with some draft position announcements for us to look at so that we can expedite the process. Any other conversation, any discussion or concerns?
I guess I'm just still a little concerned that we haven't looked at any other people. Is there a way that we can do that before next Tuesday's meeting? I don't know. I just, okay. This is huge. This is like where we all need to go. And I just feel like this is I mean, you sent this last night or 2 nights ago. I haven't had a chance to look at it at all.
You got the week, because this is an executive.
That's what I'm saying,
Yeah.
but in the meantime,
We,
I just feel like I just would love to be 100% sure that this is the right direction for this board. To go. That's all I'm saying. It's huge.
if we moved it forward, we just act on it.
We can act on it, or we can move it forward and not act on it. I mean, we can
But-
act on it now. I think we ought to send a message that we're real serious about this. Chet, we appreciate that you've given us a price that's half what you charge Calcasta. And you know this county, and you're giving us a 60% rate. Jamie.
Yeah, I was kind of in the same, place as you, Camo, like, should we, but I think Chad is uniquely positioned to really like get at the heart, hopefully. And be able to find those candidates that best represent those needs. And I think there are some really big ones specific to Leelanau. So I am gonna support this. Yes, if given we had more time and, but I don't think we're gonna find anyone who is specific as Chad is, and knows the county as well as he does.
Nobody at the table has gone through more administrative searches than Commissioner Lautner. Do you have any comments, Melinda?
I would echo what was said. I think that Chet's uniquely qualified to be the one to find us someone, not only having been an administrator here, but with his most recent searches for just this person, I'm really hoping that he has somebody hiding behind a tree for us that could come on board. Maybe somebody already in mind, camouflaged out there somewhere.
Okay, are we ready to vote? All those in support of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Okay, motion approved, 6-1. Thank you. We are now down to the north facade, and Commissioner Lautner, you added this to the agenda. And I think it's really a request to have a building and grounds meeting.
Well, we can add that to our buildings and grounds meeting that I requested that we look at some of these issues going on. We could actually, pretty lengthy meeting. There's a few things that we need to do to meet with, but we can start with that one. We do have some information. Did you, Doug, you were going to, I mean, we got to be brought back up to where we were last fall. You had somebody perhaps in mind that could come in and help, and we've got some money situation with this, et cetera.
I would just say, Commissioner Lautner, you have an email in your inbox.
I was digging for it right
that's
now. It came
specifically was sent to you, to
this morning.
Commissioner Rexroad and Commissioner Wessel as the 3 members of the Building and Grounds Committee. It was also CC'd to Interim Finance Director
I
Artisbell.
was just digging
It's
for it because
Speaks
we
to
got
those
this
last grant or last 2 engineering proposals, if you will. And part of the challenge is that we've had some issue with legal counsel being able to understand the scope of service to be able to craft an RFP for that. So I think that there are some members of that committee that have some ideas that might want to move forward to the executive committee that might eliminate the need for an RFP for that segment, and then we can just move forward with the scope of work.
Yes, so this came at 9 o'clock this morning. We haven't had a chance to read it yet, but I do, I think the Buildings and Grounds Committee is a great place to start with that. Let's put it on that agenda.
We need to authorize that, to them to do that, or that's just part of their purview? Or would you rather see the board make a recommendation that the building and site review this?
I think that'd be need a motion, but because that's a standard, it's a standard subcommittee, I believe, and not one of the other 2 committees, but whichever way is fine with me.
So I would move to recommend that the facade project be reviewed by building and site committee at their earliest convenience and to report back to the full board. Support. Any discussion? I left that gavel off a little bit ago, sorry.
All those in support of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
And would the Building and Grounds Committee be available early before the board meeting next Tuesday? 5:30 maybe?
Yeah, I think so.
Yes.
We would go a little early. We got 2 items. I maybe a little earlier than that.
They give us an hour and a half before the regular meeting, right?
Yeah, but we can try, I guess, we're gonna go back. How would that?
What time did we say? 4:30?
You said
5:30.
Oh, no, let's go 5. Can we go 5 or?
Linda's suggesting 5. Can you do 5?
I can do 5.
All right,
Just for you.
Thank you.
thank you.
Now, it is 2:33 and we
Wait,
have a review of financials. We do have to,
That's early voting,
Early voting, so we won't have this room.
right? Early voting's in this room.
so we'll.
We can find another room,
find a
right?
room.
The law library.
Just,
Fine.
can you do it without audio and take minutes? Possibly?
Sure, I like shorthand.
Are we not having our board meeting downstairs?
No,
Oh, we're having that here?
yes,
So you're gonna move stuff out.
yes, we're moving the early voting out to accommodate the 7 o'clock meeting here.
And early
And then-
voting goes to when?
Goes till 5.
5.
So if they pull the building safety at 5:30, would we be able to have time for them to start a meeting at 5:30 in here? No.
Can we?
So
do
they
another
asked if
room?
we can record it in another room, but it wouldn't be public, wouldn't be YouTube.
You know, if you could give us till 6, I mean, we certainly, if we can post for 5:30, we'll do the best we can. Maybe
We'll
it's
wanna
gonna
pick
help
another
us,
day.
right?
Let's pick another day.
If,
after the
okay,
meeting.
if the committee members can respond back with maybe 1 or 2, maybe 3 times dates, that would be helpful, and then we'll try and get that scheduled.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, we do have finances on the agenda, but we do, first of all, need board action. If we're going to continue this meeting, our board rules does say that we would terminate by 2:30 or take board action. So I'm asking for a board motion to extend our meeting or complete the agenda.
Support.
There was a support. I will be leaving, however. 20 minutes.
All those in support of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Motion approved, 7-0. Thank you. Thank you, Kathy. And welcome.
Yes, I'd like to introduce Account Clerk Elizabeth Meyer to the board. This is her second day, and I'm very excited as we discover each other's strengths. And she's got a very intuitive knowledge of software, financial software, which she's already tackled a huge project for me this morning. And I really appreciate having help, and I'm excited about sharing Leelanau County with Miss Meyer. She's met you through the video she was watching, and so she knows the names. And I'll just let you say a few things about yourself if you'd like. Go ahead, Elizabeth. And the clerk likes you to speak up, otherwise you get a sign that says speak up.
I'm Elizabeth Meyer. I live in the county. I'm over in Elmwood. I'm pursuing my bachelor's at Ferris and for accounting, so. I'd love data entry, so I'm just a paperwork nerd, so.
Welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we're at claims and accounts, I think. You have questions about our invoices?
We got a big packet from Kathy this week.
Yeah, I had a question for the sheriff earlier on the Armalite that I was curious about, but I'll learn more about that. Probably about, we did have some new taser. Do we get new tasers that we needed taser holders or something? There was a few of those in there I was curious about. Or do they wear out?
Was it holders or was it cartridges?
I thought they were holsters.
Holsters for tasers.
That's in the corrections division for the transport people.
Okay, oh, okay. Yeah, that was really all I had.
I didn't see anything.
How we spent the week in Puerto Rico, we got this early Saturday morning, so thank you.
You're welcome. I told you I wouldn't let you down.
We were in cahoots.
Any other questions?
No.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. We
Welcome.
Now, have any other special reports from anybody? And I would like, we have a public comment at this time, and I would like to take a 5-minute break and allow them to set it up and for us to take a break. So let's be back at 2:45.
Our next meeting is.
Yes, 20th at 9:07. Yes.
Are you sure? No, I've got, I made 10. I made 10.
Well, you're the only one. You're the only
I mean, you could do like 7 on Monday night. Yeah.
Do you have something for them? Do you have some of these for them?
Yep, no, these are, that's for me.
Those are.
I gotta connect to the internet. I mean, I gotta get on Signal here. Not Signal, what am I talking about?
Zoom, you gotta get on Zoom.
Yeah.
Did they send you an invite?
Yeah, well, no, that's what I'm looking for right now. I've been asleep so long.
Three minutes.
I heard that you met Jen Zawicki. I did.
Do I have an ID number? John.
Yeah, we went and checked out the school. Yes.
There's the person, that's the tech person, she's not here.
I don't know.
What's going on?
Where is she at?
I had told her that too, but that was like a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
That I told her that, yes, there was a friend, but then there was a foe. And I said to her, I said, you got publicity 2 times in the paper. I know, it's the picture. Yes, dear.
Where's the senior girl?
Oh, Leanna, she should be.
Okay, we're trying to get this, I need to get an invite.
She should be listening right there.
Okay, so can we like get an invite for her? What is her name?
Leanne.
Leanna, are you there? Hello? We need an invite to Zoom.
Oh.
Leanna.
Okay. It kicks me out, so I'm going back to your
You wanna sit
original.
here, you sit here.
Yeah, if you just click on the link that was.
Yeah, that's what I gotta do
Okay.
again. It's the old, I'm just trying to get to it as quick as possible here. Where the heck is it? Way down here. Okay, fine. We're good. Okay. Open Zoom meeting?
Yeah.
Or launch? I don't know what you.
Leave and join.
Leave and join. Okay.
Should pop up in a minute. Okay, I'm gonna go admit you, so.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, usually, I mean, it's just northern Michigan.
What'd you think, Jim? Is it gonna go?
Well, yeah, hold on a second.
We'll know in a few minutes, right?
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yep, let's see. Join with audio. No, 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 let's not. No. Testing one. Come on. Okay. I just need the audio to be transmitted. I said join with audio, which was a mistake, because I'm not talking. I'm not going to be talking through this. Hold on a second. Sorry.
Can you mute yours?
You know, this is me. This is me.
You just turn off.
Don't want you to hurt yourself.
But now that's not going to affect my audio out, right?
Which audio?
My video, the video on the clip. So this, when I start playing something, here's this, for example. So you get down to this, that's got to go through. Yeah, I'm just saying. Oh, I'm coming through there.
Yeah, you're connected.
There you go. I got the screen up. That's good. That's good.
Oh, out in here, I don't hear myself.
I can't hear either. I'm by the speaker, but it's rather. Is it coming through?
I think it partially is.
I didn't do the test on, the audio and the speakers.
And that's gonna pick you up more than anything.
Check. That feedback.
I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get that to you.
Leave it, yeah, leave it, yeah, leave it.
I think we're gonna have to.
Is that coming up?
Oh, here it's.
I gotta kill this. What, you know what I did is I did say to send audio. I did say testing one. Yeah, I did say to send audio. I wonder if that would have worked if I didn't send audio, you know.
That's in the audio.
When there's a mic, to make the mic live, you know, the talk back.
Disable that?
Well, I did on Zoom. I might have to reconnect. Zoom. I might have to break out. Let them know. Can you, okay, hold on a second.
Stop the share.
Okay. Check it. Thank you. We are. We got an echo going on here with you. We got an echo going on.
You gotta turn down the TV. I just turned it on the TV. I was like, this crazy.
right.
Probably was results bad.
Is that a speaker?
Oh, good.
That's a speaker, yep, so Leanna can hear you now.
Leanne, can you hear, Leanna?
She's right here. Oh, here she comes.
Yeah.
Did you get kicked out again?
What night was it?
Gotta share your screen.
No, it wasn't.
Here. And then
Last Saturday.
pick whichever one's got the video. We'll just go this one, I guess.
Yeah.
Share.
Yep. That's what I have.
Okay,
And then
yeah,
pull up your video.
let's see. Let's see if the audio's coming through. Is the TV turned down?
It is.
Can you turn it up?
Okay,
That may be why we don't, maybe why we don't have it.
And about responsible for the case that was involved with, when Dennis got into a dispute with his
Okay.
partner and he trapped it. Judge Cook concluded.
Is that,
I think what's gonna happen is if you have audio going off of your computer, it's gonna go through the microphone and then come out of TV and back in. That was the problem you were having before. You had sound coming off your computer and then back to the microphones. So if we can hear coming up, I can hear that through the speakers. I don't know if that's sufficient.
would it hurt, would it distract if I put this close, does this go overhead?
Yes.
Does this help you hear me?
Yes.
These boundary mics? So to hear this, if I put it closer, let me do a test, just to see, okay? Hold on.
These capabilities are certainly within reach for America's enemies. As you know, states choose their own voting technology.
Is that coming through?
Some states are doing well with
Can you hear it?
Others are
Okay, great. And you can see it. Sorry for this. Okay. Okay, like to start. I handed out an update. Last time I was here, I gave you some handouts that's could be added to this. I just would like to start with a prologue. And I'm gonna read this because I'm tired, like everybody here, and sorry for delaying this. But I'd like to thank you guys for the opportunity to illustrate the preponderance of the facts about the serious vulnerabilities in security flaws in our election software. The chain of custody throughout our voting process goes from a visible realm of observation and validation with receiving and marking of our own ballots into a digital realm of software algorithms. That digital realm is not only invisible, but it also restricts us from analyzing the true content of the programmer's source code intent. This complete break in the chain of custody, which is required to validate any voting process, destroys any secure confidence that we have in the system. Without transparency, there is no chain of custody. This presentation is not meant as an attack on any individual, but rather to highlight the corruptive capabilities present in this flawed system has serious ramifications for all in our county, state, and nation. A way of addressing these flaws in our voting process would be by creating a county election integrity task force to develop an oversight process. This process would develop a hand count verification process immediately after the election software final tallies are determined and reported. This would be done as a double check measure to assure the voters of the legitimacy of the computer software accuracy. I thank you again for the opportunity to share my research in software flaws. I would like to offer any assistance I can in helping to restore this broken chain of custody that's created by allowing this digital realm to make the final calculations to determine the winners and losers in our elections. Without transparency, we're left with only hearsay and speculation for reasoning. It is an insult and a travesty to humanity to allow an unknown entity in a digital form to select and declare the final choice in dictating
mankind's future. One thing I'd like to put in, because once I start this, I'm just gonna let it roll. And it's in the pamphlets you got, or it's in the report you have in front of you. The last portion of this I just added, and it's a CISA, Cyber Infrastructure Security Agency. Jean Easterly. During this, her opening comment in front of the meeting that she had, and you'll see it here, she declared a national cyber alert for our nation. It's gotten that bad. You'll hear her as she's talking. But to highlight, and what I did is I took that, and you'll see I'll stop it, and it'll go to something else for a brief period of time. And that something else is the fact that the things she's talking about, we have known for over 15 years. Some of them are declarations, testimonies. One of them is an actual ad. You might see something that's familiar, some of us. Also documentation. You had documentation in the other report regarding serious suggestions by our own state to do something prior to a 2020 election, actually any election. It wasn't done. It was ignored. So when we get to that point, when she comes up, you'll see it because I have a divider in the video. You'll know, you can understand why there's a break and what it's doing. It's going back in time. It's letting you know, we knew this already. I just read all this, so sorry for the delay in it. Okay.
Professor of computer science and have spent the last 10 years studying the electronic voting systems that our nation relies on. My conclusion from that work is that our highly computerized election infrastructure is vulnerable to sabotage and even to cyber attacks that could change votes. These realities risk making our election results more difficult for the American people to trust. I know America's voting machines are vulnerable because my colleagues and I have hacked them repeatedly as part of a decade of research, studying the technology that operates elections and learning how to make it stronger. We've created attacks that can spread from machine to machine like a computer virus and silently change election outcomes. We've studied touchscreen and optical scan systems, and in every single case, we found ways for attackers to sabotage machines and to steal votes. These capabilities are certainly within reach for America's enemies. As you know, states choose their own voting technology. And while some states are doing well with security, others are alarmingly vulnerable. This puts the entire nation at risk. In close elections, an attacker can probe the most important swing states or swing counties, find areas with the weakest protection, and strike there. In a close election year, changing a few votes in key localities could be enough to tip national results. The key lesson from 2016 is that these threats are real. Some say the fact that voting machines aren't directly connected to the internet makes them secure, but unfortunately, this is not true. Voting machines are not as distant from the internet as they may seem. So the machines are not connected to the internet. This is something that you hear all the time in the US from election officials. Unfortunately, it's not actually true. Many new voting machines come with 4G wireless modems so that they can be connected to the internet from the polling place in order to upload the results faster. Now, to me, that sounds crazy. Why would you want to put your voting machines on the internet right in the middle of the election, potentially at the most vulnerable time?
Studies conducted in 2007 by the state of California, state of Ohio, state of Florida, found security vulnerabilities that could take advantage of these to engineer viruses, where one compromised voting machine could then infect eventually the entire fleet of machines for an entire county. Typically, at the end of the election day, you move a memory card through each of the machines in the precinct, and that's to collect the vote totals. That process can spread a virus, and there are other processes. The details vary from machine to machine.
The machines used in Georgia have been demonstrated to be hackable through a virus that's carried on definition cartridges, very much like the Stuxnet virus was inserted into nuclear centrifuges in Iran.
There are a number of states that outsource their reporting of elections to third parties, some of which are corporations based in other countries like Spain. So you've got to trust that the aggregation of the votes and reporting the votes is accurate as well.
I'm pretty sure my undergrad computer security class at Michigan could have changed the outcome of the 2016 Michigan election if we wanted to. It is that bad. And we have a combination of very powerful adversaries and unfortunately quite vulnerable and obsolete systems. That's why I say it's only a matter of time.
Unfortunately, in a lot of these systems, the audit trails are just as vulnerable as the other aspects of the system, so there may not be good forensic evidence of a successful intrusion. With the current design, we cannot be universally confident that it hasn't happened. And it's probably only a matter of time before it will. I come here today as a computer scientist who spent the better part of the last quarter century studying election system security. As you're well aware, the integrity of elections across the US depends heavily on the integrity of computers and software systems. Unfortunately, much of this infrastructure has proven dangerously vulnerable to tampering and attack, and in some cases, in ways that cannot be easily detected or corrected after the fact. These vulnerabilities can create practical avenues for corrupt candidates or foreign adversaries to do everything from cause large-scale disruption on election day to potentially undetectably alter election outcomes in some cases.
Machines themselves are not connected to the internet.
No voting machines are connected to the internet. The devices are not connected to the internet. They do not connect to the internet. Those things are not connected to the internet. The Department of Homeland Security says the 2020 election was the most secure in American history. The 2020 election was the most secure in U.S. history.
Even hackers with limited prior knowledge, tools, and resources are able to reach voting machines in a matter of minutes. In 2018, electronic voting machines in Georgia and Texas deleted votes for certain candidates or switched votes from one candidate to another.
The biggest seller of voting machines is doing something that violates cybersecurity 101 directly. That you install remote access software, which would make a machine like that, a magnet for fraudsters and hackers. These voting machines can be hacked quite easily.
You could easily hack into them. It makes it seem like all these states are doing different things, but in fact, 3 companies are controlling that. It is the individual voting machines that pose some of the greatest risks. There are a lot of states that are dealing with antiquated machines, right? Which are vulnerable to being hacked.
Workers were able to easily hack into the electronic voting machine. It was possible to switch votes. 43% of American voters use voting machines that researchers have found have serious security flaws, including backdoors. We know how vulnerable now our systems were. I know the hackathon that took place last year, where virtually every machine was broken into very quickly.
We held a demonstration for my colleagues where we brought in folks who, before our eyes, hacked election machines. Those that are being used in many states.
In a close presidential election, they just need to have one swing state, or maybe one or two, or maybe just a few counties in one swing state.
Just stop using touchscreen computer voting because it's so vulnerable. We need to look at all the voting machines. Every Secretary of State needs to be, assisted in making sure that they are not being hacked. It's my understanding that some of the election system vendors have required states to sign agreements that prevent or inhibit independent security testing. There's a saying that I'm sure many of you have heard, which is the difference between being hacked and not being hacked is knowing you've been hacked. And they are still looking for ways to steal information about voter registration, for example. There are some tax experts in Silicon Valley with whom I have met who say that, maybe what they'll do this next time is to really disrupt the actual election. Shut down the servers that you send results to, interfere with the operation of voting machines, because still too many of them are linked to the internet. So we are still very vulnerable.
And some of these machines are certainly the tabulators can and are connected to the internet.
Throughout, you're going to, particularly where a vote is cast on election day, those machines they should not be connected to the internet. Certainly is the best practice.
But some have the capability, don't they?
Some may have modems that are typically disabled, but in certain states, I believe in Wisconsin, some are temporarily activated to transmit some counts.
But those tabulators are connected on election day, because that's how they transmit the data to the counties and also into the unofficial.
In some cases, yes, sir.
Yeah, okay.
Through forensic analysis of election management system computers in Antrim County, Michigan, affidavits from numerous election officials in Georgia, as well as the operator's manual for Dominion's Democracy Suite 5.5, our teams have gathered indisputable evidence that the entire system can indeed be connected, hacked, and manipulated. Initiated by a court order, the Michigan investigation team obtained forensic access to a DS-200 tabulator, the machine that counts the votes. A Telnet 4G wireless chip manufactured in Taiwan was discovered embedded into the motherboard. The voting machine tapes clearly indicate modem engagement and transmission of election data. Some of the anomalies that we noticed in the 2020 general elections, that 5 key states all stopped counting at a certain time in these key battleground states. These were all where software, Dominion machines, ESNS machines were used, the Smartmatic GEMS software. So when the vote stopped counting, this has been noted in other countries as well. President Trump was significantly ahead when reporting and counting resumed. There was a massive spike occurred that favored Joe Biden.
This guy, you won't know a lot about him. He's the one who's done it.
States, I'm employed by a large defense contractor as a chief cybersecurity engineer and a subject matter expert in cybersecurity. During my career, I have conducted security assessment, data analysis, and security counterintelligence and forensic investigations on hundreds of systems. My experience spans 35 years performing technical assessment, mathematical modeling, cyber attack pattern analysis, and security counterintelligence linked to foreign intelligence service operators, including China, Iran, North Korea, and Russia. I've worked as a consultant and subject matter expert supporting the Department of Defense, FBI, and U.S. intelligence community agencies such as the DIA, CIA, NSA, NGA, which is the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, DHS, and I am supporting counterintelligence, including supporting law enforcement investigations. I think he truly is one of the smartest guys in the room, as his own. SIC has developed the Hammer and Scorecard tools, which were released by WikiLeaks and independently confirmed by Lieutenant General Thomas McInerney, Kirk Weavy, a former NSA official, and Dennis Montgomery, former CIA analyst. The Hammer and Scorecard capabilities are tradecrafts used by U.S. intelligence analysts to conduct MITM stands for Man in the Middle attacks on foreign voting systems, including the Dominion voting system, Democracy Suite and Systems and Software, ESNS, voting machines without leaving an electronic footprint. As such, these tools are used by various nefarious operators to influence voting systems by covertly accessing DVS, that's Dominion voting systems,
and altering the results in real time without leaving an electronic fingerprint. The DVS Democracy Suite Election Management System, short for EMS, consists of a set of applications that perform pre-voting and post-voting activities. It continues, I have conducted data collection and forensic analysis using a combination of signals intelligence, human intelligence, and open source intelligence data associated with Chinese and other foreign intelligence service operators targeting U.S. critical infrastructures. In that capacity, I have also conducted ethical hacking to support U.S. intelligence community missions. Tavares continues, I have performed forensic analysis of electronic voting systems, including DVS Democracy Suite, ESNS, CIDL and SOE software, and the Smartmatic systems used in hundreds of precincts in key battleground states. I have previously discovered major exploitable vulnerabilities in DVS and ESNS that permit a nefarious operator to perform sensitive functions via its built-in covert backdoor. The backdoor enables an operator to access to perform system updates and testing via the internet without detection. However, it can also be used to conduct illicit activities such as shifting votes, deleting votes, or adding votes in real time. And then there's a citation there to the DVS Democracy Suite manual. Which means that it's in the manual how to do that. These events can take place through the internet without leaving a trace. I skipped a few paragraphs. Dr. Kafaris continues, in my expert opinion, the combination of DVS and CIDL, SOE software, eClarity, and Smartmatic are vulnerable to data manipulation by unauthorized means. My judgment is based on conducting more than a dozen experiments with analyzing 2020 election data sets. Additionally, a number of investigators have examined DVS and reported their security findings, and then he lists them on, confirming that electronic voting machines, including DVS, have glaring security weaknesses that have remained unresolved. If you didn't know, just this past June 3rd, CISA, the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, just issued an advisory listing over 9 security vulnerabilities in a Dominion touchscreen device called their ImageCast. None of which, what they said in that security advisory, which was very interesting, they stated there is no evidence that any of those vulnerabilities have been exploited. That leaves out the question, did they look? They never said. Concluded, I conclude with the high confidence that the election were altered in battleground states, resulting in hundreds of thousands of votes that were cast for President Trump to be transferred to Vice President Biden. These alterations were the result of systemic and widespread exploitable vulnerabilities in DVS, CIDL, SOE software, and Smartmatic systems that enabled operators to achieve the desired results. In my view, the evidence is overwhelming and incontrovertible, and it's signed under oath on November 25th, 2020, but I want you to hold something. Because the next day, after testifying under oath, Dr. Naveen Kashvaraj withdrew one aspect of his opinion on this declaration. And he says that he reviewed the 2020 general election data from the New York Times and rendered an opinion based on my knowledge and experience in cybersecurity. However, without the Dominion voting system, Cytos, Formatic, and other systems and software used in the 2020 election, it is impossible to conclude that voting data in Georgia or other battleground states were altered to favor a particular candidate. As such, I was mistaken to conclude that exploitable vulnerabilities in these voting machines resulted in data being altered. So, two questions. Well, however, even accepting the withdrawal of that portion, notice that none of the other statements were withdrawn. The sworn testimony regarding Hammer and scorecard, that he has performed forensic analysis of electronic voting systems, including DVS, ES&S Cytos software, and that he has previously discovered major exploitable vulnerabilities that permit a nefarious operator to perform sensitive functions via its built-in covert backdoor. That wasn't withdrawn. There's sworn testimony that he helped develop Hammer and scorecard, independently confirmed by Lieutenant General Thomas McInerney, Kirk Wiebe, and Dennis Montgomery. The fact that as such these tools are used by nefarious operators to influence voting systems by covertly accessing DVS and altering the results in real time without leaving an electronic fingerprint, not withdrawn. There was only one thing that was withdrawn for unstated reasons, but that was only with respect to the 2020 election. Not that it has never happened. One thing that we have consistently seen in prosecuting these actions and defending against them is that places, defendants like Maricopa County and the Secretary of State or in other areas, they all claim that there has been no evidence of any actual exploitation, that it's just theoretical. Well, according to these experts, it's not theoretical. Well, and I'm just going to blow up a few key passages for you. So this is Dennis. For more than 45 years, I have been engaged in software development and written software focused on developing data compression, anomaly detection, pattern recognition, object detection, identification and tracking technology, and biometrics and analyzing massive volumes of electronic data. In companies I started, we have developed and then licensed various technologies to the US government intelligence agencies, including the CIA, the Department of Defense, SOCOM, Special Operations Command, Homeland Security, Department of Advanced Naval Research, and the Air Force. Dennis founded a company called eTrepid with a partner. And so he says in 2002, eTrepid was approached by representatives of the United States Department of Defense and Central Intelligence Agency, who expressed an interest in various surveillance technologies eTrepid had been developing. These federal government representatives conducted independent tests of eTrepid's technology and then advised us that they had decided to integrate eTrepid's DC, AD, and PR technologies into various programs in the federal government's intelligence community. And there's an exhibit attached to the declaration, which will be a publicly filed document that anybody will be able to view in its totality. Skipping ahead a little bit, eTrepid Technologies was supplied millions of dollars of hardware by the FBI to begin our surveillance work. Our surveillance work was running on supplied computers by the FBI during my work in Reno, Nevada. Again, as an exhibit that validates that. eTrepid Technologies was awarded a surveillance contract by the CIA, DoD, Air Force, and Department of Homeland Security starting in 2004. Beginning in 2005, I became aware that the CIA and the National Security Agency had started using the E-Trepid technology that I had developed for locating terrorists abroad to conduct surveillance of citizens of the United States, including members of the Supreme Court of the United States and thousands of other federal and state jurists, members of Congress, state office holders, numerous public figures, and religious leaders in the US and other Americans. Fast forward a few years, 8 members of the FBI, IRS, and DEA raided Dennis Montgomery's home, his home, and storage units looking for all evidence of FBI, CIA, NSA involvement in operating surveillance programs, foreign and domestic in Nevada that target foreign and domestic individuals, businesses, and elections. The US government would only supply the name of the Special Agent, FBI Agent West. The US government refused to produce the names of the other agents. That sounds a little bit familiar if you remember Tina Peters. After 3 months of testimony, Judge Cook, who was the federal judge in Reno, Nevada, responsible for the case that was involved with when Dennis got into a dispute with his partner at E-Trepid, Judge Cook concluded that he did nothing wrong and that the FBI filed false affidavits, tampered with the evidence they collected, made up false information against Dennis, and that the FBI violated Dennis Montgomery's constitutional rights. When Judge Sandoval, later Governor Sandoval, was confronted with the illegal domestic surveillance programs, he recused himself. And again, I'm skipping through some of the declaration to get to I think the most important points here. Dennis testifies under oath on January 13th, 2009. Blicksware contracted with the U.S. intelligence community to continue their prior work at E-Trepid to be conducted at a new facility in Fort Washington, Maryland, which was under the direction of James Clapper. And again, there's an exhibit validating that. Dennis continues, when I learned of CIA and NSA's domestic surveillance using technology I developed, I filed whistleblower complaints with the Inspector General of the CIA, the Department of Defense, Department of Justice, Air Force, Director of National Intelligence, the Defense Intelligence Agency, and others. And he continues on, he says, in those complaints, I objected to the misuse of this surveillance technology to monitor private communications, bank records, attorney-client communications, voting information, and other private activities of American citizens. During the E-Trepid litigation, the Director of National Intelligence, and we'll get to that in a minute, that was then DNI Negroponte, filed a motion asserting on behalf of the United States a state secret privilege. In response, on August 29, 2007, the court entered a protective order that prohibited certain discovery in the E-Trepid litigation. Again, Dennis was raided. On March 4th, 2010, the DOJ and the FBI raided the law office of his attorneys, the Leelanau law firm, without a search warrant or any probable cause, and seized millions of pages of attorney-client documents, U.S. government communications, election data collected in FBI, CIA, and NSA domestic surveillance programs he had worked in, including proof of U.S. government election surveillance and tampering. Seized documents and electronic media reflected voting machine manufacturers' vulnerabilities to hacking. Voting machine manufacturers' communications and intellectual property were hijacked by the U.S. government numerous times over the years I worked in the FBI, CIA, and NSA surveillance programs, foreign and domestic. This is under oath, by the way. On August 3rd, 2014, Dennis met with federal Judge Royce Lambert in his office in the federal courthouse in DC with others present and discussed FBI, CIA, NSA domestic surveillance programs I had worked on, including election tampering and abuses of high-ranking US government officials who directed and supervised this illegal domestic surveillance programs he had worked on, first in Reno, Nevada, and then at Fort Washington, Maryland. I presented information to him to support the claims I was making in my previous whistleblower complaints. Dennis continues, I was seeking immunity to allow me to present my evidence of these super secret surveillance programs I worked on. He's referring to, he says he reached out, he's referring to Judge Lambert. He first reached out to Senator Grassley and then to FBI General Counsel James Baker. I provided Judge Lambert proof of election interference, both foreign and domestic. FBI General Counsel James Baker later denied any knowledge of such FBI, CIA, NSA domestic surveillance programs he had worked in, but had to walk back those comments in his testimony before a House Committee on U.S. government surveillance matters. Dennis continues, on September 8, 2014, I had discussions with Senate Select Committee on Intelligence staffers John Dickus and James Wolfe. You might remember the name James Wolfe. He was the one who was charged and convicted of leaking one of the FISA warrants, if you recall, against President Trump. So Dennis continues that he met with those individuals regarding targeting congressional members in FBI, CIA, NSA domestic surveillance programs that he had worked in. In 2021, Dennis states, I agreed to convey certain assets that I acquired and developed for eTrepid and Blixware to Mike Lindell's management company. These are the concluding paragraphs. And I'll note at the bottom, it is certified under the penalty of perjury. Dennis concludes in the final two paragraphs of this declaration. In the recent 2020 election, terabytes of data comprising internet transmissions sent during the 2020 election were collected by the same technology I developed and previously licensed by the US government. The US government or their agents continued to use the election technology licensed to them previously. The US government has refused to pay the license fees associated with the technology as they continue to use the technology and have paid for it in the past. Because the DOJ asserted that the eTrepid litigation protective order, quote, remains in place to preclude disclosure of the categories of information and related materials described in the order, I believe when I owned eTrepid and Blixware, and continue to believe today, that the DOJ asserts that the protective order applies to the FBI, CIA, and NSA domestic surveillance data, including election data, and that public disclosure of the election data would violate the protective order and the state secret privilege. That's his declaration under oath. But you don't need to just accept that.
May not seem from the first one because it wasn't very satisfying the way it presented. Back in 2000, I worked for a company in Orlando, Florida, and the Speaker of the Florida House and our chief lobbyist for the company was named Tom Peeney. He was Republican. I was at the time too, but he requested software that would be able to flip a vote, which is very easy to do. It's hard to stop it. It's easy to do it. So I presented it and said, here you go, and here's how you stop it. First of all, don't use machines, because you can never, ever trust them to give you a fair election. There are too many
many ways to hack them. You can hack them at the level that I did when you first build it. You can hack them from the outside. You can hack them with programs that load themselves on the side. It's impossible to secure them. You will never beat the programmer. The programmer always owns the universe. And as long as you have machines, I don't care which company, as long as you have machines, they are vulnerable to this. And worse than a lot of times, you get this accuracy test, right? The accuracy test is a dog and pony show. The program I wrote did an accuracy test. So if you look at the bottom, you will see the vote totals come up on the screen. Now you won't see this when you're actually voting. This was for touch screens when they first came in, which you rid of most of those, not all of them, but most of them. But you don't see that total. The same thing can happen in a scanner. The same thing happens in a tabulator. The same thing can happen on a database in front of all of that. Okay? So if I hit Cat, the Democrat, because I'm a Democrat, right? Vote for him. Okay? And I hit submit, you will notice that it goes up one. Okay? Your accuracy test will never catch the hack because it's going to work like it's supposed to work until I tell it to do something different, and it's still going to work like it's supposed to work, but because I tell it different, it's going to act different. So if you look at the totals, you will see that they will actually switch on you. And now, even though the Democrat was winning, he's now losing, and the Republican will win. Not because he got more votes, but because 24 lines of code can change it, and there's nothing you can do. You can't catch it, you can't find it. It can be a separate module, and it can erase itself right after it does it. And there's nothing you can do to stop it. Nothing. It's impossible. I don't care how honest the supervised election is. Well, you guys are honest, right? Did you see me flip it? No, it just flips. Because the magic on the screen will happen quicker than you can blink your eye. It can happen at that level, it can happen at the hack level. You get this, I hear this all the time. It kind of makes me laugh because, you know, I'm old. But they say, oh, these computers are not networked, therefore it's impossible to get to them. In the olden days, if your computer had one of these, a plug that plugged into your house wiring, we would network from that. That's where your networking would occur. Anything that's plugged in somewhere else in the same building can be networked. Some people have a confused look on their face because they don't understand this, because, you know, we move past the home wiring. I have here, if I can have this for you guys to look at later when you get a chance. Actually, the protocol still exists today, and D-Link still makes one where you can actually plug in your house wire here and over there, and you can network across your house wiring. That's the same thing that can happen in any machine that plugs into the wall, and you will never catch it. Never.
Identifying and mitigating malicious activity on a network is key to defending against cyber threats. But how can you quickly determine if a threat is actionable? With Albert Network Monitoring and Management, it's easy. Network traffic is inspected against an SLTT focused, specially curated signature set that looks for anomalous or malicious activity. If a signature match is detected, an alert is sent to CIS's 24/7/365 Security Operations Center, where security experts conduct further analysis. Event notifications are only sent to you if a valid, actionable threat is found. These notifications are typically sent within 6 minutes of detection. All false positives are suppressed, which helps eliminate common log and alert fatigue to reduce time-chasing events. CIS is home to the MS-ISAC and EI-ISAC, and our visibility into threats faced by state, local, tribal, and territorial government sector networks allow us to help defend you against SLTT-specific threats. Learn more about Albert today.
Safety Net's very familiar with this.
So that wasn't just an ad.
Pardon me? That's an ad that they have on the internet. I mean, this is their claim to fame. Albert sensors are what they work through. And we have servers here with firewalls on them. Oh, this is bringing it up to current, a few weeks ago. It's never been shown. Well, in court, officially now it's been shown. He hacked in front of court. in front of a Georgia court. This is what I was explaining earlier. It's going to be cut.
Opportunity to testify on CISA's efforts to protect the nation from the preeminent cyber threat from the People's Republic of China. As America's civilian cyber defense agency and the national coordinator for critical infrastructure resilience and security, we have long been focused on the cyber threat from China.
Spans 35 years performing technical assessment, mathematical modeling, cyber attack analysis, and security counterintelligence linked to Chinese foreign intelligence service operators, including China, Iran, North Korea, and Russia. And subject matter expert supporting the Department of Defense and U.S. intelligence community agencies such as the DIA, CIA, which is the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, supporting counterintelligence, including supporting law enforcement investigations.
Recent years, we've seen concerned evolution in Chinese targeting of U.S. critical infrastructure. In particular, we've seen Chinese including those known as Volt burrowing deep into our critical infrastructure. Crisis halfway across the Americans here at home.
Forensic analysis using a combination of signals intelligence, human intelligence, and open source intelligence data associated with Chinese and other foreign intelligence service operators targeting U.S. critical infrastructures. I have also conducted technical to support U.S. intelligence community measures.
Through the disruption of our pipelines, the severing of our telecommunications, the pollution of our water facilities, the crippling of our transportation modes, all to ensure that they can incite societal and thus ensure our ability to marshal military might and civilian weapons.
Performed forensic analysis of electronic voting systems, including suite software and the survey systems used in hundreds of precincts in battleground states. Covered a number of exploitable vulnerabilities in GPS and for making the service operator to perform sensitive built-in covert backdoor. Enables an operator to access to perform system updates and testing via the internet without detection. However, it can also be used to conduct illicit activities such as shifting votes, deleting votes, or adding votes in real time. And then there's a citation there to the DVS Democracy Suite manual. Which means that it's in the manual. Take place through the internet without leaving a trace.
It's not theoretical. Leverage the information from our government and industry partners, CISA teams have found eradicated Chinese intrusions in multiple critical infrastructure sectors, including aviation, water, energy, transportation. Now, based on this information, this is likely just the tip of the iceberg.
Malicious activity on a network is key to defending against cyber threats. But how? Determine if a threat is actionable. With Albert Network Monitoring and Management, it's easy. Network traffic is inspected against an SLTT focused, specially curated signature set that looks for anomalous or malicious activity. If the signature match is detected, to CIS's 24/7 by 365 Security Operations Center, where security experts conduct further analysis. Notifications are only sent to you if a known actionable threat is found. These notifications are typically sent within 6 minutes of detection.
The reality is, however, eradicating Chinese intrusions, bolstering resilience, and even some of the great disruptive work that Director talked about is all necessary. It's not technology underpinning our critical infrastructure software developers not being held where features and speed to market have been prioritized in security, leaving our nation vulnerable to cyber invasion. That has to stop. Technology manufacturers must ensure that China and other cyber actors cannot exploit the weaknesses in our technology to saunter through the open doors of our critical infrastructure to destroy it.
We've been.
Recently been thrust into the national spotlight as part of a dangerous and reckless disinformation campaign aimed at sowing doubt and confusion over the 2020 presidential election. First, there were no switched or deleted votes involving Dominion machines. Dominion is not and has never been a front for homeless. The company also does not have any ties to China whatsoever, including investment or source code transfer. Let me be clear. Voting systems are, by design, meant to be used as closed systems that are not networked, meaning that they are not connected to the internet. Some users know elections. What is the emotion of media? Is it cellular versus UPN? Security. We support a variety. It's really up to the jurisdiction and what technology is what's currently some jurisdictions are using it's GSM, but we can support most of the programs, including the export standards. So there's just next button is the video recording. Verizon, AT&T, or Sprint, so we all know. We actually transferred from the ICD in Mongolia as well, so. There's 3 vendors, because the island is not covered by any of the vendors completely, so. Send our vendors for, I want to see please, AT&T, T-Mobile, I think, doing the different parts.
Must ensure that China and other cyber actors cannot exploit the weaknesses in our technology to saunter through the open doors of our critical infrastructure to destroy it. It has to change. We are at a critical juncture for our national security. Today's hearing should serve as an urgent call to action. Specifically, every victim of a cyber incident should report it to CISA or FBI every time. Cybersecurity is national security. Every critical infrastructure relationship with our local CISA team and take advantage of our free services, including vulnerability scanning, to ensure they can identify and prevent vulnerabilities that the Chinese cyber actors are using. Every critical infrastructure entity should use these services and CISA cybersecurity performance goals, as well as the advisories that we publish with NSA international partners to do the necessary investment in cyber
This is from our own state, 2020 report, what they recommended. You have a copy of it from 3 weeks ago when I gave it to you. Advisory Commissioner recommends that the State Secretary of State commission both a source code audit along with a penetration test prior to the election. That's from our own state election, what we were supposed to have done.
Businesses need to prepare for and expect an attack.
Wasn't done.
Prepare for and exercise their critical systems so that they can continue to operate through a disruption and recover rapidly to provide services to the American people. Finally, every technology manufacturer must build, test, and deploy technology that is secure by design. We have to drive towards a future where cyber actors cannot take advantage of technology defects to break into our critical infrastructure. This is a future underpinned by a software liability regime based on a measurable standard of care and those software developers who do responsibly security first. So none of this is possible unless every CEO, every business leader, every board member for a critical infrastructure company recognizes that cyber risk is business risk. And managing it is a matter of both good governance and fundamental security. Thank you for the opportunity. I look forward to your question.
Security says the 2020 election was the most secure in American history. The 2020 election was the most secure in U.S. history.
Sounds like some of these machines are showing the tabulators can and are connected to the internet.
Throughout, you're going to, particularly where a vote is cast on election day, those machines tend to, it should not be connected to the internet, certainly as a best practice.
Some have a capability.
Some may have modems that are typically disabled, but in certain states, I believe in Wisconsin, some are temporarily activated to transmit some counts.
But those tabulators are connected on election day, because that's how they transmit the data to the counties and also into the unofficial.
In some cases, yes.
Yeah, okay.
I think a lot of people are familiar with this. I thought I'd just add something to it. That is my conclusion. And once again, I appreciate the time for me to be able to show you what I've collected over the last several years through open source, public news reports, cable reports, internet reports, a multitude of the reports. You know, it's something that we are taking seriously. And if you remember how I started this off, I was suggesting, strongly recommending that, and that's something I think the county board could do, is form election integrity task force to be able to delve into this and create a double check procedure to make sure and assure if we're going to use this electronic digital realm to be able to determine our future. It certainly doesn't help to have some human eyes on it too. There's a double check feature to be able to compare one against the other. Without it, we have no chain of custody and no transparency. We just don't. I know this is open comment, so I don't expect any questions. I feel free to answer whatever I could, but once again, I appreciate your time.
Thanks, Jim. Thank you, Jim. Thank you. And it is public comment time. If anybody else wants to make public comment, we still have some energy. Yes.
Again, my name is Scott Ogney. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Scott Ogney. I'm a whistleblower from Jackson, Michigan, and I had the nonprofit Citizens for Electoral Justice. The presentation you just saw and the report from Alex Halderman from Antrim County, there's a huge component that is being neglected. And this is the area where most voter fraud is occurring. It is through what's called the electronic poll book. I'm actually assisting investigations in the state of Wisconsin, and in Wisconsin, they call it the Badger book. You can remove these tabulators tomorrow, and you can do all your elections through hand counts. And guess what? You're going to have a ton of voter fraud because most of it where it's coming from is the electronic poll books. I've done 3 presentations in this county in front of many of the people that sit behind me. And a lot of what is featured in that is the electronic poll book and what they are doing. I'm talking the Michigan Bureau of Elections to election data and public records. I have a video that was produced about 3.5 weeks ago that we distributed amongst the people of our investigation known as the Locust Anti-Criminal Investigations. I had been hoping to get the criminal investigations going in this county. I have had 2 very good discussions with Sheriff Borkovich, and I believe he will do his lawful duty, MCL 750, 752.11. All public officials that are required to uphold and enforce the law shall do so, or it is a criminal misdemeanor. And that includes prosecutors and law enforcement. I can tell you the Halderman report is filled with garbage from Alex Halderman. He was employed by the Michigan Bureau of Elections and the Michigan Attorney General for his part on this report. He is also employed by the US government as an alleged security election expert. He is not an expert. His report is deeply flawed and was debunked by Jeff Lundberg and Jim Penrose. I am currently writing a report for distribution further through a couple outlets. I can tell you this, they are altering the elections. It is occurring for the most part through the electronic poll book. I have begged these people back here, not one person has stepped forward to be willing to work with me as a whistleblower to file criminal complaints in this county. I'm done wasting my time with these people. If the county clerk would like a copy of the video link, I'm more than happy to. It outlines a criminal investigation, 16 laws, including 3 federal laws, where criminal violations have occurred through perpetrators that we identify in the office of the Michigan Bureau of Elections, 2 prominent Republicans, and the office of the Michigan Secretary of State. I will forward that to you, and I have FOIAs that will be coming because I will be flying here in this county in which I will gain standing to potentially bring criminal charges on another matter myself. If any of the board members would like to see the video link and the locust standing investigation and the line of investigation, which we have simplified, hopefully for Sheriff Borkovich, if anybody comes forward in this county, you're free to send a link out. I would hope to get it over to Sheriff Borkovich's office at some point. We are quite specific with the crimes and the laws, and it is relative to the people here in this county. That's the point. I'm sorry, the presentation you've seen is not going to be direct to get action in this county. You can create any kind of board you want, but it has no authority. The county clerk's office has the authority, and the township and city clerks have the authority over elections. You're not going to be able to do anything with any kind of committee. The only other board in this county that has some authority in elections is the County Board of Canvassers, and that is by law. Thank you very much for your time.
Yes, Renee.
Thank you, Scott. I appreciate all your hard work, and especially with what you do with jurisdiction. I will be coming forward with a criminal complaint, but before I do that, I need to check with Michelle to identify where my false records are coming. I don't want to go and file a criminal complaint until I've got all my ducks in a row. And right now, I don't know where my false records are coming from. I'm going to speak with Michelle and try to identify them, but I believe they're coming from the electronic poll book, which Scott has studied. But the bad news is that the Chinese are already here. I gave you the 18 patents that were registered in the United States Patent and Trademark Office. Right before the election, 18 of them were registered. They were collateralized by HSBC Bank. That stands for Hong Kong Shanghai Banking Corp. So that's the voter patents with Dominion. Then we have the mortgage electronic registration system. This is a system that registers all our mortgage data, who has all the control of our titles. It is labeled trademark assignment, abstract of title. Abstract of title. This is your title to your property that we're talking about. And let's see, on February 8th, 2021, that was assigned to guess who? HSBC Bank USA National Association. So Hong Kong, Shanghai Banking has all of our mortgage records. They have something going on with our assignment of title abstract. So they're already here. And as Jen Easterly was talking about all of the cybersecurity issues that we have there, national security interests, the IRS has been hacked. Ancestry, 23andMe has been hacked. My daughter's records in she had a blood test in California. Someone has all her records. That hospital was hacked. I don't know what else we can do. We have to stop at the county level and take back our rights. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Scott Richards, Green Lake Township. First of all, I'm not tired of these people. I love them. That's why I sat here since 9 o'clock this morning. Second of all, time. Time is the most important thing on this earth and what we do with it. When I get to go home and see my Lord Jesus Christ, he's going to ask you, Scott, what'd you do with your time? Scott, what'd you do with your talents? And I'm going to have to answer for that. So I'll give my friends and I'll give my citizens all the time I need. I take it very offensive when somebody wants to limit my free speech at the end of a session. It really hurts. I've had 3 good friends die in the military for these people to have their time and free speech. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, Bill.
Drag it, Bill, that's okay. Well, I'll even carry it up for you, okay?
No problem. Bill Wiesner, Elmwood Township. No fraud. I'm not sure about the electronic poll books, but if you go back to paper ballots, get rid of the electronic poll books also. That seems to be a simple solution. And Reagan said, trust and verify. I say, why should we have to trust anything? Why do you want to be trusted? Because if you can be trusted, you can be distrusted. But if everything is verified, you don't have to worry about people trusting you. You have a camera. Linda Rance in Missouri did it. She has teams of 4 people. The clerk doesn't have to get the teams. It's up to the Republican and the Democratic Party. Believe me, the Republicans are not going to have any problem getting 4 people to come. You can cover 600 ballots according to her, and she's done it. 600 ballots. So if you have more than that ballots, we have like upwards, maybe up 2,000 at the most. That'd be like 3 teams of 4. Believe me, the Republicans are going to come up with those members. And if we do, the Democrats are too. So you saw so much evidence of fraud here. Look all over the country. People are fighting this over and over. More so, and from 2016, or I don't know when, 2016, 2018, when all those folks were arguing,
or the Democrats, Hillary Clinton, Kamala Harris, and 20 others that we saw. For those of you who think there's no fraud, explain that. What happened to those people? Was it all a group amnesia? Do we get to stick our heads in the sand on that? How many of you are for paper ballots? That'd be a good starting point. Do you think we should have them? Let's speak up on that. Instead of, and then taking the time away. I know Gwen, I think I really liked it earlier in the year, sometime back there, where they voted to cut the time. I think it was 5 minutes to begin with at the beginning. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think that's what I remember. I think it was cut to 3. And then Gwen was one, I believe, that spoke up, said, well, let's just do it for the executive and not do it for the others. I'm not sure. I think that was it. Because I've been in your position too, out here. You know, so let the people speak was a comment then. And now it's like all over. Lawfare everywhere. Why do you think that's happening? Because they've got to keep the system in. They can't go back to paper ballots, secure ones with cameras like you have in a bank. And so this is not going to go away. We can never stop this. Slaves don't like being slaves, and there's no harm having it the other way. We are slaves. I mentioned Georgia and Texas. Both of them were up 8 points in 2016. They won by 8 points. Georgia lost in 2020. You know why? Because they had all the mail-in ballots. And the Attorney General in Texas, Ken Paxton, said no. He fought those lawsuits, and that's the only reason Texas didn't fall. When are we going to stop this? When are we going to stand up and admit, are we for or against these voting machines? And two, this goes into a whole lot of evidence on the election fraud. If you think this isn't true, explain why not. If you can watch this and say all this evidence, he covers 15 major points and shows all the evidence. You can't just say, I don't believe it's wrong, or I think it's wrong. And Gwen and Kama, I only say this because they're the ones that didn't take this and said, no, there's no fraud. Well, the Marines, they run toward the battle and they finish. And people who are defending an argument, they should want to get that evidence to disprove it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bill. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Scott Perry. I am a computer scientist from Elmwood Township, and I appreciate everybody's insight today. I have learned a little bit, perhaps, took in a lot of words into consideration, and I hope that everyone here also does likewise. And if we are going to reform the voting process here, I would hope that people with the proper authority may consider implementing ranked choice voting. I think there are sacrifices that have to be made in order to implement a more perfect voting situation, in order to establish a more perfect union. And I don't believe Americans should be punished for putting their first choice for a position at the top of their ballot. There's some game theory involved with the way that elections are currently structured. A few years ago, I would have voted for not the candidate I ended up voting for if I had felt like my vote would have been properly counted in the case that a third-party person. I want to demonstrate that the third-party candidate has pull in the community without sacrificing the vote amongst the most popular candidates. And that's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, Keith.
Keith Badoo, Leelanau Township. I don't know if you saw it or not, news report, but FBI director just put out a release saying that pretty much expect China to hack into our power grid and other aspects of our country. So if that's the case, if the FBI is saying be prepared, then why would they not try to hack into our voting system to uphold that? So I have to say about that. Another thing, as far as this solar panel thing, they talk about how bad fossil fuels are and everything else, but they don't talk about ripping up the ground to get the materials to make a battery for the solar panels. They don't talk about, and this comes from a Ford engineer, 6,300 and some odd gallons of diesel fuel it takes in a payloader to dig up the ground to get the materials to make a battery. They don't talk about that. Where do the waste, when the batteries are no longer useful, they can't recycle everything. Where does the waste from these batteries go? If the people that really support solar panels, if they want to bury them in their front yard, I guess I'm okay with that. Northport has that big electrical turbine, the blades, when that thing fell apart, I bet they haven't disintegrated at all. They're probably still sitting there. They don't know what to do with them. What do you do with all that waste? So I understand the need for solar panels. I have 2 solar panel lights on posts in my driveway. In the wintertime, they last for an hour because they don't get much sun. Summertime, they'll last all night long. So again, I hope that people that really push these solar panels look at the whole picture and not just certain things.
Thank you. Mr. Gutowski.
Good afternoon, Steve Mikowski, Lake Leelanau. I don't know if you noticed, but on June 30th, 2023, the city of Scottsbluff, Nebraska was fully on solar panels. They had a hailstorm that wiped it all out. Look on the web and you'll find it. Hailstorms happen all over. About 15 years ago, we had golf-size type of.
The clerk is giving you a message.
Louder, okay, louder. Oh my gosh. We had a hailstorm. There were golf-sized in our yard, which ruined my car. We're always looking for hope. However, the process of discussing the interim finance director seems very questionable. It almost seems like you're inviting her to leave. I don't think we're treating that process at all. We keep jumping back to plans, but in the meantime, the person is allowed to suffer because somehow the person is tied in to finance and somehow that person is tied into the clerk. That's the mantra we're on. We're not going to get off that yet. And so it's very tragic. This is going on. If I were that person, I would be finding a way to depart. Seriously. Also, we're fixing public comment. In 35 years, I have never seen a county commission spend so much time on worrying about public comment. What do you disdain about the people that you want to find ways to manipulate them so they can't comment? What is it about people you don't dislike? What is it about the electors you dislike? So we can't speak. They're probably here for good reason because something is not going on right. And the worst thing that ever happened was on May 11th, 2021. And that's still not fixed. The other thing is that we have decided to bring our former administrator who was here 18 months after the clerk loathing issue. He was here for 18 months supporting the process. of trying to harm the clerk and the staff. And then he's gone, and all of a sudden, he's going to become our savior. I have to compliment Commissioner Ross for raising an issue, why we can't consider somebody else. What's so magic about that person that that person has to come back here to help us? Is that person really going to help us? I don't see how that can happen because we're eliminating other opportunities completely. Finally, the public press and journalists tell us that we elect people to lead us. It's a foolish myth. People don't want to be led anywhere by their elected officials. I don't want to have you lead me anywhere. And I won't vote for you if you say you will. They want the county commission to have one objective, just one. Provide the best possible, least cost Republican form of limited government per Michigan compiled law 46.11, 4 pages only. To provide the ministerial and administrative functions and duties of local government. Or only if the electors present you with a lawful petition to act on something. Over the years, county commissioners have self-initiated projects and taxes on us, but the people never petition for it. But we have people with a great passion to achieve something for themselves, so they keep initiating taxes on us all the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else for public comment? Yes, sir.
My name is David Kiesel, Delegate Suns Bay Township. I just gotta say, I want to thank all you commissioners for letting Jim do what he did today. And I commend you and you got my district. Another thing I want to say, it's a sad day in Leelanau County when a commissioner gets something boxed out of public comment. Very sad, as far as I'm concerned. But she hides things, you know, so I got a nickname. I know I can't call her by name. I'm gonna nickname her Hillary, like the 1,250 emails she had. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. Anybody else? Any commissioner comment? Yes.
Yes, regarding public comment, it will never be infringed upon, okay? Never. And if you are cut short of public comment, look at us, look at one of us and ask the chair to extend that public comment, okay? You can talk about it, but don't walk out of here today thinking we're gonna reduce your public comment because it's not gonna happen.
Thank you. Any other commissioner comment? Well, I want to thank Jim for waiting all day to do your presentation. And thank you. Thank you. Thank you for attending, everybody. We now are down to, we're already at the bottom of the agenda.
Unbelievable.
That was quick. 8 hours later.
We have approval of financials.
I would recommend approval of claims and accounts $188,657.40.
Support.
All those in support of that motion say aye.
Aye. I would recommend approval of post audit $2,498,158.54.
Support.
All those in support of that motion say aye.
Aye. Thank you, Kathy, for those.
Approved.
Yes.
Motion to adjourn?
No.
Thank you, everybody.